Currently, it's autumn, 2017. The male lead is Non-mook, a good man unfortunately forced into a scavenger's life. They've been married for nearly 10 years, but besides demanding money, his wife can't say anything sensible. From her parents' money to buy a house, to her brother's wedding and house, and now she's asking for 1,000,000 yuan for his car. There's nothing Non-mook hasn't had to dig into his own pocket for. Today, when he said he had no more money, the woman went berserk, hitting and slapping him, even throwing a glass cup at his head, causing blood to spill. She forced him to give money for his parents' old age support for her brother, to buy a car, truly a bloodsucker. Non-mook couldn't take it anymore, and decided not to give a single penny, even if urged. He was once again criticized with cold, callous words that showed no regard for family. Hearing these words, Non-mook felt a chill down to his throat. Family, haha, damn it, I've had enough of family like you. I didn't expect Non-mook's wife to be so shameless and reply back. You've had enough, right? Then go sit on top of the wardrobe. Isn't it true that after meeting your ancestors, everything will fall into place? Fine, you think I'm afraid? Non-mook said as he threw open the window. Only then did that woman start to feel afraid, but not because she worried about her husband risking his life, rather because if he acted now, she wouldn't have had time to buy life insurance and couldn't collect a single penny anymore. Non-mook truly has no hope left for this wife, Phuongvu Tuyet, anymore. She is really a blood-sucking demon, not a human. So, he decisively threw himself down. After all, recently Non-mook was diagnosed with terminal stomach cancer, and there was nothing left to hold him back in this life. Just when I thought my life was over, Non-mook suddenly regained consciousness after hearing familiar voices. Non-mook, what are you suddenly doing, kneeling like that? Haha, you fainted as soon as you entered. This is a family tradition of yours. I'm still alive, what if you're no longer alive? Don't act crazy and pretend to teach us here. The person sitting in front of Non-mook now is Phuongvu Tuyet's mother. Mom, I called out unconsciously, even though I don't know why I'm home and woke up at my wife's house. Even if Phuongvu Tuyet is very old, they're not divorced, and these two in front of me are still my parents-in-law. Non-mook didn't want to be rude, but he didn't expect the other person to arrogantly reply, "Who is your mother? If you give an extra 4,000,000 yuan for the wedding gift, then you can call me mother." Non-mook snorted loudly, then started to clarify the issue. It seems you've traveled back in time to 8 years ago, right when you proposed to Phuongvu Tuyet. At this moment, her family is trying to raise an additional 4,000,000 yuan for the engagement gift. But in the past, Non-mook was reckless and foolishly threw himself into this vampire den. Now that he has a chance to start over, why would he waste another life living like a fool again? So I've decided. I agree. Just hearing the two words, yes, Phuongvu Tuyet's mother's eyes lit up, but before she could say anything, Non-mook interjected, yes, damn it. If heaven has granted him another life, then Non-mook will absolutely not follow the same path as before. After hearing this, Phuongvu Tuyet's parents went insane. Are you giving her away? What did you just say, is my daughter not worth 1,000,000 yuan? Then Non-mook felt like the other person might have misunderstood what he meant. I didn't refuse to give an additional 4,000,000 yuan in bride price. I want to end this engagement. Even if it's just 1 yuan, Non-mook wouldn't give it. Phuongvu Tuyet had been silently listening beside her all along, but now she couldn't stand it anymore, and stood up suddenly. She didn't understand why Non-mook suddenly changed his mind and reacted so violently. What about me? Non-mook asked back. Bride price of 1,000,000 is your mother, a girl, chicken, or selling her daughter. Seeing Non-mook angry, Phuongvu Tuyet started to sweet talk, saying her parents worked hard to raise her, and now the chicken has gone. Giving 1,000,000 yuan for the bride price is just what I should do. But in this life, I'm no longer so easily fooled. I didn't hold back and shot back sharply. You are worth 1,000,000 yuan, so what can you give me? A useless younger brother who only asks for money. Phuongvu Tuyet's younger brother, who was sitting beside her, was so offended he stood up suddenly, but Non-mook wasn't afraid. This bastard eats everything but never gets full, does nothing, right? What else can I call him? But good for nothing. Phuongvu Tuyet's brother, publicly criticized like that, felt both ashamed and furious, and raised his fist towards him for his future. But Non-mook no longer was like before, not fighting back or yelling anymore. He gently sidestepped to avoid the opponent's punch. Then he seized his head and slammed it hard into the ground. You little bastard, let go of Xiaovu, he's your brother, he's your family, and Phuongvu Tuyet's mother rushed up crying. Nyan muklan hu mo tiang nung nuoi na nean that sukong the chunoi. Chua kwai da nu vai roithang nai ne lam sao la im try, an kong kong the la nuoi na kuan. But Non-mook also decided not to marry that gold digger anymore. He boldly declared in front of the Phuong family that from now on he and they would have nothing to do with each other anymore. Phuongvu Tuyet was really angry, and probably asked Non-mook if all their years of feelings weren't worth 1,000,000, but Non-mook just shook his head. So, did she consider how hard my parents struggled just to gather the 5,000,000 In their past life, Non-Mook's parents were helpless in borrowing money for the dowry, so they put their hope in buying lottery tickets, not expecting to win 5,000,000, and even losing their spirits because of the prize. But since crossing paths with Phuong Vu Tuyet, she has become increasingly unreasonable, always demanding money. What the Phuong family needs is the money tree, not him. The first thing Non-Mook did after leaving the Phuong family was to go to the lottery shop. That year, the number on the ticket my father bought was just one off from the jackpot, and for various reasons that sequence was etched deep into my memory. Non-Mook walks in and immediately buys that lottery ticket. Before he can leave, he spots his father with white hair approaching. I think I just saw little Muck, wasn't it? The kid who said he was coming to the Phuong family's house today. Or am I seeing things? Non-Mook quickly slipped into a corner. It's now lunchtime, so your father probably hasn't eaten properly yet. He also bought a lottery ticket, and on the way here, he still prayed to the heavens and gods for a big win, so that his son wouldn't have to worry about paying for the wedding. Seeing his father's back, Non-Mook felt both sorrowful and guilty. He knew that from today on, he would definitely not let his parents suffer any more hardships. At this moment, the space in front of Non-Mook suddenly fragmented, like in a science fiction movie, then a pop-up window appeared. Non-Mook couldn't touch it, but it said congratulations on successfully bonding with the Moon Eye main spirit system. The first task for a newcomer is to receive assets worth 100 million and start building their own enterprise. The mission deadline is 24 hours, and there are only 21 hours left until time runs out. If you don't complete the mission, you will lose your life. Non-Mook was momentarily stunned and unable to process the information. All he knew was that after the window popped up, a strange seal also appeared on his hand that couldn't be erased. According to the system, I only have 21 hours left to complete the mission or I will lose my life. I was so confused, I just came back to life. Do I really have to let go again? What are you guys doing, Mao? Let go. A piercing screams cut through Non-Mook's thoughts, and he recognized it as Meng Zhao's voice, his childhood sweetheart and close friend, who was as close as a sister to him. In her previous life, Meng Zhao's mother was beaten and robbed of 5,000,000. She came to ask to borrow money from your family, but Non-Mook was at the Phuong residence at the time and didn't answer. Later, because they couldn't repay the debt, they ended up living in misery and were taken by loan sharks. This has made Non-Mook always live in regret. Now, hearing Meng Zhao's voice, he feels like waking up from a dream. In this life, Non-Mook also has to protect her properly. Meng Zhao is now being pressed against the wall by the two thugs clearly trying to do something despicable. Keep calling for help, but these two don't look scared at all. Keep shouting if you want. I want to see if anyone will come to save you. Luckily, Non-Mook arrived just in time before these thugs could attack Meng Zhao. She was so scared that she immediately clung tightly to him. Meanwhile, the bastard who was just beaten by Non-Mook was heaving with pain and crying out loudly while clutching his nose. Who the hell do you think you are, bastard, daring to hit me? While he was cursing and scolding, his accomplice also rushed from behind, aiming to ambush Non-Mook. But his impressive feline martial arts are no match for Non-Mook. He caught the opponent's fist with one hand and twisted it, causing him great pain. Wounded and humiliated, these two thugs decide to pull out their weapons to fight Non-Mook head-on. Are you here to collect the money? If you dare move a step, you'll never get this money, Non-Mook warns. As expected, their actions came to a halt because their true goal here was to collect money for their boss. Both of them looked at Non-Mook with suspicion because he appeared extremely poor from head to toe, so where would he get the money to pay? Fool, do you know how much she owes? The thug started to probe. It's 5,000,000. With this appearance of yours, can you even come up with that amount of money? Non-Mook agreed, promising to pay the full 500 inches 3 days, not a single penny missing. Those punk guys got cocky and demanded another 100,000 for the medical bills for the two brothers who were just beaten up. If not, they would use Meng Rao to cover the debt. Non-Mook also agreed, but on the condition that if I bring the full amount in 3 days, they will kneel and apologize to Meng Rao. Alright, our boss is the owner of the Fu Real Estate. If you can't scrape together the money, he will personally chop off your 2 legs. The two bastards muttered as they left. At this moment, the simulated window reappeared, announcing that there are 20 hours left to complete the Fu Real Estate mission. Furthermore, Non-Mook's current survival points are only at 1, which is too low, and could cause his body to experience random symptoms of instability. Non-Mook started to worry, if I remember correctly. Fu Real Estate is about to go bankrupt, but the most important thing is that my life depends on my survival points. So it's hard to believe, after all, it's just a fictional number. Meng Rao looked very guilty, because she had her own problems she couldn't solve, and ended up involving Non-Mook. But he didn't seem to care about that, lightly patting her head and assuring her that in 3 days he would make those people kneel and beg her for forgiveness. Just then, a headache hit Non-Mook, making him feel dizzy. And what makes it more embarrassing is that overwhelmed by dizziness, Non-Mook fell straight into Meng Rao, pushing her to the ground. The two ended up in a very awkward position. Non-Mook panicked, trying to get up first, constantly apologizing. Mong Rao, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. I think I was so hungry at noon, I fainted from low blood sugar. It's okay, I'll go prepare something for you to eat. Mang Rao also turned red, trying to stay calm while answering. It seems these are the unpredictable instabilities the system mentioned. Now, Nanmuk believes that this system can control his life, while at the Phuong residence chaos erupts as soon as Nanmuk leaves. Fa vikwa voi vang cha me Phuong vu tuyet kondin, dang chon gai ming fi ngai. Cha mot nuoi, dan ong chung kong the kiem sot. Mrs. Phuong Vu Tuyet has been defending her all along, blaming everything on Nanmuk, and saying that today his behavior was very unusual. At this point, Mr. Phuong Vu Tuyet also finds it convincing. Usually Nanmuk would listen to Phuong Vu Tuyet and stay put, but today he suddenly changed, so he assumed Nanmuk had made a fortune. Thinking of this, he became even more anxious, and asked Phuong Vu Tuyet to go see him herself, worried that if she was too slow, Nanmuk might be taken away by someone else. He wanted to seize this opportunity to increase the bride price and turn all of Nanmuk's money into his own. Mother Phuong Vu Tuyet also urged her to go quickly. After all, her younger brother had been beaten by Nanmuk, and they definitely need to cause trouble. When she was young, Phuong Vu Tuyet hadn't fully become just a meddlesome woman, but under her parents' pressure, she had no choice but to go find Nanmuk for some work. At this moment, Nanmuk and Mong Jiao had just finished eating. Mong Jiao quickly got up when she heard the knocking, and upon opening the door saw Phuong Vu Tuyet, who upon seeing Nanmuk and Mong Jiao together, Phuong Vu Tuyet lost her temper and demanded a clear answer from him, but Nanmuk only looked at her with weariness and responded coldly. Why are you still here? We no longer have any relationship. Is it because what I said earlier wasn't clear enough? Or is your greedy mother still holding on to hope? Phuong Vu Tuyet refuses to accept this truth and falsely accuses him of being with someone else, even though she was already prepared to marry him, but then backed out. Nanmuk sighs, heavily firmly asserting that he has no third person, and that it was just a sudden realization, and he no longer wishes to pursue a relationship with Phuong Vu Tuyet. Out of respect for your many years of love, I sincerely advise you to leave that house of yours soon, so you can live a little freer. Phuong Vu Tuyet was furious and disappointed, turned on her heel, and left vowing that she would make Nanmuk regret it. Meng Jiao standing to the side feels very awkward seeing this. Normally Nanmuk and Phuong Vu Tuyet's relationship was very good, so why has it turned out like this today? Meng Jiao hesitates to ask again, but Nanmuk already knows what she wants to ask. It's nothing serious, I will go out for a bit and I might not come back tonight, so you can stay here. Phuong Vu Tuyet and her family are truly blood-sucking leeches, but years of feelings can't be forgotten just like that. Nanmuk still feels very uncomfortable and wants to go out to see if he can find a business opportunity as a way to soothe his heart. Nanmuk walks down the street accidentally passing by that lottery shop and sees a crowd of reporters surrounding someone being interviewed. As he gets closer, he realizes it's the third-place winner who won 5,000,000 yuan, also his father. He looked truly exhausted and didn't hide from the reporters that he bought lottery tickets, just hoping his son could buy a house for marriage. Nanmuk quickly grabbed a newspaper to cover his face and then walked past. Luckily, he managed to redeem the prize in time before the journalists surrounded him, or it would have been too complicated. Now Nanmuk finally has time to carefully review the system's announcement. It seems like it wants him to acquire the prosperous real estate. Based on the current situation, prosperous real estate is indeed the most convenient investment enterprise. Right now, no one values its location, but who could have imagined how much it would develop in the future? Just by acquiring Fudat real estate in a few years, Nanmuk might become the richest person in Jiangcheng. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. This piece of land will be the place where Nanmuk starts his career and opens up new opportunities to make money. So at 9:3 the next morning, I was already standing in front of the Fudat real estate. Surprisingly, a lot of people gathered here despite it being on the verge of bankruptcy. From now until the Fudat real estate mission ends, only 1 hour remains, and Nanmu is being continuously tormented by bouts of chest pain due to his health point dropping too low. Seeing the crowd jostling there, Nanmuk was worried someone had already moved to buy the company. Then he saw some workers carrying a large banner over. Nanmuk asked Shishi, knowing they were striking workers who hadn't been paid in nearly half a year and had come here today to protest. Is it not usual for construction sites to delay wages? Why is there such a big chaos? Nanmuk wondered. The uncle replied that they heard the big boss had fled with the money, and the second boss, Kong Thui, had suffered heavy losses and owed a large sum. Although they had little hope today, they still gathered here, demanding an explanation. When Nanmuk heard about the boss fleeing with the money, he couldn't hide his excitement and persistently asked if this information was trustworthy. That boss firmly insists this is internal information leaked outside, and also Kong Thui came to the company today, so that's why everyone gathered here to block him. Nanmuk gratefully thanked him, then pushed his way into the crowd. With less than an hour left to complete the mission, he couldn't afford to die in vain. Nanmuk immediately looked up and saw a car approaching that was blocked by the crowd. The person inside was Kong Thui, 40 years old, the owner of Fudat Real Estate, accompanied by his bodyguard Li Bu. The car was blocked and couldn't move, making Li Bu very annoyed. He wanted to call people here to easily calm the workers, but he simply sighed in helplessness. What difference does it make? There are hundreds outside. Are you planning to fight them all hand to hand? What will you do if someone gets hurt or killed? Just then Nanmuk suddenly pressed against the outside of the glass and kept knocking, startling Li Bu. There are only 25 minutes left to finish the mission. You can't rush it. Before the opponent even reacts, Nanmuk has already opened the door and leap into the car. Li Bu couldn't react in time, and didn't dare to punch him either, right? I'm Nanmuk. I have an important matter to discuss with you. Seeing that Nanmuk doesn't pay any attention to him, Li Bu becomes offended and directly grabs him by the collar. Did you not hear what I said? I told you to get out? If you don't leave now, face the consequences yourself. Nanmuk has always hated those who resort to fists in conversations. But from beginning to end, you only wanted to talk to Kong Shui. The story I'm about to tell next is related to whether Mr. Kong will spend the rest of his life in prison or not. Are you sure you want me to leave? Seeing Nanmuk's confident expression, Li Bu hesitated and didn't dare to act. Kong Thui continued to sigh slowly and said he also didn't want to see overdue wages. It's just that Kong Thui has already found a way to settle the finances, so even if you pressure him more now, it won't help. Mr. Kong misunderstood. I came to give him the money. Nanmuk just finished speaking, and Kong Thui was so shocked he took off his glasses. Nanmuk's meaning was written all over his face. You want to help Kong Thui compensate for all the economic losses, including overdue wages. In return, you want to buy Fuda Estate, and from now on, you will be the owner of this place. Kong Thui, after hearing that, found it funny, and asked mockingly, do you know how much this project has caused in economic loss? Don't even mention buying when it comes to compensation and workers' wages. It's a sum that's out of this world for you. I don't have much time to waste on him, just give me a number directly. Nanmuk hurriedly said that with only 10 minutes left until the mission ends. Kong Thui, seeing his resolve, also revealed a figure, saying that if Nanmuk didn't have enough 50 million, then the Pink Road would target real estate Fuda. Only 500 million, if that's the case, even better. Nanmuk replied eagerly. His appearance actually made Kong Thui frustrated because he felt that Nanmuk looking around didn't seem like a rich person, and he himself was just an inexperienced young master daring to boast shamelessly here. Just as Kong Thui ordered the guest to leave, Lu Bio lunged and grabbed his collar again, but this time Nanmuk fought back fiercely. This scene made Kong Thui see him in a different light because his attire didn't look like a thug's, nor did it seem like someone wealthy, yet he could easily overpower Li Bio, proving that the man wasn't someone simple. Wait a moment, Kong Thui motioned with his hand. I may not have that much money to pay the workers right now, but I don't have time to mess around with you here. If you're joking with me, don't blame me for being rude. Rest assured, even if this land is worth 50 million, I want it and can transfer the money to you immediately. Furthermore, I want to buy all the land under your name. The reason Nanmuk said that is because he heard before that Kong Thui also owns a few pieces of land for development in this area. Currently, if you buy it all now, you could sell it for twice or 3 times the price later. Meanwhile, Kong Thui, hearing this proposal, was once again shocked. He thought Nanmuk was being confused. At that moment, Kong Thui was so agitated that he poured all his money into buying land for development. If you really can buy that property now, you can completely resolve his urgent problem. Mr. Kong, do I look like I'm joking? Stop talking, just say yes and go. For Kong Thui, Nanmuk's proposal is truly very tempting. Because the land in this area is currently appreciating rapidly, if you're willing to buy it at a high price, you can help him turn the situation around. 20 million. Kong Thui finally closed the deal. As long as you can come up with 20 million, I will immediately transfer that construction land to you. Nanmuk only saw the other person hold up 2 fingers but couldn't hear what he was saying because he had lost his hearing. Nevertheless, Nanmuk still took a gamble and nodded, guessing that he was bidding 20 million, and told him to handle the paperwork directly because he was in a rush. Kong Thui was so happy he almost wanted to fly, immediately instructing Li Bil to proceed with the transfer and purchase process for Nanmuk. The system begins counting down from 10 seconds. Nanmuk's life force is gradually being drained, and even his market value is about to disappear entirely. He reached out to take the post machine from Li Bil and swiped his card, completing the transaction with only 3 seconds left on the countdown. The clock also stops, meaning the mission is complete, but the protagonist still feels his strength slowly fading away, as if his life is gradually vanishing. Just then, that damned system appeared again, this time bringing the notification he had been waiting for. Nanmuk had completed the beginner mission and received a reward of 10 survival points, along with a side reward worth 3 points for a total of 13 survival points, and unlocked the basic market system. At this moment, his strength gradually returned, and Nanmuk breathed a sigh of relief. He was still in time. Now the system is finally explaining to him how the survival points work. This comes from Nanmuk's income investments and system mission rewards. Based on his current status, he needs to spend 1 survival point each day. The higher the survival points, the better Non-Muk's physical condition, and he can also use these points to buy items from the newly unlocked system shop. Just as Non-Muk's immediate problem was solved, Kong Thui's car window was shattered by a flying brick. The shouting outside is getting louder. If you don't get paid today, you won't be going anywhere. We can't let him go. If he leaves, where else can we find him? Kong Thui, who is injured, still wants to call some people to send the workers away, but he is nervously looking at Non-Muk, hoping to ask for a solution. Non-Muk only cares about those pieces of land, and doesn't like to get involved in others' affairs. Anyway, he already transferred money to Kong Thui earlier, telling him to use it to pay the workers protesting. His body is gradually recovering now. But with only 13 survival points, that means he can only live for another 13 days. I don't know when the next mission will be issued by the system either. Non-Muk feels that if he wants to survive, he must first accumulate as many survival points as possible. Over here, after receiving 20 million yuan from Nyan Mukong, Shui Ban followed his orders to block the border. Li Biu somehow found a handheld loudspeaker. Ban opened the car window and announced to the workers that the salary payment would be tonight. The workers exchanged nervous glances, doubting whether Zun Xingjia was genuine or just pretending because Kong Shui had owed their wages for half a year, and suddenly claiming to pay off all the debt today didn't sound very trustworthy. In the end, they decided to disperse first and return at night, because they thought Kong Thui couldn't escape the heat even if he ran away. After dispersing the crowd, Kong Thui asked Lai Bu to drive back to the company so Non-Muk could see the planning map. They returned to Caoc Phu Dat, and Kong Thui's attitude towards him has changed completely, even showing respect when handing him the planning map. Non-Muk glances at it briefly, then circles around a few areas on the large map, instructing that the zones within those circles should not be disturbed or built on for the time being. Additionally, he also wanted to buy a piece of land quite far from the center. When Kong Shun saw that piece of land, he was shocked and strongly advised Non-Muk not to proceed. Because of its lousy location and the fact that it's all wasteland, it's cheap but useless. To put it bluntly, not even birds want to perch there, let alone for people to use. You don't need to worry about that, just follow my instructions. Non-Muk's confidence comes from the fact that in a few years, several new schools will be built in the vicinity of this land. If we build a commercial zone on that land, it would be perfect. Non-Muk then instructed Kong Thui to immediately construct a large shopping center, distinctive restaurants, snack streets, and also a fast hotel, after purchasing this land. But now, Non-Muk is the new boss, and Kong Thui can only follow his orders. That's right, President Non-Kong Thui suddenly remembered something. There's an investment party at Cam Bin Hotel tonight with many projects. If you're interested, I can go with you to check it out. These 4 words about an investment party are truly very appealing to Nyan Muk, because his survival points come from his income and investments. If he can successfully secure an investment, he will probably earn a lot of points. So that night, Non-Muk went to the Cam Bang Hotel to attend the investment party, and unexpectedly ran into his ex-girlfriend there. The important thing is Phuong Vu Tuyet was also there with that guy with the beer belly, and just by looking at him, you could tell he wasn't a good person. It seems that after failing to extort money from Nam Mook for the wedding gift, she didn't even hesitate to sell herself and attend these shady social events with the big bosses. Soon after, Phuong Vu Tuyet also spotted Nam Muk. As their eyes met, she quickly looked down in embarrassment. The beer belly guy also noticed Phuong Vu Tuyet's reaction and immediately guessed that these two knew each other from before. As for Nyan Muk seeing this scene, it's hard to say he's not upset. He just broke up with Phuong Vu Tuyet a few days ago, and she's already dressed like that, showing up here with another fat guy. Nyan Muk was shaken to the core, but also calm because this was no longer his concern. Yet the wind refuses to stop blowing, and as the hefty guy walks past, he deliberately takes a deep breath and tugs on his shoulder. "Why are you messing with me for no reason and making me annoyed? What are you doing? What are you doing? You stand in the middle of the road blocking others and still ask me what's going on. Young man, do you know where this is? This is not a place for a desperate loser like you to come," the other person said, while constantly pointing at Nyan Muk with great disdain. But throughout his gaze only stayed on Phuong Vu Tuyet. Did she come here willingly dressed like that? Suddenly he asked again. But before Phuong Vu Tuyet could respond, the big guy retaliated. "Young man, you have guts, huh? Don't you look in the mirror to see who you are, and how dare you get so close to my woman in front of me? Do you have any relation to him?" Nyan Muk continued to ignore the other person and looked directly at Phuong Vu Tuyet, but she couldn't even face his gaze, only turning away and bluntly replying that this had nothing to do with Nyan Muk at all. The fat guy was extremely pleased, especially as Phuong Vu Tuyet's hand was still firmly holding Gak's hand. Before leaving, he even said a few words to Nyan Muk. "Kid, have you heard, wanting to pursue a beautiful woman just because of you, you're really dreaming in broad daylight." Nyan Mu stared after the two people leaving, feeling a chill in her heart. Not only was her family terrible, but she herself was also no good. Although it's hard to accept, Nyan Muk couldn't do anything else since they had already broken up. He pressed the elevator button for the 14th floor of the hotel where the party was held. As soon as he arrived here, the system immediately sent a new mission. If Non-Muk successfully signs a contract at this party, the reward will be 10 survival points. However, signing a contract with a distinguished family isn't easy. Fortunately, Kong Thi had previously researched the participating guests, and Non-Muk saw that some prominent families would rise rapidly afterward. You must seize this opportunity, but I didn't expect the guards at this party to be so arrogant and dismissive. Seeing Non-Muk dressed simply, he blocked him from entering, and even called him by harsh words like pest. Do you even know where this is? Inside are all influential people, major bosses with fortunes in the millions or more. Do someone like you even have the right to come in here? Both of Non-Muk's eyebrows furrowed tightly, clearly very annoyed. I also came here to look for investment opportunities. The other side still doesn't believe, even insulting us instead. Wearing these clothes, what big shot are you pretending to be? Are you the boss who cleans the place? Sorry, we don't have a service company managing the interior here. Go wherever you need to go, don't act recklessly. This guy is still insulting Non-Muk, but when he saw someone coming after him, he suddenly changed his attitude 180 degrees. Hello sir, General Ma. Non-Muk turned around and realized that the person he called General Ma was the fat guy accompanying Phuongvu Tuyet. Seeing you show up at this party, and then being blocked by security, that Ma family member saw a chance to mock the man and took advantage of the situation to ridicule Non-Muk. With your appearance, you still want to imitate others' investments. Why not spend your time and effort figuring out how to earn money to buy some clothes and cover your face instead of embarrassing yourself here? Buddy, stepping up is good, but you've used the wrong approach. The Ma Dong guy just slapped Non-Muk and then pulled Phuongvu Tuet into his arms. He hasn't forgotten how to ditch the pursuit of women. In these matters, just showing his face isn't enough, he needs assets. Phuongvu Tuyet clearly feels uncomfortable, but she endures it for the sake of money. Non-Muk looked at her and felt nothing but contempt. At this moment, Ma Dong saw the big boss arriving to join the party. Ban Kwang always pushed Phuongvu Tuyet aside to greet this person, leaving her and Non-Muk standing alone. Seeing his ex-girlfriend like this, Nanmu couldn't help but ask a few words. Is this all for money? Phuongvu Tuyet also seemed quite embarrassed by the question, but still stubbornly replied, what does that have to do with you? Is money really that important? You'll follow any kind of person just for money. Is it worth you dressing like that and using your body to exchange for it? Non-Muk continued to ask loudly, but Phuongvu Tuyet didn't reply, only indifferently turned away. Non-Muk felt she could no longer continue talking with this kind of person and ignored her. On the other side, Ma Dong was endlessly chattering with the big boss. Non-Muk thought it was someone important, but it turned out to be Kang Thui. After hearing that Full Dot Company was acquired by the benefactor and had recovered from previous losses, Ma Dong eagerly tried to flatter Kang Thui. But while they were talking, suddenly Director Kong saw Non-Muk. He hurriedly broke off his conversation with the Ma Dong to rush over to Non-Muk. President Non, why did you arrive before me? Ma Dong felt like he had just been struck by lightning. The Kong Thui he's trying to latch onto is actually respectfully calling the young man he just despised Mr. Non, and even Fang Wuyu has noticed this. She really doesn't understand. Clearly Non-Muk is just an ordinary employee with a modest record, so how could he be respectfully called President Non by such a big boss? Ma Dong, feeling a bit curious, went ahead to ask, hoping that Kong Shui had merely made a mistake. But he never expected that afterwards Kong Thui would firmly confirm that the person in front of him was the benefactor who had acquired the company and is now a major real estate developer. Mao Dong was so scared that his legs went weak. Being a savvy person, he took the initiative to apologize, first speaking in a flattering tone that was truly irritating, but Non-Muk didn't even bother to look at him, simply telling Kong Thui to go inside quickly. Ma Dong still wanted to salvage the situation and invited Non-Muk to dinner after the event, but in the end, all he got in response was a cold, dismissive snort from Non-Muk. Ma Dong outwardly pretends not to care, but inside he's furious. Damn it, I gave you some face, but now you've stepped all over me. Do you really think a few dirty coins make you so impressive? Let's see what I do to you now, Han Thon thought. After entering the banquet hall, Kong Thui quickly asked Non-Muk if he had any targets yet. But he just shook his head and said they should just walk around and see how things are first, because the few businesses he was interested in earlier are now surrounded by people, so it seems they no longer have a chance to get in. But then suddenly Non-Muk noticed a name. It was Tin Van Group, the leading internet company in his previous life. Right now, they are still a small company, so no one pays attention to them. Seeing Non-Muk just glance at their company's name tag, their representative proactively came forward to introduce themselves to him. Non-Muk immediately recognized that he was Zhang Bingyao, the founder of the company. As the leader, he had to come all the way here to bow and ask for support. It seems his success is not without reason. Seeing the business card from Zhang Bianchao Kong, Shu Yi seemed worried, because Tin Van Group mainly focuses on manufacturing wireless routers, also known as Wi-Fi. This technology was only developed abroad at the time and had no market domestically. Investors were hesitant because this type of Wi-Fi might not develop successfully, so investing in hardware was seen as a safer choice. Gentlemen, I know you don't currently see the prospects for the router, but please trust me, we're only in the early days of the internet era. In just a few years, wireless networks will quickly take over the market and Wi-Fi will undoubtedly become the main trend. Zhang Bengleo still patiently tried to persuade everyone, but the CEOs here all shook their heads and walked away because they didn't want to invest in this product with uncertain prospects. They still think only fools would invest in Tin Van Corporation, but that fool appeared very quickly. Besides Nyan Muk, who else would dare to come in? I just made up my mind and put in 15 million yuan, and they were shocked to see it. Director Nan, you're being too casual about this. We need to think it through carefully. Even Trong Bangdu doesn't trust his own judgment. Today he came here just hoping for a small investment, but unexpectedly, a wealthy person was willing to invest 15 million yuan. Moreover, Nanmuk also showed that he values Tin Van Corporation, greatly believing that although they haven't revealed all their talent yet, a bright future will soon come. Truong Bangdu was so happy he was trembling, and immediately regarded Nanmuk as his lifesaver. But Ma Dong found it annoying to see him spending money so extravagantly and mockingly said everyone should not listen to this guy's nonsense. He's got no real talent, just prattling on. Just now at the door he was talking nonsense and bragging endlessly. General Manager Ma, do you know this guy? The other CEOs asked after seeing this. At this point, Ma Dong has offended Nanmuk, and since he knows he can no longer build a good relationship with him, he decisively decides to destroy his reputation in the eyes of the other bosses. Know this, haha, just hearing his name makes me feel dirty. Even a dog would be better than someone like this. There's nothing worth knowing him for. Nyanmuk hasn't spoken yet, but Kong Thui couldn't hold back anymore. Ma Dong, we're sort of colleagues too, I don't want to say anything harsh. But you'd better watch your words and not speak recklessly here. When Kong Thui said these words, Ma Dong became even more emboldened. Taking advantage of the gathering of the high officials, he loudly accused Kong Thui of owing too much money, deliberately delaying workers' wages, then converting company assets into cash, secretly pocketing the money himself before leaving Jiang City. Those directors didn't understand the full story. After hearing Ma Dong's words, they just accepted it as the truth. Then they assumed that Kong Shu and Nan Mu were two people from the same group, the Turtle Season. Kong Thui with such poor character, certainly Nan Muk cannot be a nobleman either. When Kong Thui was humiliated publicly, he was so angry that he wanted to fight. But Nyan Muk stopped him because he wanted to compete with strength, not fists. The other side talked so much clearly because they didn't believe he had the 15 million to invest, so they wanted to humiliate him in front of everyone. And indeed, Ma Dong has never heard of any wealthy second-generation individual named Nanmuk from Jianthan before. So he assumed that after acquiring Phu Dat he wouldn't have much money left, and his call for investment was just a show. Nanmuk saw that and shouted at Ma Dong to bet with him. Ma Dong, hearing this, immediately thought they were trying to cheat. He immediately insisted that Nanmuk could never have enough 15 million to invest in the Tin Van Electronics Company. Nanmuk's extreme condition was actually quite simple. If Ma Dong loses, you want him to kneel and admit his mistake in front of you, then slap himself 3 times and clearly explain the Phu Dat real estate affair. Otherwise, if Nanmuk loses, I am willing to do whatever the other party asks. After hearing this, Ma Dong feels a bit guilty. He still believes Nanmuk doesn't have the money to invest. But if he truly loses his honor, and reputation will be completely gone. Seeing the other side start to hesitate, Nanmuk provoked him, refusing to let him escape. So what? Are you afraid to bet? Before Ma Dong could answer, he heard another voice. President Ma, everyone here has been waiting to watch the show for half a day. You can't just ruin their fun like that. The one who spoke up was Tang Nin, the second young master of the Tang family, also the leading family in Jiang City. As soon as he saw Dong Ning, Ma Dong's limbs instantly turned stiff and awkward. Unlike a nouveau riche like Nanmuk, he was a genuine second-generation rich kid whose words carried great weight in the circles and could never be offended. Nanmuk also recognized Duong Nin. He is a very influential figure in the Duong family. The materials for Tin Van Group's frame and components are also imported from the Duong family. If you can get to know him, maybe it will be very beneficial for the future development of Tin Van. Dong Nin stepped forward initially, just wanting to listen in on some gossip. But just because of his simple comment, Ma Dong wanted to cancel the betting, but didn't dare out of fear of ruining young Master Dao's mood. However, he paid no mind and focused on rummaging through his bank card in his pocket. Hey, Nyan Muk, suddenly a woman's voice sounded. It was Fang Yueru who had also come here. I advise you not to embarrass yourself anymore, just leave quickly. I don't know if she's truly worried about Nyanmuk or just looking down on him, but Nyanmuk didn't care much about this vain woman and focused only on searching for his card in his pocket. I finally found it, so I handed it to Zhang Boss happily. As a person, just like in business, you must keep your promises. There's enough money on this card. If you agree to cooperate, I can transfer the investment funds to you right now. Mr. Chang Bangrua would never give up this valuable investment, so he nodded quickly and went to get the post machine. He thought Non-Muk looked young and dressed a bit poorly, but every movement showed strong confidence, proving he could be trusted. But before he even reached for the post machine, Ma Dong had snatched Non-Muk's bank card. "You really are an expert at pretending to be crazy," he said angrily, then held up Non-Muk's bank card. "What do you all think, someone who can easily take out 15 million yuan but still uses a regular bank card? Isn't this trying to fool someone?" Many people also agree with Ma Dong's opinion, because if there were several million in the card, he would have become a VIP customer long ago. How could he use such a standard card? Non-Muk remained very calm, snatched back the card from Ma Dong's hand, and said that trying the swipe would show whether there was money or not. At this moment, Chuang Bang Ruu had already brought the card reader. Non-Muk quickly swiped his card, but the machine displayed a message that the account did not have enough funds to complete the transaction. Ma Dong let out a relieved sigh and smirked, mocking that Non-Muk's final trick had been exposed. Non-Muk couldn't help but be shocked. With such an absurd bonus amount, having only spent 20 million on Kong Shui, there's no way he could be missing 15 million. Chuang Bangru found himself in a difficult position, just scratching his head. He thought that Non-Muk was probably just a bored person here to pass the time and cause trouble for fun, but Chuang Bangru's intuition didn't think Non-Muk was that naive. "Non-Muk and Ma Dong, we are not unreasonable people either. Miss Fuang, just say sorry to me and kneel down and it's over." Ma Dong was very happy. Tang Ning also spoke up and told him that the most important thing is to keep your word. Non-Muk has endured hardships, so he must be brave enough to accept the punishment. But Kong Thui refused to accept this, and believed that issues often arose in the banking system when dealing with large transactions. So Kong Shui wanted to contact the bank to send staff over to check the situation quickly, and Ma Dong immediately turned sharply away. He said he didn't have time to stay with them any longer, as other distinguished guests also valued their time highly. Kong Thui then took out his phone to make a call while Non-Muk tried to buy a little more time. "President Ma, who is right and who is wrong will be clear once the bank staff arrive. You're in such a hurry because you're afraid they'll discover there's actually a lot of money in my account, and you have nowhere to hide. I am the boss of a company, and you think I will be afraid of a little parasite like you." After saying that, Ma Dong ordered the bodyguards to surround Non-Muk and force him to kneel and admit his mistake, or he would beat him until he submitted. Non-Muk was determined not to give up. This time he had money, and was no longer someone easy to bully. Li Bu then stood in front of Non-Muk to protect him, but deep down he was also very nervous. Although he has been Kong Thi's bodyguard for many years, fighting 1 against 2 is possible, but now there are 5 or 6 enemies in front of him, so he wouldn't stand a chance. But Li Bu not fighting doesn't mean Non-Muk can't fight. When those thugs approached, Li Bu had no time to react before one was knocked down by his speed. Not only Li Bu, but most of the people present at the scene were quite shocked. Especially Fuang Vutuyet, because this was the first time she realized her ex-boyfriend could fight. Duong Nin was even more interested in him, because Non-Muk, who appears so gentle and fragile, is indeed not someone with great martial skill. Ma Dong even wanted to let someone continue to attack, but by then, the bank staff had already arrived. He even wanted to stop them from working, and this time it was Duong Nin who stepped forward. He thought that since the people had already arrived, he might as well wait a few more minutes to see what exactly was going on. Even if Non-Muk is really showing off, he would still have to make me admit defeat willingly. Ma Dong couldn't say anything more, so he had to just swallow his words and fume silently. The staff checked for a while and found that Non-Muk's available balance wasn't bad. But then the staff turned back to Non-Muk with a look of surprise and asked, "Mr. Tien, may I ask if your working capital has recently reached over 50 million yuan?" Ma Dong snorted dismissively. "The balance isn't bad, and the working capital could even reach 50 million yuan, that's impressive." Non-Muk nodded calmly. The staff member explained that when the bank's working capital is too large, the funds may be frozen, but as long as your cash flow is legal, the freeze will lift automatically, and the bank will even upgrade its services for you. Non-Muk has no problems with investigating the transparency of the funds. He just wants to be able to transfer 15 million yuan to Cheng at once for now. Ma Dong became increasingly anxious, even suspecting that this bank employee was a scammer sent by Kong Thui. With Non-Muk's current appearance, having a liquidity of 50 million yuan is just fooling children. With his attitude, even the bank employee couldn't help but feel offended. He then took out his business card, clearly stating his identity and including his employee ID, so if Ma Dong doubted, he could call to verify. After a quick investigation, the transparency of Non-Muk's funds was verified. His bank account was reactivated and used normally, and the staff also invited him to visit the bank to get a personalized gold card. Upon hearing the words custom-designed gold card, the big bosses here couldn't help but whisper among themselves. As for Ma Dong, he still wouldn't give up. He wanted Non-Muk to transfer the money to Truong Bang's account immediately. Otherwise, he would still consider it a loss. Non-Muk ran out of words. This guy truly believes he's invincible until the end. But this time, when he swiped the payment, the successful transaction message appeared instantly, and Kong Thui let out a sigh of relief before immediately firing back. "Ma Dong, do you have anything left to say now?" Ma Dong seemed to fall into an icy pit, extremely embarrassed, trembling all over and unsure how to handle the situation. At this moment, he again shifted the blame onto Non Mook and Kong Thui for turning Kwai to their backs, trying to pressure him, because he didn't like him, truly a master of turning himself into a victim. Ma Dong, feeling he's a real man and the head of the household, finds kneeling before others truly embarrassing. But at this moment, Duongnin suddenly struck Chuang Ye badly by kicking his knee, forcing him to kneel in front of Non Muk. "You already lost but refuse to admit it. Who spoke just now knows right from wrong but chooses not to fix it, so I've been the one wasting my time." As he spoke, Duongnin kicked Ma Dong in the back, causing him to kneel down. Ma Dong, feeling extremely humiliated, dared not offend Kong Tu Duongye, so he slapped himself 3 times and meekly apologized to Non Muk. But that doesn't mean the matter is over. How could Non Muk forget the truth about the real estate deal of the Fudat Group? After all, Kong Thui is now his subordinate, and he can't let him be smeared with false accusations. Ma Dong was very dissatisfied, but in front of everyone, he still had to admit that the Dat Fu Group's near bankruptcy was rescued by a benefactor. Envious of Kong Thui's good fortune, he deliberately sabotaged him, causing public opinion to change, and realized that Ma Dong was indeed the type of person that Non Muk warned about. Working with him was always risky. Seeing everyone's darting eyes towards him, Ma Dong also felt ashamed and ran away in a panic. As he left, he still couldn't resist giving Non Muk a threatening look, vowing to repay the debt he owed him today and the future. The issue has been resolved, and only then does the toast with wine give Non Muk a proper acknowledgement. He also promised that with his investment, Tinvan Group will certainly do their best not to disappoint him. Non Muk takes the opportunity to start establishing a connection with Duongnin, since today's events were partly a result of his own words. Phuong Vu Tuyet stands there watching Non Muk confidently shake hands with the big bosses, feeling a mix of emotions. She never thought he could really rise to fame in just one night. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became, because she felt that it was all because of Non Muk that she had to be here today. Because after he divorced her, her mother quickly arranged for her to meet Ma Dong, whom someone had introduced before. At first, Phuong Vu Tuyet didn't want to go because Ma Dong was old, ugly, and crude. But her parents are real blood-sucking monsters who only care about money and not their daughter's feelings. Even her mother started crying, saying that if Phuong Vu Tuyet doesn't marry a rich man to get the dowry, her brother won't have the money to get married. The Phuong family is doomed to extinction, so under the pressure of the 3 of them, Phuong Vu Tuyet had to wear the most revealing dress she could find to come here. Seeing how Non Muk looked now, she really had no face left to plead or cry, so she silently left. The investment signing task for Non Muk was successful, earning 10 survival points and a bonus reward of 1 point. The system also recognizes your good performance, so from now on, 10% of your survival points earned will be deducted to maintain your level up, but for you, this is not a good thing. This system not only controls your life, but also wants to charge you a fee for the procedures. So, isn't the better way for Non Muk to squeeze more money out? This matter isn't settled yet, and suddenly Bill runs over looking panicked. "President Non, President Kong, something's wrong." But the company side is starting to cause trouble. Kong Thui turned red with anger. Wasn't it supposed to have the payroll sorted out already? Why is this happening now? Bill won't give up either. Those who took a step forward now have already received their wages. Now they are surrounding the company and claiming it has changed ownership. If so, what should we do if there's no job? Kong Thui ve mat, nan, no kong biet phi lam, sao nan tong chuyen, ne phi exulai the now duan kon phi mat mot toi jian nua moi, ko the bot dao chung ta kong the ku de ho tiep tuk, nu ve duok. 140 ngồi quay lại công ty xem tình hình trước ra. Then he said goodbye to everyone with a wave of his hand. Roadshow President Zhang, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. The POSCO building is tall, beautiful, and orderly outside. Inside, everyone was fighting and smashing heads. You really don't know how to behave. The wages have already been paid, so get out quickly. The workers are still eager. Let us meet Mr. Kong. The wages have been paid, but the project still claims the land as a forest. So what should we do now? Isn't this basically the same as suddenly losing our jobs? The knife was pushed forcefully, and I fell hard to the ground. He, like a mad dog, suddenly pulls out a spear and rushes forward. Damn it, how dare you push me? I will kill you. The spear flies toward the worker, a splash of red spreading on his shirt. The surrounding workers panic. Someone call an ambulance. Ambulance now. Just then, Mystic Master arrived and wondered why it was so noisy. He went in to see move aside and clear the way. Nan Tong and Kong Tong had already returned. Over there, the dispute was still ongoing. Luoi was holding the spear arrogantly, having taken the money and still causing trouble. If we don't teach you a lesson, you won't remember right from wrong. Let him see who dares to come in. The guy behind also added, Big brother is right. If you don't want to get beaten, then leave early and don't dirty Mr. Kong's house. The injured worker hugs his wound, tears streaming down. You bastards, disgusting creatures. Suddenly the crowd disperses as Mr. Kong returns. Kong Shui arrived at the scene and was taken aback. What's going on? Who did this? This must be trouble. Our boss. Kong is here to help you clear this up. And the little bastard also responded. This is just a matter of paying a few 10,000 yuan. He asked the person nearby if the ambulance had been called. The other was sweating profusely. Yes, they called, but it will take 10 minutes for the ambulance to arrive. He's bleeding so much that he probably can't hold on much longer. The worker seems to have collapsed. The project is falling apart. Many of us have no jobs anymore, and my daughter is sick. The doctor said a minor surgery is needed. I have no job left, and I don't know how to pay for the surgery. Mr. Kong, what should we do now? Kong Shui grits his teeth. Restrain those two bastards first for me. Following orders, he approached the two guys. The buzz cut was passionately bragging about how today, with the help of his brother, no one would dare cause trouble here again. Seeing his suspicious face, Bill's men looked worried. Bill, what's wrong with you? Did we do something wrong? Bill looked at the two fools breaking their fingers with a cracking sound, and wondered why President Kong was coming after two idiots like them as the sky seemed ready to fall with them. Muke approached the worker, anger on his face, holding his breath. Then suddenly the system sent a message. He's still breathing, but there's no way to save him. He's going to die for sure. Muke thought to himself, that's right, since the system controls my life, maybe it also has a way to save others. Does the system have a way to save him? I can't just let him die here. A series of lines appeared on the screen, indicating that after leveling up, the system shop will sell revival medicines that can be purchased with survival points. Then the system shop icon appeared faintly on the screen, while the rest had not yet been unlocked, and he silently assessed. The store only unlocks 3 types of potions: strength, agility, and stamina, which currently have no effect. Mew asked again, is there another way? The system responds that it can consume survival points to extend this person's life for a certain number of minutes. After calculation, the host needs to spend 12 survival points to ensure their continued survival. If the host decides to save the person, please reply with confirm. Note that this function can only be used once, so please think carefully. Are you sure you want to respond? Confirm. He silently thought, eyes half open, watching him die. What's the difference between that and the two scumbags? Moreover, his death here would have a huge impact on the real estate trading center. The system immediately notified after hearing the answer with 12 survival points in the afternoon, leaving 11 points remaining. At the same time, the breathless person suddenly regained consciousness, and the worker sitting nearby was relieved. Glad he was breathing again. Try hard to save him. An ambulance is coming. Boo approached with the 2 tigers already tied up. Non-boss, Kong boss, has already tied up those 2 scoundrels. Those 2 kneeling and crying, Chairman Kong, Brother Boo, we're doing this for the good of the company. You can't do this to us. Mordor, hearing this, doubled his caution, and Loi looked at the man in front of him in surprise. It's you. Loi, who was begging just moments ago, now looks at Muck with contempt. That guy Na has no money, and is here to ask for help from our Kong Tong. Thuy, when called, asks what's going on, Nan Tong. Mot Loi nyat neodap an hoi bon ho, di mot chan dam man len Loi. Bu chan chao ro rang dung cho chai man Loi. Kan rang dap toi noi gi toi noi ten nai chon dan mat truk tip no 50 fan tien lai chao. He also said he could pay it back, and would do so by tomorrow, and the guy next to him also chimed in, that's right, President Kong. Even if this guy can't pay now, there's no rush. His sister is very beautiful. Even if sold on the black market, she's worth at least 800,000 or a million. Thuy sat, wanting to vomit blood. Do you all think my company is a gang? Are you trying to kill me? Then Shui turned to Mu to explain President Nan. You also know the previous situation of your company. Ma Dong said he had a way to make money. Let them come with me. I really had no other choice, so I told them, but I never intended to harm anyone. That's right, but now Fu Dai has been bought out by you, and no longer owes money abroad. Mew Man walked over and kicked that greedy guy. The workers were surprised to see the boss revenge for them, as these 2 had bullied us many times before. Truly, heaven has eyes, karma is real, and that young man turned out to be the company's new owner. The ambulance has arrived, everyone is joyfully making way. The medics are rushing to bring in the stretcher. Clear the way, clear the way. They quickly took the injured person to the ambulance and ordered others to clear the way. He's still savable, an urgent blood transfusion is needed. Everyone, please don't block the way. Thuy sighed in relief. Luckily, nothing serious happened. Thinking about it, he turned to look at his boss, then carefully arranged the plans for the workers first. Thuy hesitating. But you continued saying that today's plan no longer requires searching for another project. Just keep them here, so we don't have to worry about employment issues anymore. The workers got noisy again, asking if, since they already owe us 6 months' wages, would staying now just prolong the delay in payment. That's right, if you continue to delay wages this time and run away with the loot, where can we find you? They looked serious and replied, everyone, don't worry. The company will sign contracts with everyone to ensure wages are paid, and your safety at work, and at the end of the year, you will also receive bonuses. He silently thought that in the previous life his father fell and broke his leg working at the farm, and because there was no contract he didn't receive compensation, which left him crippled and without a job. The workers saw this, and cheered up hearing that talented and prestigious employees all had contracts. If the company doesn't follow what's in the contract, they'll be fined or sent to the police station. Hearing this, the person nearby replied, "So this is actually a good thing, he won't turn against us, right?" The group of workers, seeing Boda alive, gathered around Muke again. Bill looked on, sighing in amazement. "The first time I heard about signing contracts and giving bonuses to workers following his advice, sooner or later, would lead to bankruptcy." Shichi sighed and said if the company didn't have him, it would have gone bankrupt long ago. Bill frowned. Just because he has money and ability doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants. I think today's investment by the company, together with all these issues, shows there's something wrong with his mind. He pointed to the two things over there. Yes, how should these two Otcon guys be dealt with? Every time he looks at him, it's irritating. See how President Nan reacts. Mukli quickly responds straightforwardly. Handle it as needed, protect the company's reputation, so that no disadvantages will arise later. There are also injured workers tonight. All medical expenses will be covered by the company, and this situation must not happen again. Theswang nodded, understood President Nan. I will handle the next steps and ensure no issues occur. Muke nodded, all right, I'll go now. She ordered Lai Bill to bring President Nan home, but he waved his hand saying, I don't need to. I'll go by myself. After he left, she patted Bill on the shoulder, saying he's a person with goals, and truly has a talent for business more than I do. Wait a bit longer, maybe you'll have to change your view of him, let's trust him this once. The scene shifts to Nyan Muk's house and the whole room is filled with silence. Muk wondered to himself, could it be that his parents didn't come home today? As soon as he opened the door, Dao was already waiting for him. Hey Nyan Muk, why are you back so late? He smiled and replied that he had some work at the company and would be home a bit late. She grinned mischievously, brother Nan Muk. I noticed that you're trying even harder at work now than before. Is it because you're about to marry Sister Vu Tuyet and want to earn more money? He gently patted her head and said, what are you talking about nonsense? I will take you somewhere tomorrow. Mu looked at Dao and thought before Mo Dao's wish was to live in a big house, and now this wish is finally coming true. Dao is curious, where is this? Can you tell me now or not? The mysterious guy replies, not yet, you'll find out tomorrow. He said that and then headed to his room. It's too late now, so I should rest. Dao looked at him with some worry. Over the past 2 days, Nan Muk has been acting so mysteriously like he's become a different person. Muknam on the bed, pondering silently. Can the system's lunar eye master control his life, and even extend others' lives? Or does it have other functions as well? He stared at his hand with the strange tattoo, a glowing red dot in the middle, radiating magical beams, or maybe that's all there is. Suddenly, the system notification appeared, confirming the surroundings were safe, and asking if the host could enter the system space. Mu Huang hurriedly sat up, and the scene around his room twisted into a disturbing shape, objects bending as if something was squeezing them. He had been transported to another space, surrounded only by sky and clouds. As the system prompt reappeared, is the host ready to receive the inheritance? Manly asked anxiously what the inheritance was. He looked down at his feet where the ground was also the sky, but reflected an image of a middle-aged man in a robe, instantly realizing this was himself before rebirth. The system quickly explains that the reincarnation of the host leads to the collapse of time and space, with each day's survival point being used both for consumption and to maintain the stability of the universe. However, since the universe is unaffected by external forces, the host now needs to accept the transfer of the Divine Lord's inheritance, or the world will soon be destroyed. Are you saying the world will be destroyed so quickly? The system didn't care when the process had started. It just announced that it was preparing to transfer the inheritance. Annoyed and resistant, he looked up at the sky loudly and said, I'm not ready yet, what is going on? Then he seemed to have returned to his room, but suddenly felt dizzy, only hearing the muffled system notification that after the inheritance had ended, the system would be restricted and no longer assign tasks to the host. He raised his hand to look the mark unchanged, but his eyes growing blurry, everything gradually turning dark. He was about to close his eyes in discomfort when he thought, this system, damn it, has been deceiving me from the very beginning. After a moment, a notification appeared, indicating that the inheritance was successfully completed, and the 10 hosts checked their own interfaces, and suddenly they could open their eyes. The character grimaced, holding their head with their hand as the system's voice continued coldly. Check your own host interface. The information panel displays the words, Survival Points, 10, Strength, Level, 13, Innate Attribute, Talent, Agility, Level 3, Basic Abilities, Luck, Wealth, Physique, Level 3, Inheritance unlocked. 1% confusing question. Isn't the prime inheritance already finished? Why is the progress only 1%? The system immediately explains that the basic attributes of the host are insufficient, so they cannot temporarily acquire all inheritance abilities. Muke begrudgingly trudges toward the door, muttering about how the system is a liar. Forget it, as long as I stay alive one day, I'll understand all this. At the same time, Zhao is in front of his room holding an apple plate and worriedly wondering why Non-Muk hasn't woken up yet. Perhaps he's just too tired. The door suddenly opened. Muk just stepped out, and seeing her, he called out Mong Zhao. Zhao pouted sad and said, Non-Muk, didn't you say today you would take me somewhere? The look of displeasure before disappeared, and he gently patted her head, saying, I almost forgot we'll be leaving soon. As they happily strolled along the sidewalk in Jiang City, a few pedestrians passed by on either side. Suddenly Zhao looked across the street and saw a familiar figure and wondered, oh, isn't that Miss Vu Tuyet Zhao? Yes, it was indeed. A chubby blonde man with a smug look was draping his arm around Tuyet, but she didn't seem to mind, and appeared to be enjoying it. Zhao worriedly asked Non-Muk, does she and them want to go to the hotel? Vu Tuyet seems to be acting strange. Why is she here? Muk quickly took her hand and pulled Zhao aside, saying that is her choice, just ignore it. In the Lam Thui Port real estate sales department, Zhao still asked anxiously, Mr. Nya, Muk, what happened between you two? Why are you changing the subject? Don't say anything else. Let's go see the house first, or else the sellers will finish work soon. A pink-haired girl, seemingly a real estate agent, greeted Mr. Mew with a yawn and a dismissive wave, saying, hello sir, do you want to see the house? But she looked down on him. If you want to see the house, go check out the smaller housing area over there. You just need to make an initial payment, and the rest can be paid gradually. At this moment, feeling a bit worried, I asked Mr. Namuk, is this real estate under Chengtian Group's portfolio? The prices are too high. Do you really want to buy it? Muke nodded with a smile and said, yes, I want to buy a villa. Isn't that what you've always wanted, a spacious house? She was so flustered she stammered and said, I'll gift you a villa. The pink-haired woman folded her arms and sneered, sir, do you know the price of the villa we have here? Are you sure you want to buy our villa? Muke didn't mind the rude attitude, and confidently said, yes, I want to buy the villa, because at that moment he thought Muke probably couldn't really buy a house. She blushed, bashfully tugging at your sleeve, and whispering, Mr. Namuk, let's just go. She continued to speak insolently, selling all her clothes for less than 200 yuan, yet still wanted to buy the villa, unable to contain her anger. At this moment she must not be allowed to speak about Mr. Namuk that way. Then she took Muk's hand and pulled him away, saying in frustration, Nah Muk, let's stop watching and go. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere asked unexpectedly, Nah Muk, is that Nah Muk? It was Phi who sent a message. What a coincidence. It's really you. I saw you earlier and hardly believed it. Muke also extended his hand and responded, Hua Fi, it's been many years since we last met, but instead of shaking hands, Fi withdrew his hand, leaving him speechless. The man with purple hair and a sneaky look is Hua Fi, 23 years old, a small-time entrepreneur and Mook's classmate from his family. He disdainfully spoke up, you haven't changed at all. I remember your family's situation wasn't good, your clothes were from street vendors, and you could wear the same shirt for years. Muk put his hands in his pockets and asked Phi what he was doing now, secretly thinking that if I remember correctly, Hua Phi was running some small business that went bankrupt within a few years. He just laughed and replied casually, doing some small business transactions, planning to buy a house in advance. You're here to look at the house too. Let me tell you, don't buy those small apartments, it's embarrassing to say out loud. Seeing this, the assistant immediately flattered Phi to gain favor. That's right, a house also serves to prove a person's status and position. Living in a small apartment is naturally not the same as being in a mansion. Someone like the young owner here is truly handsome and talented, and when the girl praised him, he puffed up his chest proudly and arrogantly said, No, I only have a bit of money in my hands. Phi looked at the gold watch on his wrist, then appeared busy. I have a business to discuss later. Moo's house, I think you're probably not busy, right? Let me tidy up my house first, so I don't waste your time. In response to his condescension, Mew just smiled and said, Fine, I don't have anything to do either, you choose first. Don't let your business talk waste time. Zhao, standing nearby, was very annoyed and frowned, saying they are truly bullying people too much. Chen and Phi turned away directly, and she quickly introduced the wealthy guest. The owner promised, Do you want to see our high-end houses? We have a property in this area that's quite nice. Muk had tolerated enough, so he turned away, but didn't forget to remind Zhao go outside and call a phone booth. I'll be back soon. Your face shows an angry expression, a silent judgment, a group with limited vision. After being briefly introduced to the luxurious house, Phi immediately pulls out a gold-plated bank card, hands it to the staff and says, No need to say more, take this one. I want it now. I'm in a hurry and ready to pay. Chen was surprised to hear that, so she asked again to confirm, This house is 2 million and you want to buy it now. She's thrilled inside, thinking she hit the jackpot with such a huge deal. Just closing this contract could earn her several thousand in commission. It's truly great. Phi, showing the cold and detached demeanor of a CEO, calmly replied, That's right, I'll take it now. Is there a problem? He silently thought of Mu, whose achievements have always been better than his. Also more liked by girls. Now he finally has a chance to outdo him, to see what he has that he can't compare to himself. After finalizing the house purchase, Phi looked over where Mu was standing earlier, but only saw Dao, who approached and asked teasingly, Mu, where are you? What's wrong? Can't face embarrassment. So you ran away right away, came the reply. I want to buy the house. How can I run away? So it's Mew now walking leisurely over and saying, I have some things to discuss. Please wait a little longer. Fi sneered and replied contemptuously, how do you plan to buy a house? Do you need me to help you with some advice? Not only that, he also pretended to be compassionate by offering to help Muck's father. That's right, Muck is your father still working on the construction site. Tell him to come to my place. I will let him lay 2 fewer bricks and give him a few hundred more yuan each month. Anyway, it's better than suffering elsewhere. Seeing how poorly you're struggling and how pitiful you are helping you is also a way to accumulate virtue. Now unable to hold back any longer, I burst out loudly. Don't think that having a bit of money means you can freely trample on others' dignity. The money Uncle Nan earns also comes from his own hard work, so I'm no nobler than him. Fi shrugged innocently and justified himself. I'm helping him, so how could it be called trampling on his dignity and society? Only money is the real principle. Chào ding mang tip anh nhung dabi muk ngan kan chào chào mai nhạ hua phi itot chua chào toi sin nhan trong long neo nhu. Cho noi nhung loi, kio vai dung trach toi khong na ting da tung laban hok. Bai nak and jo thi fili and tu I lay te chok vau ngwai, muk roi tip tuk noi, en yung loi, ko ngay toi tot bung jup cow. You actually want to lecture me really poor, but with your own reasoning so daring, but you don't understand a thing. Tran sneered, and looked at you with contempt, then asked, are you going to buy a house or not? What's the point of talking so much? Fi spits on the ground and orders her to kick him out. This is not a place with security guards, do it now, and ruin my mood to buy a house. Suddenly, a male employee approaches and hands him a gold card politely, saying, Mr. Nan, this is our bank's gold card. He quickly takes it and steps aside. You've gone through a lot just to come here. The male employee also smiled and answered, serving you is my honor. Fi was very confused by this. Suddenly, Director Duong stepped out and asked angrily, what's all this noise here? Ah, Tran, what's going on? Tran stood up, pointed at the target's face, and loudly said, Director, this person clearly cannot buy our house and is lying here. He then took out a gold-plated card, smiled lightly and asked, are you saying I can't afford it? It seems that Duong has realized something. She has startled eyes wide open, quickly bowing respectfully and saying, Sir, I sincerely apologize for the trouble earlier. I will personally attend to you now. What do you need? When Tran saw this, she couldn't help but be surprised and asked loudly in confusion, Director, what are you doing? He's the one causing chaos in our sales department. This makes Duong even more uncomfortable. Luo Tung suddenly said, Sir, my employees have eyes but don't see Mount Tai. They just spoke a bit disrespectfully earlier. Please forgive them. Fi immediately interrupted the conversation, holding up a notebook and speaking irritably. Director Duong, right? Mr. Hua, do you know what the gold card in Mr. Nan's hand is? Fi furrowed his brow, confused, and replied, isn't it just a card? I am also a VIP customer of the bank. His eyes widened in astonishment. Fi's eyes fixed tightly on the gold card as he hesitated and said, You, how could you be VIP? Are you secretly involved? Holding a gold card grants immense power, and he relaxed, thinking that these 2 villas are conveniently located in Hoang Kim district. A few years later, house prices will soar, and making several times the profit is no problem at all. Thinking this, he turned to Director Duong and asked how much the 2 villas in the middle cost, and she replied, these 2 villas are the same price, each costing 10 million yen. Without hesitation, Muck placed the card on the table and calmly said, fine, I'll buy it. Nak song dao tron mat kinnak. Chen hoi bat ngon yung ngay sau do ko ta vui fechat loi fang atien, sing hien tai toi sa di gyup ang hoan ta tutuk ngay. Suddenly, Mew became annoyed, put down the card and asked if I wanted her to touch it. This $2,000 deal can be used as a credit for anyone, not you. Director Duong stepped in saying that this matter will be personally handled by me to assist Nan Tien Sin. Ah, Chun, starting tomorrow, you don't need to come here anymore. Chun looked confused and hesitated before saying, Fi gently placed his hand on her shoulder with a half-smile, old friend. I really didn't expect you to be so good at causing trouble. Now I feel like I've been unfair. How about we go grab a drink later? Director Duong spoke up, asking the person to leave, and immediately 2 security guards stepped in to hold Fi firmly. One of them said, don't move, be honest. Fi grimaced and said, what are you doing, old friend? Just say a word for me. Do you really have to watch them drag me out like this? Isn't the person who just said they wanted to call security to throw me out? Fi tensed up and pushed back against the guards. I didn't. I already apologized to you. A security guard stepped forward and said bluntly, get out, but you still didn't give up, struggling and waiting a moment. As for the target, you completely ignored him and mumbled, System, can this luck skill check the luck of others and how can I use it? Then a system prompt appears briefly. Introducing its basic functions, the host can observe the luck of people or objects. Thinking that simply wanting to is enough, the basic ability the luck host can use the skill to recognize treasure artifacts. Mew falls into contemplation, understanding that as long as I think I can see other people's luck, these 2 skills seem quite practical. Over here, Fi frowned angrily. Nanmuk, what are you showing? If you think things through, we could still have a meal together. Mute calmly replied, I see the crease between your eyebrows has darkened things, definitely won't be easy lately as old friends. I advise you to work more carefully or you'll regret it too late. Immediately Phi becomes furious and starts yelling at me. Non-muck, what good is money to you? Even with money, you're still just a rural bumpkin. Muke remains calm and composed with kindness that others don't understand. In another scene, Tran bowed her head and said, Director, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Director Duong simply replied, No need for more words, she said firmly. Go to the payroll office to get your salary. Tran nervously kneels and pleads, her voice trembling. Director, my father has been ill for many years. If I lose my job, he will just wait to die. Zhao, standing beside Muck, speaks up, Mr. Non-Muck, she's very pitiful. Muck understands Zhao's meaning, so he says, let her go back. Everyone has struggled hard. Giving her another chance is enough. Following Muck's advice, Director Duong nodded gently. If Non Tietsin had spoken up, then she would give her a chance. Hearing this, Tran was overjoyed and thanked Non Tietsin for forgiving her, promising to do her best from now on. At the same time, Mu sensed something from Zhao and thought to himself that Gong Zhao's luck was like the color yellow. She would definitely live a good life this time. Suddenly, he overheard the conversation of two older women discussing a good young man, talented and generous, and wondered if he was looking for a girlfriend. They suggested introducing a girl around her age, just like Zhao. Wow, you hug Zhao tightly and thank her. She's my girlfriend and today I brought her here to buy a house. Then you whisper, I don't want to go on a blind date, Zhao. Please cooperate with me a little. For a moment, Mu looked at Zhao with concern and asked Zhao, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? She immediately turned her face away and replied, I'm fine, brother Mu. Suddenly the phone rings and you look at the name on it, Phuong Vu Tuyet. Zhao feels a bit worried when she sees Muck's face turn pale, quietly wondering why suddenly Na Muck is like that. Tai Muk Roy Ram Nyap Vow, Hop Thu Dien Thuai Dong Tin Nan Tuyet Kiden Hin Ra Mo Phong, 606 Than Tien Kuam Nyamuk. Ang Chong Anin Fautin and Yan Truok Mat Mot Ingi Loy Len Trong Daule, Nao Phuong Fu Tuyet Di Khak San Foi Madong. Immediately, Zhao hurried to speak, her voice full of concern, even though she didn't know exactly what had happened between the two of them. But right now, Miss Vu Tuyet was in danger, and if he didn't go, he would definitely regret it. In contrast to Zhao's worried appearance, Mok looked very calm and answered her indifferently that this matter was no longer his concern. Lin Tin, what are you saying? If you don't go now, it'll really be too late. Zhao understood what you were about to say, and interrupted, reassuring him that everything was fine, and telling him to go quickly to save Vu Tuyet. Hearing her words, Mu was reassured and immediately ran off, not forgetting to remind her to wait here for him while he went to see Lin Tin. Room 606 at Thien Thien Hotel, Dong struggles to pull the towel over her face, her cheeks flushed, speaking with a trembling voice, looking surprisingly heavy and more appealing than I imagined. Don't touch me, don't. Although she said that he didn't care at all and even got angry, gritting his teeth as he questioned her. Don't be, I have money and power if you follow me. You're still not satisfied your family introduced you to me. Isn't it because they want me to observe you all for themselves? Snow was momentarily startled by his words, her voice trembling as she begged, please let me go, let me go. Dong smiles mysteriously, his eyes full of implication as he softly asks, so you agreed to keep me company, but now you're pretending to be innocent with me. Tightening his grip, he suddenly pushes her onto the bed, roughly tearing her shirt apart and loudly declared, it's already this late, and you're still pretending to hold back. Wasn't that your own decision to come here in the first place? Shui is suddenly startled, hurriedly covering the torn fabric with her hands, her body trembling. Don't. The sound of a door opening outside makes Dong stop in his tracks. He instantly turns around in anger and roars loudly, who? A shadow stands at the door, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a phone, looking very relaxed. Dong Gay Go, so it's you, huh? How did you get in here? His face darkened, but he didn't hurry to respond. Calmly, he spoke, don't worry about how I got in, I've recorded everything from earlier, from what you did. Hearing this, he was immediately stunned, quickly jumped out of bed, and eager and furious demanded, why did you do that? Give me the phone. Suddenly, he kicked directly into Dong's stomach without hesitation, causing him to be struck hard and doubled over in pain as if his internal organs had turned upside down. He groaned and knelt down the pain, making his whole body cramp, but he still gritted his teeth and spat out each word. Son, you dare to betray me. I don't just want to sleep with your woman, I will also find someone to punish and teach you a lesson so you will know how powerful I am. Without letting him utter another useless word, Muke quickly kicked his cheek. He firmly asked, say it again, and Dong, his face swollen from the hit, deliberately challenged with a defiant look. I told you you're just a doomed loser. No matter how hard you try, no woman will look at you, scum. Then suddenly I kicked him right in the stomach, causing him intense pain, and hurriedly begged, don't hit anymore. I was wrong, spare me, if you hit again, you'll ruin me. Mu ak hong hok to toan dan chung dororang hong trang hoi, chon gian dang bunglen. Cao li in hin tuyet they ko. Dumat giu chat man hai, rach giong thap shuang ko chiu qua, non muk unquan sat vi mat ne kua ko, ta tu hoi chu yen, givai sao lai, nu the ne. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind that Phuong Vu Tuyet was drugged by Mondong. Ma quickly picked Tuyet up and announced, I'll take her to VCAP C8 to help her sober up a bit. Tuyet was soaking in the bath, the warm steam swirling around her before she could speak. He calmly ordered her to leave first. Muk, still in the bathroom, froze his low voice. Something's wrong, call me if there's any issue. Dong outside, grimacing with hatred, he crawled on the ground, thinking to himself that bastard Na Phuong Vu Tuyet is the one who brought herself here. Let's see how many times you can save her. Muk just stepped out and immediately kicked him hard in the butt. His deep voice rang out, Major Ma, do you want to leave like that? Dong's face is all bruised from Muke. I've already fought him. I haven't even touched his people. What more do you want? Muke steps forward, hand in my pocket, and asks, how did you bring Feng Vu Tuyet here in the first place? You haven't forgotten, right? With the cameras as proof, if you're not afraid, you can leave now. Dong slowly gets up. Damn it, Muk, what do you really want to do? You look down on him disdainfully, then arrogantly say, isn't it true, you have money? If you want to buy women with money, then, now, if you don't want the video on camera to be leaked, just pay some money to keep quiet. After all, it's not a big loss. Inside Mu's mind, he calculates that selling a bit of his survival point to Ma Dong might not be too bad since it's all for the people. He paused slightly, and asked again, extorting money. You want to cooperate with Feng Vu Tuyet? Then I won't give Ma Dong any chance to get money from me. Mu shrugged as if it was nothing. Fine, since you've refused, don't regret it tomorrow when you see it online. Boss Ma, the boss finally panicked and said, so you think everyone in this Paradise Hotel listens to you? The director will check the cameras for you. I won't fall into your trap. Muk held out a card and threatened, you probably won't believe it, but I happen to know the hotel director. Chief Ma was panic-stricken. How could you handle the urgent needs of the hotel? You hold up the card and ask, so has Chief Ma already made up his mind? Huh, I secretly marvel. Luckily, Director Yang also came here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get this room card. The boss finally couldn't stay calm anymore, sweat pouring down his face as he compromised. How much money do you want? Is 5 million enough? He thought if this guy uploads all the videos online, his life will be ruined forever. Moy gently prices at 40 million, a large figure, prompting the boss to exclaim 40 million, while at this moment Tuyet is bathing in another room. She stands under the lotus flower with a tired expression. Tong lamely complained to Muke. I really don't have that much money. 30 million is 30 million. Okay. He nodded. Alright then, I hope Mr. Ma keeps his word, or I really don't know when these photos will be exposed. At this moment, Tuyet had finished her shower, wrapped in a towel, and went out to face the panicked president. A grim-faced replacement, and President Ma hadn't left yet. It seems that 30 million is just a small matter to him. The boss immediately ran off, muttering while running, damn it today, I'm unlucky. I fell at your hands, just wait for me. Muk asked Tuyet if she was okay, and she gratefully took his hand, saying thank you earlier, non-Muk. He waved his hand and turned to leave. It's okay, I'll go first. Tuyet held his hand back and asked non-Muk, you really want to spend 15 million to invest in Tin Van Corporation? Muke, feeling annoyed, sneered sarcastically. Didn't you see me transferring money to Tin Van right there? Tuyet pressed on, asking how suddenly he had so much money, where it came from, and Muke disappointedly questioned her back. Is money more important than feelings to her? If she values money so much, why does she want to be with me? He pushed her away, then walked towards the door, leaving Tuyet trembling alone safe. Now she thought to herself and figured out how to go home. Real estate sales office of Lam Thui Port Mu, approaching the sofa, calling out Mok Jiao. Jiao looked up and said, Officer Non Mu, has everything been settled now? Muok smiled happily, feeling relieved. After saying that, he turned to Director Duong to express his gratitude, thanking Director Duong this time. Director Duong nodded softly and stood up. They all belong to the Cheng Tian Company, and you are also one of our major clients, so helping you is what we should do. Mu Zhoa patted Zhao Kuang's head and asked gently, are you feeling feverish? The girl replied, a little, mainly because it's almost quitting time, and Director Duong has been here with me the whole time. He took the business card from Director Duong, handed over and said, I will pay first, but the rest of the procedures will continue tomorrow. I've wasted too much of your time. At Ma Dong's office, the old monk sat angrily examining his facial wound and shouted, damn it, do you even know how to apply medicine or not? My subordinates asked Mr. Ma, who beat you up like this? We will find someone to deal with him. The others said, who else could it be? Who else would beat two people into this state, then find that person? The blonde apprentice who got beaten up while applying medicine to Dong muttered, it's Nan Muk again, ruining our plans several times. This time, they even dared to bully President Ma, and he yelled painfully after being hit on the cheek, suffering terribly. He glared with a resentful look and said, wait a moment, go investigate Fang's whereabouts first. I want to see what kind of tricks that bitch Fang is planning. Dong hugged his mother, thinking 30 million, no matter what, I must get that bitch into my hands first. Mr. Phuong sat anxiously with his wife, watching the clock. It's been a whole day, why hasn't Xiao Tuyet returned yet? Mrs. Phuong, with a knowing look, scolded him, you're really not coming back isn't a good thing, so maybe that Mrs. Dong saw us and kept Xiao Tuyet overnight. Just then, Tuyet walked in and said, Mom, I'm home. Mrs. Fuang happily approached and asked Xiao Tuyet how did things go with Mother Tong. It's so late. I thought you wouldn't come back tonight. Tuyet replied, no, I didn't get any results with Mother Tong. Mrs. Fuang continued to question why is it like that. Tuyet sobbed and wiped her tears soaking her shirt. Mom, I drank with Non-Muk all night. He drugged my wine and took me to a hotel. It was Non-Muk who saved me. Mr. Fuang, hearing Non-Muk's name, showed a reaction and kept asking Non-Muk, you broke up and still come to cause trouble. What do you want? Tuyet choked and said, Non-Muk doesn't seem the same as before. He has invested 15 million into an investment club, and rumor has it, he also bought a real estate company. Mrs. Fuang paced back and forth, grinding her teeth and contemplating. It seems he's become wealthy. We absolutely can't let go of such a good son-in-law. Tuyet heard that, and sadly said to her, Mom, Non-Muk and I have already broken up. Mrs. Fuang grabbed her by the shoulders. You fool, I forbid you to say that he has money. You must bring him back. Have you heard? Hey guys, your skills are pretty good. You're not a professional player, are you? Loy pulled up a chair to continue the game. Modesty. Right, I really think your skills are not ordinary. Let's settle this. Loy then took out a pack of cigarettes and proposed 2 rounds, 1-on-1. Vu politely declined. There's not much time left. Another guy grabbed his shoulder and threatened him. I've watched you play all morning. Your friend is really good. Why not join a quick match for fun? Loy began to issue a challenge, adding a few annoying conditions. Just playing for fun gets pretty boring, so let's do that. The loser has to buy a pack of cigarettes for all the guys here and call the winner dad deal. Vu thought it was a sure thing, very confident, put in his earphones with a smug, look alright, I'll do as you say. He thought happily, eager to prove himself. 2 hours later, the screen shows Vu lost with a score of 3-20. He looks up at the screen and Loy smirks saying, don't worry, winning or losing is normal, just relax. Vu stood up but was stopped by a guy in a green shirt. Bro, you wanna leave, so you're not keeping your word. He pushed away the hand, turned around and thought angrily, what did I just say? Don't block my way. What bad luck, your girlfriend is rushing to ask for money, and now you've run into 2 scammers in the internet cafe. Lo explained, pointing and giving an order. If anyone refuses to follow the rules, hit them for me. Vu later had to face punches from a group of 3 or 4 people. Now, at Non-Muk's house, he looked at the 13 survival points on the system screen, realizing the house purchase had consumed them. But yesterday, I lost a point. Why does it feel like the survival points are decreasing more and more this system? The system responds because it has deducted the necessary survival points for the upgrade, but if it's the host's own doing, there shouldn't be any problem. Crossing his legs on the bed with a tired look, what do you really want to upgrade to? And how many survival points do you need? The system continued to explain, stating that the outcome after leveling up would be determined by the host's thoughts. After leveling up, the system will have a physical form, so the host should pay attention to their thoughts, check their chin and decide based on their own thinking. Suddenly, someone calls and Gong looks at the phone with a puzzled expression. Why is it Fuangvu Tuyet? Hello, a voice came from the other side. Jiangmu said, there was something he wanted to tell you. Within a second, he furrowed his brow in confusion, wondering what this family was planning and what trouble they were up to now. Miss Fuang seemed unfazed as she amended her words. Non-Muk, don't you still want to marry our little Tuyet? It's not impossible. First, all your bank accounts must be handed over to us men. Marry no matter how much money they have, it's useless. Then when you enter our household, anyone in the family who encounters trouble, you must unconditionally withdraw and cannot refuse. As long as you do these 2 things, you can marry Xiao Tuo. Do you have anything to say? Miu coldly laughed and wanted to speak, but the other side hurriedly responded, so tell me then, it's better if you be careful you can't hold back anymore, and yelled, get out. The Lam Thui Port Sales Department manager handed Miuk a document. Mr. Nan Tien, all your contracts and procedures have been processed. Seeing that something seemed off, he asked Mr. Non-Mook, what's wrong with you? Director Duong has been standing around for half a day playing, and he doesn't care about her. Finally, Miu also raised his head, handed over the stack of documents, and said, oh sorry. Director Duong smiled generously. No problem, Mr. Nantien. Do you need to review the documents again? Miuk stood up politely and said, no need. Thank you, Director Duong. She responded, you're welcome, Mr. Nan. Feel free to come again anytime if there's any issue. In the streets of Jiang City on a morning, some people pass by, and Miuk and Dao coincidentally see Tuyet walking on the road. Miuk called with a confident tone, Nanvu Tuyet. She turned around and said, Nan-Mook, sure enough, you're here. You asked unhappily, what are you here to find me for again? Miuk thought I already made everything clear. Why isn't Fuangda dead yet? Tuyet pleads, Tuvu beat someone at the internet cafe. Now the other side wants us to pay 5,000,000 to settle 10 people. Miuk pulls Dao's hand past her. Her brother caused trouble. What does that have to do with me? Tuyet refuses to let go of Muk's hand and says, Muk, we can go to a hotel, isn't it true? You've always wanted to take the next step with me now that I agree. Muk furiously slaps her. He sharply says, the Fuangvu Tuyet I like is someone who knows dignity and has limits, not someone who would sell her body for money like she is now. Tuyet was crying, but Tuvu is still at the internet cafe. We really don't have that much money. I truly don't know what to do anymore. Muke clenched his teeth in anger and said, I'll help her, but I have one condition. Don't use Fwang's issue to bother me anymore. Tuyet was worried, but they are my family, and the only person I can trust is you. If Muck leaves, then there's nothing left to say. Jiao Mui Long, said Brother Man. Muck, are you really not going to help? Look at how truly heartbroken Vu Tuyet seems. Muck is determined not to go. What does Fwang Vu have to do with me? Man, Muck. Jiao clenched his fists in front of him. Brother Man. Muke, you weren't always such a cold person before. Although I don't know what happened between you and Vu Tuyet, she must have run out of options and come to you. Can a love that lasted so long really just be over like that? Mu ni nu me dap da bifai mo tu kep truok roy. Noi nu ve nung move on ko chut lo long trong long ko I that su het kach roy sao nung Fwang Vu. Hai ne ba bualai ge hoa kan ban la thoi bo di. Jiao told you to go back first. I'll go to the internet cafe. Jiao cares about you, so be careful. Muck was really angry. Ho didn't give anyone away. Does he think I'm Hello Kitty? Wait for me. At the internet cafe, Vu was grabbed by the head, his face bruised, warned that if he hurt my brother, he'd better have the money ready to bring here. Vu shouted back, they're all the same bunch of liars. The thugs circle around laughing and joking, having beaten each other all night, and finally this idiot realizes that the leader contemptuously says, if you keep provoking our boss Ma without bringing the money, I'll cut off one of your fingers and send it to your house. A guy sitting at the internet cafe front desk looks angry when someone approaches, saying this cafe isn't open today, come back another day, but Mew still approaches, making him furious. I said we're not open today, are you deaf, or what? He punched him hard and said get out of the way, and don't block my path. The other guy fell back, blood spitting out of his nose, and the others threatening Vu, turned to look, while Zhao's leader was stunned, non-muck. A person snaps a red potion in their hand among quite a few people, and I happen to be able to practice my skills. Drink the potion now. System notification. Strength level 7, agility level 3, stamina level 3, survival points 10. A red aura engulfs the target. You clenched your fist, thinking that spending 3 survival points for a strength potion was more than enough to deal with these bastards. Vu shouted, Non-muck, you definitely came here because of my sister, right? Hurry up and give the money. What are you showing off for over there? After threatening Loi with a thug, Non-muck said, you also owe us 5,000,000 totaling 1 million. Hand over the money, and we'll let him go. Muck asked again, why should I give you the money? Vu shouted, stop staring at me like that. No wonder my whole family dislikes you. Why are you so slow when you work? Hurry up and give the money. Muck with a fierce look approached and said, don't move, stay still, and don't say another word. A hand suddenly appeared in front of Loi before he could regain his composure, causing him to fall onto the computers behind him with the old gold knife. The henchman immediately rushed forward. Lee yelled, all of you attack him. Lee raised his phone to call and report, boss, the target is here, you guys go in and face him. Vu lying on the ground, clutching his stomach in disbelief, wondering why he's such a skilled fighter now. The guy's sneering smile suggests he doesn't need a ransom money anymore, and that 50,000 is all his. Vu shouts, why didn't you act sooner if you're so good at fighting, and why did you make me suffer here for so long? If my mom finds out, she'll be ashamed. If you don't want my family to come after you, then right now get down on your knees and apologize to me, then hand over the money. He furrowed his brow in confusion, then knelt to apologize and handed over the money. Vu said confidently, yes, otherwise after I go back I'll tell my sister to find a new boyfriend. Muke slapped him in the face. Am I too lenient with you? You harass Vu. If you don't want to go back, just say it openly. If it weren't for your sister begging me, I wouldn't bother with a troublemaker like you. Ma Dong just arrived and asked Non-muck, where do you think you're going? You look at the old man, Ma Dong. The old man shouted, brothers, kill him for me. Ma Dong pondered inwardly. Sure enough, as soon as he moved, this person from the Fwang family was caught in the trap. A series of armed men rushed forward and Mu dodged a strike with a cut on his cheek, bleeding. He nervously thought there are too many people. If I don't escape, I'll get killed here. The system reappeared, and according to the host's request, it had exchanged for a quickness potion for the host level 7 quickness, with 7 survival points, and the potion appeared before him. Mew was putting the pill in his mouth while thinking annoyed, what the hell is going on? I changed the medicine myself. Just then, a guy with chicken-colored hair swung a wooden stick, but Mew dodged in time. That was too dangerous. Dong looked at Mu in challenge facial expression. Indifferent, isn't it your fighting skill? That's good now, fight back. A poor guy with a strong fist is also happy to confront Ma Dong Tao, so boring. Suddenly Mu moved behind Dong. It seems Ma Dong Tao was too happy too soon. Dong was startled and turned around. What just happened? Now the old man realizes that everyone he brought has been knocked out. How could this happen? The old man is kicked down, almost falling as Muck stomps on Dong's face. You frown sarcastically and say, General Ma, it seems I heard you want to kill me, as Dong is kicked in the head by Muke. The old man openly challenges you, saying, if I said it, then I will do it. You have always opposed me, so how could I not avenge myself? Muktuk jian noi vamat ho chiu cho vakung kha hopli nyung woi doi dao hong fai ching lamai. Sao chao dung chan dap man hon nua roi nam lei chan tai lao bing wok hien lao keo. to dao don chao mat mai trach mok vi mai matao da tio. Ton kong at toi jian mei din den bu the nao day. Muk ni lai hai vien thuok, he thong da tu hao kong at diem sin ton kua min. Dong hurriedly said, I'll pay 20 million, 20 million, don't bother me. My mother is old and I have a young child. You let go, speak clearly, fine, the bank is right next to me, plus the 30 million from yesterday, transfer it to me immediately. A moment later he held his phone and listened to the notification that his account had received 5 billion yuan. Dong walked out. Zuzan said, Nan, President Nan, it has been transferred to you, and you replied, all right, you can go now. He walked away still feeling angry, confident he would recover the 50 million from Yan Muk. Muk turned to Xiao Wu and asked if he could go home by himself. He firmly believed that Nan Muk would remember him and all the suffering he made me endure today. You're not angry, just gently asking, treat your savior like that. Without me you wouldn't be able to get out right now. Wu still stubbornly blames me. If he hadn't deliberately provoked those people, I wouldn't be the one bearing this sin. The young man snorted and scolded, truly changing the truth. Get out of here, useless trash. Wu was taken aback by this. Target, wait for him to come back and tell your parents that you will definitely die. Just wait and see, then he runs away. Mu continues with a sigh of relief. Finally, everything is quiet again. System, check my survival points. The system window displayed the survival points, and the boy was confused. He had just earned 50 million, so why hadn't his survival points changed at all? The system explained that because those 50 million didn't come from legitimate sources and weren't counted as the host's income, the system had taken the entire amount for level-up purposes. You're angry and blaming, but aren't you glad you don't feel you crossed the line by deciding to buy the medicine and now wanting to reset your survival points yourself? The system responds, it's also for your own good. Once the system levels up, you will receive greater benefits. After reading it all, I was stunned and shouted out loud, what kind of benefits could you possibly give me? Could you really turn into a beautiful woman? Meanwhile, Tuyet was being scolded by her mother, and she asked bitterly, what exactly am I good for? You even want to watch Xiao Wu get beaten to death in the internet cafe, right? Tuyet hesitated and replied, Nan Mook has completely given up on me. What can I do? Wu, standing at the door with a serious face, announces Mom and Dad, I've come home. And when Mom sees her beloved son, she rushes to ask him, my precious son, why did you suddenly come back? He lukewarmly asks, what's wrong? Isn't it a good thing that I'm home? Mother said with a bitter smile, my son, how could you get beaten up like this? Wu pointed directly at Tuyet and shouted loudly, isn't it all because of the useless Feng Vu? Tuyet calling Nan Muk to blame me, but he was just here to make things more difficult for me. She was surprised and asked back, what did you say? Nan Muk went to save you? He didn't hear, just continued to complain about the bruise on his cheek, saying, don't waste words, look at this, it's because he hit me. The person who caught me isn't as cruel. He beat me until I looked like this. The mother gently reached out to touch her cheek and scolded him. How could he hit her like that? It's really too much. Wu brushed her hand away and continued, and also, do you two know where his feelings come from? They all stem from deceiving Ma Dong. The mother suspiciously looked at Tuyet and asked, little Tuyet, is what little Wu said true? She nervously replied, maybe so, because when Nan Muk went to save me, I heard him ask for 30 million for Ma Dong. The mother, hearing this, was furious and scolded him, so this is the man you looked at before, exploiting you to make money, turning his back and disowning you, truly worse than an animal. Tuyet Jingkong confidently confirmed to her, I will go now and confront him clearly, secretly wondering if this is the real reason Nan Muk has been associated with him. Nan Muk is now sitting at the table with Mong Dao, still secretly cursing the system for being so dishonest. Dao notices his worried expression and asks Nan Muk, since you returned you seem to be very unhappy. She asked worriedly, are you being bullied? He quickly shook his head, no. He picked up more food with his chopsticks and continued, I'm fine, Mong Dao, eat more, eat quickly. Dao, still worried, and tried to find out why you were sad. Are you still thinking about Jiwu Tuyet? Why is there something you can't talk about? Slowly, perhaps the two of you will. Suddenly, a loud shout shattered the space between them. Nan, Muk, Tuyet Dan stormed in from behind. Dao called out in surprise, Tri Vu Tuyet. She didn't hesitate, staring fiercely at him. Nan Muk, what do you mean? Dao looked at her confused and asked, is Tuyet here to see Tri Vu or to join us for a meal? Nyan Muk wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, ignore her, she won't sit here. Is something wrong? He guessed silently, maybe it's because she often comes here to eat that she came looking for us. Tuyet slammed the table and stared at him, shouting, you just beat up Xiao Wu into that state and now you're here flirting with another girl. What exactly are you trying to do? I glanced at him and asked back, is that what Feng Wu said? Lam Meng Dao is my sister? You know that too. Why are you losing your mind? Tuyet crossed her arms and skeptically asked, whether it's about a sister or a younger sister, fine, I'll ask you if you went to save Xiao Wu. Why did you beat him to this state? Was it because I threw you away, upset you inside, so you took revenge on my brother, and then sought out a beauty not as good as me to make me angry? You mockingly asked if there's something wrong with your brain, and she angrily shouted, so you didn't use money to save Xiao Yu, but was that money all a scam, and you genuinely have no money at all? One person looked at her firmly and said, I told you so you were waiting for me here. Remember this, well, no matter if you're poor or not, my money is not for you. Every word from Muke made Tuyet furious, giving the greedy bloodsuckers in her family a penny, and she was so angry she trembled. My family are bloodsuckers. Zhao sat next to them sweating as she watched their argument, wondering what on earth had happened between them. She had nothing to say, as they hurled accusations and insults. Does he really think Ni Muk is a good person? He just broke up with me, then turned around to be with another woman, and he still has the nerve to act disgusted. Her words almost pushed him to his limit, and he shouted loudly enough to make her a little afraid. He then boldly said, I stay with a girl, so what do you still think? I'll never forget you. In this world, no one is completely right or wrong. If you stubbornly listen to your younger brother's nonsense, then so be it, don't look for me anymore in the future. Tuyet's pride surfaced as she questioned him repeatedly. Muk, have you never thought about me before? Do you only want to exploit me? He asked back, you can't even distinguish right from wrong anymore. Tuyet, furious beyond words, raised her hand to strike me. Muk, tell me clearly, what right do you have to treat me like this? Muk quickly stood up, took her hand and told her straightforwardly, without many words. Fang Vu Tuyet, we are already split up, don't act like a crazy person anymore. She quickly pulled her hand back and declared, it's because you said so I will make you regret it. After saying that, Tuyet hurriedly left and Zhao, worried, stood up to follow her. Nyan Muk, go check on Vu Tuyet. Muk softly said with guilt, I scared you a moment ago. Sorry, she doesn't mind much. It's okay, but Vu Tuyet alone, really is it okay now? He then weakly said, forget her, I'm afraid she's thinking about how to take revenge on you. Now she's changed. Zhao couldn't help but care. She thought to herself, Nan Muk is such a good person, so why could Chi Vu Tuyet treat him like that? She returned to her cheerful state, and reminded, hurry up and eat your meal after you're done. I'll take you home. Zhao politely replied yes. Mr. Nan, the project that was lacking investment funds earlier is now profitable starting today, please take a look. I remember our company has a specialized material supplier. Why are we using lower quality materials? The staff explained that to ensure current product quality, they used the latest materials, but due to poor profits, the supplier couldn't get paid and refused to cooperate. Hearing this, he crossed his arms in self-blame, realizing it was actually a big problem and my mistake, the young man continued to say. Moreover, in the exploratory experiments, as long as the machine can pass the inspection, there are no high requirements for the materials, so let's assign someone to go to the information company to discuss. They definitely need Wi-Fi. Hearing this, the employee suddenly realized the truth. How did I not think of that? Every year, the information company has to handle a large amount of data. Isn't there always a need for continuous Wi-Fi signal transfer? As I was thinking, the young employee suddenly shifted to a despondent state, like with this batch of materials. One person suggested a solution, entrust the materials to me, and I will try to find a better partner supplier quickly. On the streets of Jiang City, people hustle back and forth, and among them, Yu Mumu are walking while holding a business card and pondering. If Dawa decides to cooperate with Tin Van, that would be great, but does Dawa plan to work with Tin Van? Suddenly in front of him, a man and a woman are arguing and the girl screams because her hair is being pulled. What are you doing? Let me go. The man didn't release her, and instead got angrier, shouting, shut up. You realize that girl in the maid outfit, a Tran, isn't she usually working in the Lam Thui port sales department? So why is she here at the madam's shop now? The nearby passersby rushed in to pull them apart and let the girl go, or I will call the police. The man pulled back and threatened, mind your own business, or I'll kill you. Muke, glaring at him, also reached out to grab the arm of the violent man and said, during the day they act like that without even caring about anyone, isn't that right? The brat still looked up and asked the woman that Mao Tong looked at us as if we were fair game. When I heard the familiar name, I tightly held the hand of that kid. It's Ma Dong again. Ma Dong saw me and even called me dad. But what are you then? The punk pleads for mercy, crying out in pain and saying I was wrong, I won't take her anymore. Hearing that, the boss loosens the grip on the swollen hand, causing him to fall, and coldly says, go away, don't let me see you again. The girl ran away gratefully and ran out the door. She turned back to thank him. Thank you. Who are you? He reached out his hand to comfort and asked about her leg. Aren't you working? Why are you running to the bar? She honestly explained. Everything. Today I took the day off, but my father's condition has worsened recently, and I need money for surgery, so I am using my free time to do a second job. Suddenly I remembered and asked, yes, do you know Mr. Ma? She didn't dare look at the young man and explained, I don't know him well. The first time he saw me here, he wanted to take care of me, but I refused. He kept bothering me, and if it weren't for you today. Hearing this, I understand everything now, and it's fine, go home and rest. She loudly thanks the person who is he. You watch her figure walk into the nearby building. Then Mew took out his phone and called someone, seriously instructing the person on the other end, Li Bu, to find and watch over Ma Dong, who is probably at the hospital right now. At the hospital room, Ma Dong is talking to the young lady in front of him. Miss Fuang, I've arranged everything at the third shop as you instructed. Should you sit closer now? Duke gently tucks his hair back, his gaze languid and seductive. What is Master Ma rushing for Nyan Muk? Just fell into the trap, the game hasn't even started yet. The old man looks annoyed, his tone full of scheming, as he says, if the mistake on side 3's shop is wrong, what then? Nyan Muk will come after me again. I won't suffer the loss. Don't let her make trouble, crossing her arms in blame, Mr. Ma. Don't forget I'm helping you take revenge right now. Tuyet's face turned sinister, and Nyan Muk had deep feelings for me. If I apologize to him later, he's sure to soften. She walked to the window to talk on the phone. It's me, Nyan Muk. I want to invite you out for a meal. Tuyet looked sad, and today at the restaurant was my fault for causing trouble. I want to sincerely apologize to you, and maybe this will be our last farewell. Let's meet tonight at the restaurant for our first date. Behind the old boss, he gazed at her without blinking, secretly admiring that Tuyet is truly a stunning beauty. She turned back to report, General Ma, everything is ready on our side. Achan hands it over to you. Tuyet placed the box of medicine on the table. She takes out the medicine box and proposes, let's work together happily, Mr. Mew. After the successful case, I want 30 million. You have also gotten what you want, Mew, total. The Enhan family hears this, and confirms on the phone, so these two are scheming together to take advantage of me. System, please tell me how many survival points are needed to level up. The system now shows a bar at 1% and responds that roughly 20 more points are needed to complete the level up. After reading and calculating, he asked how many survival points could be exchanged for 30 million. The system, now smiling, replied that 10 million could exchange for 10 survival points, so 30 million is enough for the system to level up. After listening, Muk got furious, so 1 billion equals 100 points, so in the end, the system secretly took away how many survival points from me. Forget it, take this opportunity to level up smoothly, I don't even know what you might turn into. After finishing speaking, he stood up, put on his coat, and prepared to go to the checkpoint. As he left the house, he made a phone call. Hey boss, can you help me find some documents? I might need them tomorrow. Western restaurant, you walk in. Tuyet is already waiting there. She waves her hand and says, here. You're here, huh? I've already ordered the food, it's all your favorites. She picks up the glass and smiles, saying drink it as a little apology for today, while the system warns that the wine contains sleeping pills, but the host has already inherited the owner's memories. This kind of antidote definitely can't pose a threat to the host. I guess she's determined to attack me. Tuyet kept watching him with confusion and impatience, wondering why he hadn't drunk yet. Perhaps he saw something. Then he picked up his glass and finished it, placing the glass down and saying, it's okay, let the past be gone. He laments never imagining we would end up here. I once fantasized about what life after marriage would be like. He responds with a cynical remark, perhaps after marriage it's truly her family, always coming to me for money, pushing me to the brink and forcing me to die. Tuyet suddenly slammed the glass down on the table, confused why Mr. Ma said the drug would work immediately, but he seemed completely fine. He just looked at her coldly as if to say I told you so, and she hesitated, but I only have one younger brother, Fuang Vu. He responded annoyed, do your family need him to inherit the throne? He thought to himself, are we about to run out of time to act? Tuyet tried to hold back her anger. He is my only younger brother, so shouldn't I cherish him, she thought. Impatiently. Ma Dong said this dose would easily knock out 3 people, so where did the mistake happen? As they were talking, Mu suddenly collapsed onto the table. She went over to check, Mu, are you still okay? Confirming that you are asleep, she turns to a dangerous stance, thinking that he is quite capable, but everything he took from Ma Dong today will have to be handed over to me tomorrow at the hotel. Early morning, the image of a man and woman lying on the bed before waking up Mu was suddenly kicked in the face. She scolded and cursed, Mu, you son of a bitch. Muke stunned, holding her cheek where she was slapped. Clearly I was eating with Fuang Voet and Tuyet, so why suddenly? She covers her face and sobs because you sent me a message telling me to come. I thought you had something urgent, but I never expected you to be worse than a beast. So I still trusted you to be a good person, but you were truly too cruel. After saying this, he turned and left, and I hurriedly called him back. Hey, Atran. In that moment, I sneered to myself, wanting to compete with me. Then I will play along with you all in a good show at the coffee shop. Tuyet and Dong have already been waiting there. Tran approached and called out, Mr. Ma, Miss Fuang Tu Thu, I'm here. She hesitated before reporting that Miss Fuang Tu Thu had followed her instructions, and that the photo had also been taken and saved on her phone. Tuyet folded her arms and said contentedly, very good, then you can go back first. I'll find you when I need you. Tran respectfully replied, yes, Miss Fuang. Just as Tran turned to leave, Tuyet quickly reminded in a harsh voice, but the photo must be saved carefully without it. The result will be that your father waiting to die in the hospital will suffer the consequences. Tran was helpless. Rest assured, I've saved the photos well. Ma Dong praised Tuyet Young. Lady Fuang is truly resolute, and yet she's done something like this, further increasing my admiration for her. She honestly said it was because Nan Mook was cruel first. Everything I did was just to take back what rightfully belonged to me. Lao happily agreed. If it was Lady Fuang worth 30 million, I have no complaints. She no longer wants to talk, stands up and calls out, let's go today. Nan Muk will pay for what he has done. Tuyet's eyes are cold and she secretly vows Non-Muk, I will also make you taste what it feels like to be used. Hotel lobby. Non-Muk is confronting Ma Dong, and Tuyet he asks, what do you mean? Dong calmly takes a pill and says, Non-Muk, you know full well what you've done wrong. We're here to fight for justice. You don't understand, I shrug, and say I am a good citizen who always follows the law and doesn't do anything wrong. Breaking the question, Non-Muk, you son of a bitch, last night you were clearly having dinner with me, but then you ditched me to take another girl to a hotel. Dong fumbled and said, I heard that girl was assaulted and has reported it to the police. If you beg me, I might save your life. One hand holding a camera, kept snapping photos, seeing that the old man became more excited, and continued, even journalists are here. If this gets out, your life is over. My face turned pale. Do they think I'm an idiot? More and more reporters are taking photos of us, but Tuyet notices, something's off. Why are these journalists photographing Ma Dong and me? The old man continues to argue regardless. Mok, don't be unreasonable, but then he's interrupted. Please wait a moment, Ma Tong, I need to answer a call. You smile and turn on the speakerphone, and on the other side is Jiang. The news about Ma Dong and Miss Fuang threatening me has been spread online. Old man is so shocked he drops his cigarette. What is going on? A reporter loudly announced that Ma Dong, the owner of Longdang Real Estate, used his power to pressure many female students. Is this really true? Another person holding a phone was so surprised. They read the news aloud. What? And also the company, under Ma Dong's name, is deeply in debt. The boss hurriedly blamed others. These are all malicious rumors. This is a conspiracy. All the reporters rushed forward, bombarding Mr. Ma and Miss Fuang with questions. Mr. Ma, you said those rumors are false. Do you have any evidence to refute them? Mr. Ma, what is your perspective on the future of Longdang Real Estate? Miss Fuang, what is your relationship with Mr. Ma? How do you view him? Muk watched from the side as the system notification indicated that the stock prices of Longdang Real Estate were plunging sharply. Ma Dong's company has gone bankrupt and also owes a huge debt likely to go to auction. I remember this morning Tran told me everything. Ma Dong promised to give me 5,000,000 to betray you, or he would make my father die, and that afternoon at the bar it was actually all arranged by them. After hearing this, Mew proposed that, with enough evidence in my hands, Ma Dong could spend the rest of his life in prison. Do you want to help me, or help him? Returning to the present, you left behind the chaos feeling relieved, and saying in that case I will be the one to manage his company. You secretly feel grateful that if I didn't have the system, they would have succeeded long ago. Tuyet fumes with resentment. Non-Muk, you are also quite cruel. 2 days later, Zhao was sitting on the sofa attentively watching TV news that reported Ma Dong, the owner of Longdang Real Estate, being suspected of corruption. Suddenly, a huge amount of money was transferred, and yesterday, Longdang Real Estate filed for bankruptcy, moving directly into an urgent auction process. Tuyet reluctantly covered her face with her hand and shouted, "Stop filming me, I don't know Ma Dong," while sensational headlines keep appearing. The owner of Longdang Real Estate, Ma Dong, is suspected of being involved in a corruption scheme to assault others. At this moment, the other side continued to ask, Miss Fuang, you and Ma Dong planned to gang up and assault someone. Was that voluntary? Hearing this, she immediately covered her mouth in shock. I thought it was just Vu Tuyet being deceived. I didn't expect it to be you as well. In the room, Mew sat on the bed looking at the confusing system panel. Wasn't it yesterday that he bid on the Longdang property, so why haven't the survival points appeared in the account yet? He frowned in suspicion. System, why do you keep deducting my survival points? Is there any justice? It still hadn't responded, remaining silent, pretending to be mysterious. The system notification suddenly appeared. 100% system upgrade, successful. He covered his eyes in annoyance. It's too bright. Then a pink bunny suddenly appeared, startling. Moo, what the hell? Where did that bunny come from? It looked at Mew with sparkling, shining eyes, and Mew wondered if you were the actual entity after leveling up. Mew lifted it up, feeling resigned. I want a beauty. As soon as it finished speaking, it disappeared entirely along with the rabbit. Suddenly, a soft, smooth white arm reached out, accompanied by the sweet voice of a woman. The master is too impatient. The rabbit is the person's true form, so why remove them? As expected, you've been gently pressed down by a beauty. From this perspective, you can clearly see the two delicate hearts playing and teasing. So are you satisfied, master? If you're satisfied, remember to give the system a 5-star review. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted from outside. Non-Mook, have you seen the news yet? Hurry up and stop Dream Realm, don't come in first. But it was too late. She had already opened all the doors and entered Non-Mook. I didn't expect Sister Vu Tuyet to be this kind of person. I always thought there was some misunderstanding between you two. From their expressions, it's clear there is a misunderstanding. Zhao quickly covered her mouth, blushing furiously, saying sorry. Mook's innocence is now undeniable. You should turn to her and leave quickly. The system still fusses. The host is too unreasonable, just now calling her tiny girl, and now accusing her unfairly. To rest peacefully on the bed, Mew was finally at ease, and fortunately the nightmare was just a frightening illusion that disappeared. The system was caught comforting her. All right, it's over now. Jiao nan mo mat hoi mua mang ban la a. Hithong nia tinjoi thu toila hithong kua anan mukua kohom ne moi den. Koko the goi toila tu enuyet landau gap shinjup du. After hearing this, she became even more confused. Nan muk, what exactly is going on? Am I dreaming? At Fuang's place, Mrs. Fuang took Tuyet's hand to comfort her. Tuyet, you've been tossing and turning for 2 days. Finally, you've saved enough money to ask for a wedding for Tu Vu. Loi sitting nearby, playing games and complaining, saying that with all the reporters coming the past 2 days, he only earned 100,000, and that girl as well. So what should we do next, mister? Fuang responded quietly. That's right, son, you've done well. Putting Ma Dong in jail means our long-term meal tickets are gone. Her mother also had no intention of objecting. That's right, little Snow, you still have to find a way. Find someone with money. That's the long-term plan for our family. She gritted her teeth in frustration, questioning why it had to be her to find someone wealthy, why it was always her fault. The more she thought about it, the more Tuyet became furious, her hatred growing as a mysterious black mark appeared on her forehead, and Hoa Van suddenly floated before her accompanied by a mysterious voice. Girl, do you want to make a wish? The mysterious symbol swirls beside Tuyet's ear as it introduces itself. I am a god, I have heard your plea, and I can fulfill your wish. She still finds it hard to believe that there could really be gods in this world. She must be hallucinating. The symbol reappeared as a dark figure raising Snow's chin and coaxing her. I know you won't believe immediately, that's why I want to make a deal with you. And then it stirs up her suffering once again. Her ex-boyfriend betrayed and used her, but she gained nothing in return. When she returned home, she was scolded. Does that mean she wasn't angry or full of hatred? Snow, seemingly losing all reason, bit her lip and fought back. I hate him. The black shadow smiles as it achieves its goal, coming here to sign a pact with me and complete my task, and you will get what you want. The snow-covered face gradually becomes dominated by darkness, and she repeats what I want, countless money. Loi saw she remained silent and glanced irritably. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? I'm asking you what to do with the house. Later she stared at him contemptuously. What are you looking at me for? If it weren't for your incompetence, our house wouldn't be in this state. Mrs. Fuang hurriedly advised, all right, little Tuyet, your younger brother is still young, don't argue with him, think carefully about what I told you earlier. She found this utterly ridiculous. Mom, isn't it true that you've gathered information from many bosses and given it all to me? This is all something I should do for our family. She looked surprised and asked again, Xiao Tuyet, have you figured it out now? Back at Nanmuk's house, he saw through everything and spoke softly, saying everything is pretty much like that. She just now realized it, so it turns out you really can travel through time and space. Though also added, but crossing through time and space comes at a price. Then she affectionately hugged his neck and continued, as if her non-Muk had completely become a worker for all of time bearing heavy responsibilities. Muk stood up to leave first. Meng Rao, I still have a few things to take care of outside. We will see each other again later. Maybe we can get to know each other a little more. She nervously called out, brother non-Muk. Though nearby happily asks where he's going. He also explains with a relaxed face, what are you all so scared of? I just promised to go sightseeing with the design team. Hearing that, Rao also quickly responded, all right, then you should come back soon. Unexpectedly, Tho suddenly rushed over and kissed her sharply. Then Rao's body seemed to lose strength and he collapsed. Seeing that he loudly questioned what she did to Meng Rao, she feigned innocence, and innocence replying that they wanted to modify this girl's memory, because a normal person knowing too much could easily be in danger. The system reports that my survival points are 1 in 13 remaining. And I shouted loudly, so was her using her abilities because she wanted my survival points. She closed her eyes and reluctantly spoke well, otherwise the pain in her palm caused her to collapse. Looking at the mark in his palm, he wondered if the system entity had left behind any lingering effects on him. She smiled kindly in her defense, saying that she had just arrived, and the system recovery was normal, so it was understandable to feel a bit uneasy, and he could hear her grinding her teeth in frustration. Damn it. In an instant, Xiao Yue changed her attitude and begged, isn't the host planning to go look at the cars I also want to go see? Bring me along, Miu quickly refused. I'll go by myself. Miu has other matters to discuss. I didn't expect her to get so close, her eyes sparkling as she warned the host is too far away and will teleport automatically beside them. Damn, I truly lost to her the smell of strong perfume urging me on, so let's hurry and go. Suddenly, something caught her attention. Why did the seed appear so early? Right now at store 45, Miu looked around while asking what's wrong. Since I left the door until now, I notice you've seemed down. Is something bothering you? Xiao Yue quietly avoided your mind and explained to your cheek that no people are just thinking about how to improve the host's power level. How about with medicine? While she was speaking, you also became curious. What does the medicine do? Mu fa bat dao bing ting fan tik chi chando I fofoi. Ngoi bing tuong hong chan tiet ai lai tu nien rang roi di dang nhau. Nie song ko kung im tu hon duara, jia thiet no nyo doi thu kong fai, moi bin huang thi sao. Mu nan chong fan bua ko jioi thi ko len di du sao toi kung kong ko diem sin tan. Finally, Nin appeared, and happily called out, you're lost. Miu looked back and responded, second young master. He then approached you and politely said, sorry there's a slight delay. Accompanying him is Liu Jie, 28 years old, the young master from Vangjiang City, who casually puts his arm around Ning and sneers, "Your Jiang City guys are only this skilled." Despite that, Mu remains calm and responds Xiao Dao, who is this person Xiao Yue, outwardly smiling but secretly predicting Lu Feng from Vangjiang City. Seeing your confusion, he quickly introduced himself. "This is Lu Xiao Lu Che of Wangjiang City." Meanwhile, he accused and questioned Duang Nin. "This young master traveled all the way from Wangjiang to seek your cooperation. What's with this attitude of yours?" Hearing this, Min hurriedly responded, "President Lu, I told you I had something to do today, but you insisted on coming along." Seeing the tense situation, I immediately stepped forward and replied, "So you're President Lu." "Hello, President Lu. My memory really is terrible. When I saw your family and the young master going in together, I thought you were his driver." Understanding your provocation, the young master also got angry and asked sharply, "I am Duang Nin's driver. If you don't need your eyes, I can help you take them out." I didn't expect you to just laugh and shake hands with him, and then say, "Sorry, General Lu, wasn't I right in thinking I misjudged him?" From the dark, complex energy emanating from Trok's body, he now calmly replied, "That's right, someone like you who hasn't seen the world, I won't bother with you." Nothing escapes Xiao Yue's sharp eyes. She frowns and mulls over the situation. This Lu Yu is absorbing luck. Then she drapes her arm around Mu Yue and cheerfully asks manager, "Nan, are you still going to look at the cars, or did you not say you'd see a movie with someone tonight? So just say it and go in front of me. Do you not have the quality that the people from Jiang City should have?" Finally, Nin looked back at him and calmly replied, "Young master, Lu Jiang, city is too small, you should go back." The expression on Jia's face darkened, and with a sharp tone he said, "Nin Dao, dare you to drive me away if I want you to disappear. One night is enough." Nin's gaze turned sharp. "Muk nyoben kanaitham, chuaden luo an noivathan. Fujiang honua, tai lugia kwa lugia, sapilo royangi. Lugia sera sao hanking nat momat, hoilam sao kobiet." He just calmly turned around and replied, "Unless you don't want anyone to know, then just don't do it." Then Muk's group also left while Nin was seriously asking, "What kind of car does Cao Nyan want to buy? I can help you look into it." Muke also quickly responded, "The car she looked at earlier was quite good, but I want to see more options," as flames erupt and surround Trak's body. He thought to himself, "Very good, non-right. I will make you silent and make you disappear from this world." In the quiet darkness of the night, a heartfelt thank you was expressed for Young Shi's help. Shin Nin shook hands with Mu, politely reminding him, "It was nothing. After all, it was thanks to you, Nin. Today, I'm afraid I won't easily escape from Lu Trak's place. Anyway, you have to be careful. Lu Trak's tactics are difficult to counter, and some of his collaborators have mysteriously disappeared." You also quickly responded, "Thank you, Duang Tu, for the reminder. I will pay attention." "Alright then. I will think it over about the cooperation with Tin Van, and try to give you an answer as soon as possible. I won't bother you and her to go watch a movie anymore." At this moment, Xiao Yue suddenly became serious, her deep voice echoing softly, "Host, I must clarify some things with you." Xiao Yue, with a cautious tone, looked at the target, and then said, "Host, the seed has already infiltrated this world." Mu Lianbang replied, "The seed." At this moment, she also began to explain in detail that the seed belongs to the same kind of time-space, and they will grant supernatural powers to humans. Then it will start to malfunction, producing its own abilities, similar to these two powers of the host. Upon hearing this, his expression grew serious and contemplative. What is the result of the seed's manifestation? The result is that the seed will become the ruler of time and space, seizing this lawless void, and by then this world will turn into hell on earth. I gently stroked my chin, pondering, is it possible that the divine inheritance from the Lord of Time has been passed down to me? The Time God itself? She calmly explained, no, after the Divine Lord corrected the timeline, he disappeared. But there are still many loopholes that allow the seed to take advantage. It seems that using only survival points is not enough to maintain the stability of the timeline. The person's expression grew grim as they hesitated before announcing that, besides the name Lu Feng, there was a parasitic seed which had drained the luck from the host when he shook hands, and now the host might be facing misfortune. Soon, he suddenly remembered and looked at Jun's phone, Yihua, wondering why his father suddenly thought of calling him. Could it be that he already knew about his breakup with Fengvu Tuyet? But he quickly answered the call. "Dad," the call on the other end asked Xiaomu, "When will you be home since Mom and I are coming back today and there are guests?" The boy politely responded, "Dad, I just finished work. I will come home now." Moving scene to Muk's house, he enters with an elegant demeanor. "Dad, Mom, I'm home." Seeing the bunny on his shoulder, Mr. Nan asked curiously, "Xiao Muk, why are you bringing a rabbit home?" Mu carefully set the bunny down, then smiled and said, "I saw it on the street, thought it was cute, so I bought it. Now I'm just admiring it. Luckily, it turned into a rabbit, or it would have been hard to explain to my parents." Suddenly, a delighted voice exclaimed, "Ah, the little bunny is so adorable." The owner of the boss's statement is Nan Little Uncle, 8 years old, Nan Trang's little daughter, who happily lifts the bunny and declares, "Dad, I want this bunny." Now Muk becomes pensive. It turns out it's their family, and compared to the previous life, this happened a few months earlier. The other man is 4-5-year-old Non Trang, Non Muk's second uncle who greets cheerfully. Hello Muk, it's been a long time, you're looking more spirited every day. Lu Nyahao, 48 years old, Non Muk's mother, gently explains. Little Non, you probably don't remember. This is your second uncle, and this is little Uncle Nan's younger brother from his second uncle's family. Muk gradually stepped inside, laughing and joking. Uncle, of course I remember, but in my mind I kept analyzing. It's probably because of the 50,000 yuan reward from my father. Seeing that Trang easily praised, now little Nan has a bright future just from looking out the window when you returned. You were already driving a luxury car. Mew sat down skillfully and responded, no, I am just a minor employee. The car was lent to me by my supervisor to drive back and will be delivered to the company tomorrow. He still didn't give up and eagerly kept pushing. That's good, Tumuk. It seems your boss values you a lot, allowing you to drive such a nice car. Trang began to question Xiaomu, saying that a few days ago he heard she appeared with the boss of Tinvang Group asking if she knew him, but Mu coldly replied, yes, just socializing, it's my job. He then wrongly assumed that there might be a connection with the boss, implying Xiaomu has a bright future. Then he turned to Mr. Nan and said, actually I came today for another reason. Hearing that, he quickly asked what it was. Just say it directly, we are all family. Seizing the opportunity, he nodded and considered it good news. Recently, there was a decent investment project. I thought everyone was family, and Tumuk was collaborating with a big company, so I told you guys. While everyone was talking, Uncle was happily playing with the rabbit and laughing non-stop. After hearing that, Mr. Nan looked surprised and hesitated, but my family's conditions are well known, so just forget it and stop. Uncle A, don't rush, invest 100,000 and you can earn 150 inches a month with no risk. We've already tested it. He looked at his wife, then asked for her opinion. Since it's possible to earn that much money, why not invest 200,000 to try? Chang continued listing, and the first investment should be at least 200,000, right Uncle A? Didn't you already test a small amount? Invest a bit more. I guarantee you will earn double at this moment, mister. Nan hesitated about that matter, and then changed his focus to calling you Xiaomu. Tell your parents to give up, our project faces fierce competition, you should advise them. Then he sharply warned, I advise you to give up, you can't invest, go away. At the same time, the little rabbit punched Xiao Chu in the face, and after he finished speaking, Mr. Bai immediately asked in surprise, weren't you just talking happily a moment ago, what's wrong with you? Mr. Nan stepped up beside Tian and scolded, Xiaomu, is this the way you talk to your uncle? He sat down in anger, smashing his glass and stirring the bowl, saying, I introduced this way to make money. If you don't join, then go ahead, or you'll want to chase people away. Mr. Nan patted Bai Chang on the shoulder and clarified, what are you saying? We just stated, we want to invest, and we will definitely invest, so you can rest assured. At this point, Muk couldn't hold back and opposed, Dad, once the money is spent, it can't be recovered. Relatives ignoring us, if there were really such good opportunities, would they even consider us? Since your family can't handle a little trouble and would need a big sum of money, I would have already invested on my own if that were the case, so it's not your turn, just stay poor for the rest of your lives. Muk calmly responded, fine, then clarify what happened to your family, which company owns Muk's investment, and what is the project code? Unable to say it out loud, taking your daughter and leaving our house, and inside your head the thought kept ringing, revealing the tiger's tail now. After you finished speaking, your pale face suddenly changed as you stammered this matter. The family's bad secrets cannot be revealed outside. And as for Muk, consider it confidential internal information. You didn't invest and you can't say anything. Muknot Mep criticizes without speaking. I help you. Nanvo studies martial arts and is involved in the industry, bullying a small scoundrel's girlfriend. Now he wants you to pay 300,000 yuan to keep quiet, or he'll take Nanvo's life right. Her heart sank with chaos and denial inside her mind. How could our family do such a thing? Mr. Nan was also panicked and called out, brother, is it really true? Little uncle cried out in horror, Dad, this rabbit is bullying me. Seeing the girl sitting on the ground, he rushed over and asked Tu Chu, how is she? The girl is throwing a tantrum again. Dad, just kill her. I want to eat rabbit meat. Chang looked at the bunny, seriously scolding and punishing him, bullying my daughter. When we go back later, I will turn you into roast rabbit. The little rabbit also bit him, leaving a wound on his hand. Chang cried out in pain, it hurts so much, damn rabbit. While Mew remained calm, sipping tea and gently reminding them rabbits are very perceptive. If I were both of you, I wouldn't keep provoking it anymore. Trying to cheat money but failing, getting a little angry at a rabbit and also managing to smile genuinely. Chang then lifts the little girl with a darkened face. Then he ran off angrily, leaving a mocking remark, because you deserve to be poor all your life and to carry bricks at construction sites forever. Mo could not show anger and just spoke quietly, take it easy, sir. At this moment, Mr. Nan also sighed, truly didn't expect it, knowing faces but not intentions. Mrs. Nan beside him responded, that's right, we're both getting old and forgetful. Muk gently explained to them that there's no free lunch in the world, just be more careful next time. Now in the Eastern Way, the fabric section is full of questions. Mother has transferred 300,000 to her account. Mrs. Fuang panicking asks bluntly, "Today Tuvu used this money to order a car. He hasn't been this happy in a long time. Where did he get this money?" She also explained that she knows a young boss with some money who owns 2 houses in Kanglin Shui, and he said we can stay there for free, and hearing that she happily asked if he's the one on the list your mother gave you, so we don't need to live in that house anymore. Then she burst out laughing, took out her phone to inform her mother to quickly tell your father the good news. Xiao Yue has a bright future now. The door slammed shut right afterward. The brand mark reappeared on her forehead, along with the sound our dealings are just like this. Very easy, right? She closed her eyes, and gradually remembered that Miss Fuang was naturally relaxed, and even more beautiful than I had imagined. She just needed to get a little closer to him. She didn't need anything else. The image of her shyly leaning beside the man appears, and then the man seemingly enchanted continues. I am very pleased with Miss Fuang, and I have money. This 300,000 is a gift for Miss Fuang. The shadow appears with a sinister grin. So do you want to continue or not? She responds gracefully, yes I do, while calmly calculating in her mind. My family needs money, and if there's no cost, I am willing to keep the deal going. At this moment in the Fudat building office, Shui politely entered and announced President Nan the Eastern Land has officially started construction. Seeing a stranger, he also looked puzzled. President Nan, who is this person? Xiao Yu greets friendly with a hand wave. Hello. Seeing that the gentleman patiently explains, oh, this is the secretary I just hired. Is there anything else? Shui handed over the report, then said someone wants to buy Ma Dong's company for 1 billion. You should take a look. Holding the list, Mu read aloud while pondering. Ma Dong's company is in the center of Jiang City. No one bought it at auction before, but now someone is willing to pay a high price to acquire it. You quickly finished reading, then looked at Thui, and ordered him to negotiate, even though the place is downtown, but in a few years it won't be certain. Now he was calculating in his head that in a few years the city center would move and its popularity would decrease. Right now, making money by selling that is still quite good. Thui was quite surprised and replied, Chairman Nan, there is also the auction that the black market announced earlier. Today will be the day of the auction. Hearing that Muck asked for clarification auction, he quickly explained that the auction mainly sells feng shui treasures and some money-making items. I don't have the capital to go that route, but I've heard from others in the same industry that their items are truly powerful. Muok nodded in agreement. I see, where is the black market? Then on Taihoa Street, he kept observing around before asking, the Commerce Street seems nothing special. Is the black market here? Meanwhile, Xiao Yue stretched comfortably and replied, I haven't gone out for a walk in a long time. Today, I want to stroll enough. Suddenly, an old man appeared suspicious as he looked at them, 2 strangers wanting to join the auction hall, right? You react slightly with suspicion, how do you know? The old man pointed in another direction and calmly said, every shop on Taihoa Street has a connection to the black market. Ordinary people rarely come here just to take a stroll. If you want to go to the black market, I can guide you there. Then the old man serious gestures and explains, as long as you have this, I can provide all the information I know, guaranteeing fair trades. Seeing that I agreed and replied, fine, I'll bother you. As we moved to the black market, the voices of the 2 people echoed again. This underground market, located at the junction of 3 cities, Jiang City, Wang City, and Duyan City, has all kinds of people, artifacts, antiques, and more. I never expected such a vast place underground. I can only take you here. Go straight ahead and you'll reach the auction hall, but it only opens at night. The old man then held up 2 fingers to indicate 2,000, and my heart sank as I realized once again that the black market is indeed not a place for ordinary people. As he counted money, the old man replied, seeing that you're a dual element user, I suggest you go play with the stone throwing first. Get familiar with the black market then. If you want to attend the auction, spending a little extra to find someone to introduce you is fine, so I'll take my leave now. Xiao Yue has been silent until now, and then begins to speak. Master, the aura of the seed here is very intense. After walking for a long time, they responded, the black market is made up of people seeking money filled with human greed for wealth. It's not surprising that the seeds are attracted here. She frowned and thought, it seems the seed's burst rate is faster than I imagined. Then a different voice suddenly sounded, Master Du Thatch, have you decided which one to choose yet? That big mysterious stone drew everyone's attention. You are unfairly bullying people. Master Thatch hesitated before the scene in front of him. The 2 stones, equal in weight and appearance. What should he choose? Another person urged while flipping a coin. Pick quickly. This is your last chance. If you can't beat me, your assets will be gone. He carefully observes and then reasons in his mind that this is the skill of extracting wealth. Just a quick glance shows the treasure. That pink glow seems to be a ruby. His hand holding the stone with the pinkish shimmer trembles. Seeing that, he enthusiastically announced, everyone, Crown Prince Xiao Da and Master Du Thatch are stepping in. Come place your bets. Once you bet, no changes allowed. Hearing the tempting offer from the hairless man and the confidence in Luda, some around started to wager. I bet 10,000 Luda will definitely win. He's definitely betting on Lu Da. Tu Thon hasn't won once in 2 months. Tu Da is about to lose everything. The emerald inside Lu Da's raw stone has completely revealed itself, so he will surely win. After counting the total bet amount, the guy with the disheveled hair excitedly exclaimed that Lu Da had 20,000. Is there anyone else who wants to keep betting? One gets 10. His words made Thon feel immense pressure. Once you've bet, you can't withdraw. Lu Da has 30,000. Is no one betting on Tu Da? The betting amount from the opponents keeps increasing. He covered his head with his hands trembling and collapsing to the ground, worriedly thinking Tu Da only has 200,000 left. If he loses, oh no. Thun Kui Shuang Ve Mat Vo Kung Bat Lu Kao Tri Bat Hu Kong the Ku Moing Wai. Just when Thon thought there was no way out anymore, Muke and To appeared like two saviors, as Muke stepped forward and declared Tu Da Toi Da Ba Tram Van. The long-haired guy couldn't help but feel surprised, thinking that Mew didn't know anything about Cheng, so he kindly reminded you what you said, that if Xiao Dai loses, you'll have to help him pay 300,000. But Mu remained very casual, and replied, 300,000 is nothing. If it weren't for a very small bet, I could invest 300,000 in Xiao Dai, without a problem. Hearing you say that the long-haired guy didn't stop anymore, he got up and continued. It seems no one else is placing a bet now. Let's go and see what kind of stone that 300,000 yuan is. He said that outwardly, but inside he was feeling very pleased. Lu Xiao had already warned that among all the raw stones in this black market redstone yard, none were better than the one in his hand, and Tu Thon was definitely going to lose. I didn't expect anyone to put their trust in me, while I was touched as someone who clearly knew their opponent's tricks. Thon still had to honestly advise Mew that, Sir, are you new here? This good raw stone has already been tampered with secretly. There's basically no good thing in it. You're like that. Mew casually replied, What are you afraid of, boss? If it's a loss, I'll bear it at most. I'll help you spend the 300,000 that way. I'm just worried about nowhere to spend my money. You decisively said, Let's go. Overwhelmed Cheng had no choice but to accept and drag others into his gamble. Then all three followed the long-haired man to the appraisal location. At the jewelry store, the owner was shining a flashlight on the gem while evaluating it, and said, This is probably a mid-grade jadeite worth around 500,000. Hearing that the long-haired man also had enough reason to show his smug face, crossing his arms in front of his chest and smiling proudly. Alright, quickly cut the 300,000 diamond for Prince Tu. Be careful not to ruin it. The gem dealer sighed and agreed to do as asked. Fine. While waiting for the shop owner to prepare the machinery to cut the gem, the long-haired guy sneered and made some sarcastic remarks about Tho. Beautiful lady, even with money you can't let that beggar spend your wealth freely. Living recklessly will only lead to bankruptcy. But Tho simply smirked and replied, Whether it's damaged or not, just look and see, with a confidence that was strangely remarkable. After using the specialized cutting machine to split the stone in two, and shining a flashlight into the core, the gemstone dealer's face shifted from surprise to shock as he exclaimed, There's something inside, probably a piece of pink sapphire. This result was obviously beyond the long-haired man's expectations. He stared in surprise and immediately denied 3 words impossible. But the gem dealer revealed an even more shocking piece of news. Inside was a red ruby. Beside the long-haired man, continuously shouting impossible, this can't be happening, even Than, the owner of the gem, couldn't believe her hands held a red ruby. Originally ignorant about gemstones, Mo asked back clearly, What is a red ruby? And Tho replied, Red ruby stone is the best quality corundum with very rare production. A red ruby stone like this has a starting price of at least 1 million. Knowing they've run out of money, the two guys painfully lament together, Damn it, Brother Tian is really impressive, the crown prince of spending, truly a master of gemstones. This round it's clear who will win. I glance at the long-haired guy and smile. It seems I can only try to earn some money, swipe the card directly, or follow the procedure. The long-haired guy with a sullen face said just a small bet and swiped the card, while deep down he also bore a grudge. Little bye-bye, remember this for me. Receiving money from the long-haired guy, since this is an underground black market, Mew carried a card with the intention to spend a little. With this skill, I guess I've been to the black market a few times, earning money won't be a problem, and Tho happily suggested we go for a nice meal tonight. Seeing the two turn to leave, Thon immediately chased after and called out, Sir, please wait a moment. Muck turned back and asked, Yes, it's you, what's the matter? Cheng smiled and introduced himself. Sir, I am Xiao Cheng. If you want to attend the auction, I can take you in. Hearing the surprised tone and expression of the other person, Cheng awkwardly raised his hand to scratch his head and forced a smile. Sorry, I forgot you're not part of this black market, and with my current look you probably wouldn't find me agreeable. But contrary to Thon's understanding, Muke kindly held out his hand and smiled politely, saying, Hello Tutin Sin, I am Non-Mook, first time at the black market. If it's convenient, please lead me to the auction house to take a look. Seeing their clasped hands, Thon was a bit stunned for a few seconds, then he also happily agreed. Thanks to Nan Tianxin, I want to go to the recent auction for the pink gemstone tonight. There's an auction of those items, I'll handle it for you in truth. Although Muk appeared friendly on the surface inside, he still couldn't shake the doubts he had about Than. Previously, those people called him the Great Challenger alongside Prince Tu, so it seems his identity is probably not simple. Maybe he also wants to take this chance to investigate thoroughly. Thanks to Cheng Ma, Tho and Mu, they were able to easily and advantageously enter the auction house's guest lounge and sit on the sofa. Thon still couldn't stop expressing his gratitude and said, "Nan, sir, you can trust me. I truly appreciate it." Mu nodded and explained, "I see you're not the type to be a troublemaker." Holding the black token in his hand, Thon said, "Luckily, I have this black token. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the qualification to participate in the auction anymore." Listening to that, Mu and I both fell silent to listen to his story. Thon sorrowfully lowered his head and continued, "But suddenly 2 years ago a missing person appeared, wanting to stand in the black market. The kind Tu Da stepped in to hold him back, and Lu Da wanted to push Tu Da away, which is how this situation came about. Once he vaguely guessed who that person was, but to be sure, though still asked with a trembling voice, is Lu Da from Vongjiang City, and Tu Da is Lu Trak. I didn't expect these two strangers to actually guess us." Thon asked in surprise, "Are you guys acquainted?" One took a deep breath and replied, "No, we've only met once." Just as he finished speaking, a respectful voice from an underling outside the door asked from afar, "Young Master Tu, your pink sapphire has been appraisal beautiful in color, starting bid of 5 million. Do you want to confirm again?" Cheng raised a finger to signal no and smilingly replied, "No need. I will be at the auction site tonight. Please reserve a box for me." He was just cheerful and calm, but deep inside I was very happy. With a starting price of 5 million, it should go for over 100 million after bidding closes. There's hope. Soon at the auction scene, a beautiful, fiery, red-haired girl was hosting, lifting the cloth, covering the bidding item and introducing it. This is a Ming Dynasty, blue and white porcelain vase, said to have been passed down from a large martial arts school, with a starting price of 200,000. Seeing Mu look somewhat bored with the auction, Cheng turned to ask Mr. Nan, "It seems you're not interested in these things." Muke honestly replied, "Well, I came to the black market mainly to seek opportunity, and to see if there's anything good at the auction." Thon nodded approvingly, "But besides the antiques, the only thing that seems fairly valuable is that piece of pink gemstone of mine." The auctioneer struck the gavel loudly, and his clear voice rang out at 300,000 with the Qinghua porcelain and Chengjiao. Seeing through the items, Mu immediately sensed that something was off with the ancient vase, so he muttered to himself that this item was surrounded by a black aura, and returning with it would bring bad luck. Turning to the second treasure, the host excitedly announced that today there was a hot item that hadn't been seen in the black market for many years. A block of red sparkling gemstone is verified to be a blood-red ruby. Moreover, the quality of the pink gemstone on the outside is also top tier, definitely a first-choice item for expert cultivators like you, with a starting bid of 5 million. As the bidding chance rose gradually to 6, 1, 0, and 13 million, Trock simply smiled softly and said no problem. The old man looked at the image of the ruby, really liked it, and said he would definitely buy it. The long-haired guy didn't quite understand Lulu Thu. If the old man wanted it, wasn't it enough to just go find Tu Thon? But Trock didn't hear him at all. He suddenly shouted a number in disbelief, 60 million. The voice was so familiar that Muk Nen immediately froze instinctively, looking up, and sure enough it was none other than Lu Trock. Traktumin daujida. He nung nguai. Tamjia hak dao dao ho hu ju bin ting lu tu. Da duara jaroi kon kotiep tu kai hongro. Suddenly, hearing Mu set the bid at 70 million, Cheng Lianshuo was eager to intervene. Neon Master don't compete with Lu Trach. But Mu didn't need to say anything because Letho had already spoken for him. It's okay, just watch. Still, Trach was very worried. But when Mu suddenly interrupted, Zack only then noticed his presence. He's not some poor beggar from Jiang City, so why is he at the black market? Seeing the owner look annoyed, the guy with the messy hair quickly took the opportunity to spill the beans. Lu Xiao today, that guy inexplicably set the bid at San Ling 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 Ling. Thinking that Muke is interesting, he decided to play along and shouted out the next number 8000 van. Knowing Trak's personality well, Thon once again turned to Muk to remind him that Lu Trak is domineering and won't give up until he achieves his goal. Furthermore, I'm afraid he doesn't really want to buy this treasure stone with money, so I'll make him show his hand. Don't worry, I'll force him to reveal the money. Then you'll be pleased to hear, I bid an outrageous amount, 180 million. I can't believe my eyes. Trak gritted his teeth and said, this guy looks poor. Where does he get so much money to bid for the red gemstone? Although the opponent is Lu Trak from Lu Da, she is the main auctioneer, and the red-haired girl naturally agreed to the price. Muk proposed 180 million times once again. When she called out again, 180 million, the look of Mu remained calm in the face of such a huge number. Just as you guessed, Trock continued to bid, "I'll pay 300 million, causing his subordinate to be terrified and remind him, "Young Master Lu, we don't have that much money." The prey has entered the arena. Mu stood below the main hall with a teasing smile, and Lu Xiao only had this kind of aura. Then the two began to bid against each other. 40000 5000 6000 80000. The huge amounts of money kept increasing each round, and even the outsider, Cheng, couldn't hold back, and exclaimed that this price already exceeded the actual value of the pink gemstone. If the bidding continued, the auction hall would call for a stop. In the end, Zhan lost all patience and shouted in anger, 1,200,000,000. Do you still dare to continue? This is the highest price ever, exceeding the true value of the treasure, prompting the host to excitedly call out 1,200,000,000 first call. The goal has been achieved, the merchant shrugged and replied, Luthieu, I'll give you this pink sapphire, and at the same time, the auctioneer's voice called out the bidding order, 1,200,000,000 second call. Finally, a loud strike of the gavel announced the sale of the red ruby, 1,200,000,000 third call. The subordinate nervously said, "We can't raise that much money," but Trock laughed triumphantly and said, "What are you scared of? I said I would pay whenever I want." It sounds like that, but in reality, just a few minutes after Trock arrived at the auction house, he was stunned to learn the truth. "What did she say?" "I just transferred the money," the staff member carefully typed on the keyboard and explained softly, "Lu Xiao, the transfer is 1200 friends. Better to confirm again if you refuse to pay. According to the rules here, Lu will be expelled from the black market." Hearing that, Trock immediately gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself, "It's usually effective. Why isn't it working today?" Returning to Muk's side, when Thon asked about his relationship with Trock, he simply replied with a short answer, "I have a little conflict with Lu Trock. It's just a coincidence." Thon continued, "I'm just worried that Lu Che might be reluctant to pay his debts as many times after an auction. He only pays a small part of the amount, and then leaves. It's no surprise to see someone like him," I ask with a frown. "Is that true?" Thon clenched his fist, angry and indignant, saying, "Yes, it seems the others didn't notice this at all, which is why I also only realize now that he used some illusion technique to bring me to this point." Unexpectedly, as he finished speaking, Track suddenly appeared at the door, sneering and looking down on everyone. "Tiu Tu Kongtu has a good gaze, but he has no real ability." Thon angrily shouted Lu Trock, then instinctively stepped back a few paces. Track turned his gaze to Muk, and asked with a smile, "Non-Muk, shouldn't you tell me that those who oppose me will meet a tragic end, just like you once did?" Thon understood better than anyone else, and placed his hand on Mu's shoulder, sympathetically advising him to step back, since he truly had the means to make him disappear. But Mu pushed him behind himself and said, "You step back, don't worry." Thon still wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Tho. "Brother Tiu, leave him to me." Deep down, she also thought to herself, the seed's aura is somewhat weak. The chances of it affecting the host are very small. In fact, it's the opposite of what I previously thought. Time and again being outright disregarded by Mu, Trock had lost his temper, and shouted fiercely, daring to challenge the young master, and then suddenly threw a punch. But before the punch could hit Mu's face, he was struck squarely on the cheek from the opponent's side. At that moment, a sudden surge of power, speed, and stamina from the system stunned, though completely what's going on. Meanwhile, the demon inside Trock kept crying out in agony, "It's unbearable, kill him quick, don't let him keep alive." Yet he himself, furious, shouted, "Do you dare hit me?" With the fierce dark aura blazing around him, Trosh sneered, and said, "If luck is on your side, everything you have will be mine. Let's see what you use to challenge me." Not liking to talk, much like him, Muo didn't say a word and threw a punch. After delivering a strong blow right to his stomach, he coldly said, "With such weak fighting power, you still dare to talk arrogantly. Carrying the noise of the demon in his ears, kill him quickly. My strength is fading, I can't take it anymore." Trock in pain crossed his arms and held his stomach. But somehow I have no idea what he means by the divine messenger in his words. Trock laughed as Jiang continued, "Senza, you don't understand anything. Bring out your divine messenger so we can talk. I can tell you all the secrets about the divine envoy. If I can consume a higher level divine envoy, my strength will increase several times." Feeling insulted, Mu couldn't help but be annoyed, and kicked him further into Track's wound. "You have no right to bargain with me." Hearing that desperate kneeling girl, pleading not to fight him anymore, "We should go. Half of my power has been drained already." Trock had no choice but to hold back and stop here. "You're really ungrateful." At the same time, Tho is also experiencing a concerning sign. Her strength is fading as well. She can also feel that it seems to be moving on to him. Tao da zim thuang me hom, Nailan sao me chak, Chan se ge hoalon, Kithe hien thuang Nailan dao, Than king nak thot lende rot, Kuokla thugi. Muok Tin threw a few more blows trying to run away, but Trock had disappeared entirely, and Mook Tron An complained, "Gone, could he really have crawled into a hole?" Cheng called from behind, "Are you okay?" Suddenly a searing headache and a bad premonition overwhelmed Mu's mind. I couldn't withstand what I offered you just now, and almost fainted from the dizziness, as if all my strength had been drained. My attribute points have also recovered normally. What exactly is going on? Fortunately, Master Cheng Kai grabbed your arm to keep you back. Are you okay? An Non Mook closed his eyes to compose himself and replied, I'm fine, let's go, and secretly decided to go back and ask Yue too. Suddenly, seeming to see something, Thon pointed down nervously and asked, Do you see this small thing? Muck looked down alongside him, confused to see a tiny pink rabbit suddenly appear and poke at his small hand resting on his leg. Muke slightly recoiled in surprise and stammered, Here's the little rabbit I raised always by my side. Gently lifting the small bunny with both hands, Thon smiled to reassure him that Angnan didn't need to be tense. I've been able to see strange things since I was young, rest assured I won't let the news spread. He continued to propose with eyes and awareness that surpassed ordinary, hoping that if you didn't mind after I rebuild Tiu Da, you could become a treasure appraiser for him. In response to his suggestion, Mu only smiled faintly and politely declined. I am just a merchant. I won't have many chances to go to the black market later. However, Cheng still happily smiled and replied with a twinkle in his eyes. Everything is at your own discretion, but to thank you, I will give you a big gift that I will deliver to you later. He rummaged through his belongings, took out a business card, handed it to him, and said, Here is my card, you can contact me anytime. The reason you changed your mind is because you thought it through. Ying Chung is a good person, and once Xiao Dai is rebuilt, forming a relationship with him wouldn't be a bad thing. Cheng felt extremely happy and grateful, then continued, Thank you, Brother Neon, so I'll take my leave now. Following this alley will lead to Jiang City. Meta nodded and said understood. Only after Cheng leaves here will Meta turn around and walk away while talking to the rabbit in his hand, wondering if Yuan Tu suddenly returning to a young rabbit form has anything to do with the burst of energy earlier, and asking the system if it can explain a little. The system also knows how to listen to your questions, but instead of answering it just sends a notification saying it cannot establish a connection with the creator's power temporarily, and it's recovering, making Mew puzzled and wondering, what's going on? Forget it, let's go back home first, and then you rest on my shoulder as we return together. In his small room, Mew was sitting at his desk quietly feeling sad, thinking that it had been 3 days, and the little rabbit still showed no signs of recovery, while the system continued to update. According to the exchange rate, plus 3 million won from smashing stones in the black market, my survival points should still be around 12. Just as I was quietly hiding, the phone suddenly rang, indicating someone was calling. When I saw the name on the screen, I answered immediately. Hello, Meng Zhao. Not long after, on the road in front of the luxurious villas in Kanglam Thui district, Nan Muk and Zhao strolled side by side and talked, Zhao laughing and chatting. Zhao looked up at the sky with a dreamy longing, thinking it would be great if she could always afford to buy a mansion like that. As soon as she finished speaking, Tho and Phi appeared walking out arm in arm from a nearby villa. Seeing Mu Tuyet was stunned and called out Nan Muk, while Phi smirked with his usual contempt. He asked, Why are the two of you here? Zhao knows well that Mu and Tuyet are not on good terms, so even standing beside him she still looked a little worried and called out, Just Tuyet. Now Phi finally notices the girl with Mu, and begins to speak coldly with a sardonic tone. That's right, Nan Muk. I remember Miss Fong is your ex-girlfriend, yet you abandon such a good girl and go after a college student. Muhulang lunghu mo tiang roi, daplai mo chao ngan gon. Lavokogay chuyen roi chudong nam leitai, jiao keo di nyung da, lao roi hongaplai, filam sao ko de dadang, buong tai bokwa, nu vai duok. So he has grown too confident. Nan Muk, Ma Dong's company was bought by me. What are you yelling about? Muk looked over and replied, Fine, I bought it. If the company is this unlucky, keeping it in my hands would just spoil it inside. You're also thinking that earning $1 billion suddenly is just for fools. This was the first time Zhao heard this information, so she curiously asked Nan Muk, Did you open a company? Muk nodded slightly and replied, We bought one recently. We were planning to keep it stable for a while before telling you. Understanding some of the reasons for their breakup, Zhao lowered her head softly and said so Vu Tuyet only truly cared about their feelings. Realizing she was sympathetic towards him, Muk sighed, then placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her and said it was okay that they would meet those people again later, and turned away, because those two had no good intentions. Moreover, based on my keen senses, I also had a very bad premonition. There was a spiritual aura around Hua Fi, and even Vu Tuyet had a similar essence like a seed. This is not a good sign. While walking, she suddenly remembered something, and after rummaging through her pocket for a while, she pulled out 2 tickets and cheerfully offered to invite. That's right, Nan Muk. I participated in an activity the other day and drew 2 tickets for the amusement park today. Is the last day, do you want to go together or not? Thinking that I haven't been to the amusement park with Meng Zhao yet, Muk didn't hesitate at all and agreed right away. So the two of them went to the amusement park together. After browsing the map of the amusement park, Zhao turned to Muk and said with a smile, We can go on the roller coaster and the flying swing first, then play the rat smashing game. There's bumper cars and even a pirate ship ride. She listed a series of attractions, but it only gave Muk a headache. Why does this kid like Sidzig things so much? Receiving a friendly bear handing her a piece of paper, she takes it and says thank you. Then she eagerly suggested to Mew that there was a limited-time air rifle shooting contest here, and if they shot 10 rounds, they could win a limited-edition cat bear plushie from the amusement park. Little Mew pointed to one side and asked, "Do you want to go? The competition platform is over there." After the two of them left, Tan removed her bear hat, revealing her beautiful face covered in sweat and exhausted. She took a bottle of water and drank continuously. "Remember when that security manager threatened me that I didn't have to follow the underground rules, but I still had to finish distributing these flyers within a week? I'll put you into Tier 10, huh?" Tan's mood becomes even heavier, especially with so many unresolved orders remaining, and she couldn't finish her work today. At the same time, Muck finished shooting his 10 rounds as required, hitting all 10, and Zhao jumped up excitedly. "Non-Muck, you're amazing." The shop owner praised with words, saying your skills are like a second-rate professional athlete able to shoot steadily like that, but inside he was crying and begging quietly, saying don't come back next time as he accepted the panda-shaped plush. Mu's eyes responded too. "Kind, this is my first time playing this game." Seeing Zhao happily hugging the stuffed animal, Muck or Heart asked, "Do you like this?" Zhao nodded eagerly. "Thank you, Non-Muck. I like it a lot." The two of them planned to go to another stall, when suddenly a teasing voice from a man rang out. "Little sister, it's so hot like this, your work must be tiring, let us help you." Then came the unpleasant yet strong voice of a girl, saying, "Move aside, this week isn't over yet. I will finish the job." As soon as they heard this, Muck and Zhao recognized immediately her elder sister Tan Yi-nung. Zhao replied, "She is a senior in the same field, 2 years older than me, very talented in music, debuted after graduation, but I haven't heard her name for 2 years." Just as I was about to finish, a girl from the crew used a cloth soaked with sedative to cover Tan's nose, and then her voice approached. "It can be done, only 2 days left, 10,000 flyers still to be distributed, and the boss has lost all patience." By this point, Zhao could no longer stand by, and she decided to step forward and loudly command, "Stop everyone." Muok grabbed Zhao and shoved the pink bunny, actually the poison, to her before helping her, then went over to the group holding Tan and demanded, "Let her go or I'll call the police." The blue-haired guy from that group frowns and asks, "Who are you daring to interfere in everything?" Muke raises his phone in his hand and introduces himself, "I am Loi Fong." Then he was pushed down to the ground by the other guy. "Let me handle this, you want to die." A coldly indifferent thug continued attack deal with this punk first. The green-haired guy cracked his knuckles ready to leave and said, "If you're all heroes saving the beauty, you should first check your own strength." At this point, Zhao had already moved away to the game shop's stall and murmured to herself that she needed to stay calm. Yes, call the police. But the shop owner then happened to overhear and reminded her that calling the police would be useless. These thugs have come several times this week, and by the time the police arrive, they're all gone. Seeing Muck dodge a pile of his belongings while also taking down another guy, the blue hat guy got even angrier and said, "Why don't you listen? You should know this area is the territory of Boss Hoke, yet you still dare to act so recklessly." But he only managed to say a few words before getting kicked right in the face. Den Dao Din quickly rushed over, grabbing the target's body with both hands to hold him back, but was swiftly detected and ambushed. "And then you drove your elbow right into that guy's face." Seeing him collapse to the ground, clutching his face and groaning in pain with a look of contempt, "You really are useless." When you came over to Tan's side to help her up, the police arrived and told everyone not to move. Amidst the scene of people sitting or lying down holding their heads or faces crying out in pain, a police officer couldn't hold back and asked what had happened and who reported it. That night at the hospital, after some time of questioning to gather evidence, a police officer finally said it was an exceptional situation. "They called you to the hospital to take notes and then left." Mungemi continued, "Seriously, cooperating with the police was the right thing to do. I just overheard those 3 guys say that this area belongs to the Boss Hoke, so they are untouchable, right? The one called Boss Hoke actually has been keeping an eye on everything if I remember correctly. This Boss Hao is also involved in illegal smuggling. Tian Yunong managed to report him, only then did they uncover his identity." The police, not intending to hide anything straightforwardly, replied that he is the owner of an entertainment company. "We suspect he is involved in illegal smuggling activities. If you have evidence, you can present it to the police." Coincidentally, Thay Tan woke up just in time and said, "I have evidence." There's no need for the police to ask for evidence. She voluntarily handed it over and explained that it was stolen from the company. "The boss often locked me in the basement where the illegal items were also hidden. It wasn't easy for me to get out, but I was watched closely every day and had no chance to escape. Today, maybe they realized I was fewer in number and came to capture me." After placing the evidence in the storage bag, the remaining police officer then said, "Your evidence is very important, don't worry, the police will keep your identity strictly confidential." Filled with deep resentment, Tan firmly added, "I can provide even more evidence, even if it means going down together with him." Upon hearing that, Mu immediately approached, smiled in praise, and said, "Miss Tan, I truly admire your intelligence, courage, and wit." After everything is settled, if you are willing, you can come work at my company, and then he placed one of his business cards right beside Tan's pillow. Unlike the first time Muke met Tan, this was her first time seeing you, so she hesitated and asked, "Are you?" But a police officer answered instead, saying he is the one who saved you today. Lit glanced at the time on the watch, which was no longer early, then turned to politely say goodbye to the police officer. "If there was nothing else, I'll take my leave now. I've finished what I needed to do, so the officer didn't try to keep me any longer." "Alright then." When he returned home, it was already around midnight, and the house was eerily silent and deserted, as if no one had ever lived there. Mao couldn't help but feel suspicious and wonder if his parents still hadn't come back. As he was about to reprimand and check around each room, the system suddenly sent a notification that the environment was safe and was restarting. Seeing the new scene, the system took him to the unfamiliarity, made him furrow his brow, and wonder if it was different from the space he saw before. As Ingo Sin read the characters carved on the wall, he entered the Tai Huang era warriors, took control of the world, and he began to marvel, recognizing it as an ancient script. Unexpectedly at that moment, the representative of the system, Do, suddenly appeared in human form to explain. This is a description of the creation god. Banko is merely an incarnation of the person in the mortal world. By placing your hand on the wall, you can read all the inscriptions. Without asking any questions, you simply follow her instructions. And sure enough, as soon as you put your hand on the wall, you are able to read the inscriptions carved on it. Since No created the creatures, the peaceful world has been stable, and during this void period, his focus was on collecting rare treasures and observing the changes in the world. However, suddenly a guest from afar arrived seeking to seize everything from Ngo. Ngo fought with them for 10 days, but a thief attack destroyed the protective barrier and Ngo couldn't save it. Instead, he got injured, and in his fury he slaughtered them all, leading to serious wounds. But the world lacks the energy for me to recover. Chaos waters have been invaded by someone entering the world. So I sealed myself away to protect the world and wait for rebirth as humanity keeps reincarnating. The story ends here, leading to a moment of silence. Then I remark that those outsiders are actually Trung Tu Ni, taking 1 male and 10 females. No wonder they are so noble. The little fox nodded and replied, "Those are objects born from the hatching of the spores, called the Time Lord, existing in spatial rips and capable of destroying the entire world." After sensing the faint residual aura from the writings on the wall, it placed a paw down and continued, "This is my retreat. Countless treasures inside. Do not destroy or take treasures away from here. It's just a guard, evidenced by the pile of shimmering gold, silver, and precious contracts stacked beside it. Thinking that I can only look but not take, I turn back and ask though, so I can't take anything away. Then what am I even doing here?" Though flicked through a few screens on the system and replied that according to the system's arrangement, he would undertake the trial to become the weekly cultivation host here for the first time. When the screen displayed the trial for the mind demon, she had already pressed to receive the reward of the Thuong Lang mind technique. Then he looked up at Mew and shrugged his shoulders, continuing, "The first trial is to master the heart demon. As for who your opponent is, only you will find out by attempting it yourself. There's no other way." Mew had to switch to asking what the soul destruction mind technique was. Though replied that the Thuong Lang mind technique is a secret technique created by the Sang, the god said to rely only on the last move to destroy countless enemies and is considered the most fundamental origin of martial arts. So with excitement he asked, "Does that mean if I learn it I will become a champion?" Though cross her arms in front of her chest, clearly showing her frustration and boredom without wanting to answer, thinking it looks good, ready to press yes. Just as she presses it, the words "that's right" suddenly appear from the system panel. Next is a notification forming a trial boundary with a 60-minute combat limit. After this command, target officially enters the trial phase, and both of his hands start exchanging hateful words. But it's also eerily familiar, like saying, "Go ahead and die. Ah, the poor demon. Non-muck, let me withdraw. You want to use tricks on people. Just give us your feelings." This will take several minutes, and when it's over, the clone of Nam Muk will appear. Listen well, these sounds are deep within your soul. As for me, I am forced to fight through the pain and nightmares that surround me. I won't say any more. I've cut ties with Thuong. You keep screaming non-stop as if you've completely lost your mind. But the doppelganger with his fiery red eyes seemed very pleased with your suffering, even adding words like "cut off," and claiming that Thuong Vu Tuyet colluded with Ma Dong to betray you, promising that the tragic fate from your past life would happen again. Can you endure that? A picture of your father suddenly appeared in Mook's mind. Even though his leg was still broken, he still went to you himself and handed you money while saying casually, "Little Muck, there are a few thousand wages inside this. Take it and use it for your urgent matters." The clone chuckled a few times, then added fuel to the fire. "Do you not want revenge? Do you think that now that you have money, you can escape those suffering moments?" Now Mew just gritted his teeth and replied hoarsely, "Of course I cannot bear it. But I won't let those things happen now." As soon as I finish speaking, I punch towards the clone. Though I do hit it, unfortunately it's pointless because the clone is only a spirit-like entity. The replica sneered with a smile. Kid then disappeared. At the same time, outside the next choice appears on the screen. Oh no, 5 minutes countdown. Should I activate the time shield? Yes, no. Tho felt worried and silently pondered. This is the 99th shield so far. If another layer is added, the remaining power of the deity will be completely depleted, and the next condition will be even harsher. So she decided to wait a little longer. But unexpectedly, Mew not only passed the test quickly and smoothly, but also appeared smiled and asked, "So what are we waiting for?" Seeing your mood improve significantly compared to earlier, Tho couldn't help but wonder what's wrong, but Mew only focused on the new choice and replied yes. Why is there no reward choice? No big reward, just rubbing your hands and contemplating. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out the common spiritual method, also called the 9-layered mental technique, which I comprehended during the chaos, consisting of a total of 9 mantras. Say it again, I forgot myself, and at the same time a brilliant golden light enveloped Mook's surroundings, astonishing him. Then he quietly scolded himself, clearly not told the training method, but it was as if he already knew everything about attack, defense, retreat, and hiding strategies. Suddenly Moo's expression seemed to notice something. After a moment of reflection, he couldn't help but be surprised. He had only relied on his final move to kill tens of thousands of enemies, truly formidable. Hearing this, Tong immediately warned that time was almost up. We had to go. Mew responded, got it. The system reminds you that in 3 seconds, you will leave the system space. Please prepare yourself mentally. The timeline begins to shift, and at Non-Muk's house, you speak out loud, I'm back. The system displayed a message indicating increased strength level 24. Progressive attribute stamina, agility level 24. Progressive attribute, help with transformation, physique level 20 inheritance, unlocking 10% survival, points 2,366. After reading it, I was surprised. I mean, how did the attributes automatically level up? And on top of that, I gained over 2,000 more survival points. The cat stretched casually and replied, I don't know, maybe it's related to his advancing strength that's confusing. I'm a system, but the rules are set by the master deity. Suddenly a voice echoed from inside the room. It was Tho, saying, finally, I can rest now. Then he raised his head wide and said, isn't this my room? Clearly surprised, he replied, huh. Then he casually turned around, picking up the book from the floor, wondering, is this illustration of Yu Quan the reward included with this? Then he quickly sat down and opened it to read. Mew looked away and sighed. As expected, free gifts are useless. Even someone outside the industry like me can see it. There's nothing useful at all. Suddenly he sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the book. That's right, I remember that Dong Nin is passionate about practicing martial arts, even if it's just a copy. Maybe he can see something. Tho is resting on the bed when the system suddenly appears prompt. And urgent, her mission is to find fragments of my primordial soul because, once I undergo the transition to become the Lord of Time. Tho received the mission with a slightly annoyed expression. Can I call her something else? Then the system responded with spirit stones teasing talent. She angrily slapped her hand on the system panel. Just die already, vanish, vanish. But the system's voice continued to echo. Unwin, this is the last time I seek you. Then it disappeared along with the message, but after I become the Lord of Time, I will appear again. In the blink of an eye, the system disappeared, and Tho pondered silently, as if the last remnant of the Lord's will had vanished completely. In the guest room of the exit, Nin softly asked Non, the girl who was with you last time, isn't she coming today? He happily replied that she was busy, and that Duong was eager to see her, while his mind wandered to the fact that since that evening, Yuet Tho had disappeared, but the system of the Moon Eye was still bound to him, although only basic. Functions like inspection notes and transactions remained. His eyes were thoughtful, finally wondering where Yue Tho had gone. Wasn't it impossible for her to be too far from him? Noticing his mind was distracted, Nin called out Miss Nan, and he quickly responded, ah, sorry, I was lost in thought. Muok, holding the book in his hand, looked at Nin, and said today, regarding the cooperation deal between Duong Ra and Tin Van, I also brought a small gift for Duong Tu. This is a book on martial arts techniques that I happened to come across. I heard Duong Tu likes practicing martial arts, so I brought it to give to you. Nin took it and flipped through a few pages, saying, but the content of this book is limited. It might not be very useful. However, then he changed his tone. No, President Nan, this book is extremely important to Dong Ra. Muke smiled and said, obviously only those in the field can truly understand, as long as Xiao Dao finds it useful. Shin was amused and asked, so President Nan also practices martial arts. I saw your impressive skills at the investment conference last time. Muok shook his head modestly and said, you're too complimentary, I'm just having a quick look. Nin didn't believe it. He stepped forward, put his arm around Muok's shoulder and said, I don't believe it, I've fought alongside you once. As long as the cooperation between Tin Van and Duong Ra doesn't entail anything too extreme, I agree to everything. Muk thought silently. Truly a martial arts fan, he says it and he does it. In the backyard behind the exit, Nin stood opposite Muk, excitedly saying, this is where I usually practice martial arts. General Han, don't hold back with me. Muk clasped his hands together respectfully, saying, then let's let Tu Duong laugh, as I have learned a new martial art a couple of days ago. I hope Tu Duong can give me some guidance. Then Nin shouted ready and charged at Muke with his left fist. Muke quickly caught Nin's punch with his left hand, then swiftly grabbed Nin's hand, making Nin exclaim, "Your reaction is too fast." Muat sudung chiao chu chuyen quinyat chao, sway ngoy hoi hong ngoy swang, nam lai fan fai chuaning chuan bivat ang ai. Nyung ning fan ungrat nyang thot hoi don do, chuamuk roi nai rasa hoi cho chuamuk. Motokata smiled and said, "Duong Thiu's skills are really good." Nin quickly added, "So are yours, come on then." After several rounds of fighting, the sun has already risen high, and quite some time has passed. Mew stands there, catching his breath and smiling. "Duan Xiao, do you still want to continue?" Nin, wiping his sweat, said, "With your skills you might even rank in the top 3 in the martial arts world. I'm no match for you." Mew, smiling, stepped closer to Nin and said, "Niu Xiao, don't laugh at me anymore, and don't call me Nyan Tong, just call me Nyan Mook, it sounds more comfortable." Nin slung his arm around Mew, saying, "Okay, Munan, today was great, let's go and finalize the cooperation contract at Tin Van Corporation's office." Du was still focused on his work, so Mu approached him, asking, "It's late still." "Not done yet." Du turned around and, noticing Mu's gaze, asked, "Is there something?" President Nan Mu handed Du a folder and said, "I tried calling you but couldn't get through, so I came here. Open it, it's good stuff." Du opened the folder, saw it was a supply contract for Dang Ra, and exclaimed that Dang Ra agreed to supply materials to Tin Van, and even accepted a 10% cut. Someone across from him asked, "So do you have any requests? And be sure to specify if there's still a chance to change the final decision tomorrow." "Do quickly," said President Nan. "That's enough. Tin Van will definitely not let you down." Muck, who was standing up, replied, "All right, I'll head home first. You should also get some rest." "Mr. Nan, actually I have one more thing to ask of you." And without waiting for a response, Du continues, "Earnestly, the truth is, my partners at Tin Van are also chairman, and we don't have strength in marketing and sales. After we finish negotiating, we hope to transfer the company back under your name so we won't be distracted during the research and development process." Muke then asked, "Worried, are you not afraid? I'll cause trouble." Du replied, "We trust in your ability and vision. With you leading Tin Van, it can only grow stronger." Then Du glanced at the documents on the table and continued, "Plus, every project is expanding now, running out of space. The company is nearly in chaos." Mukwai confidently lifting a phone and saying, "Fine, Tin Van can rest assured to leave it to me, but my goal isn't just the router. I want to develop a smartphone with a better exterior design, screen size, and camera, and hardware performance must also be superior to the current one." Then Yu and Du both looked out the office window, and Muck continued, "And regarding Tin Van, the office could be relocated to Fudot." Early in the morning at Fudai office, Muck, sitting on a stranger's chair, stretched and said, "Finally done, so tired." Then he called system. A blue screen appeared in front of him in the resynchronization process. The screen displayed a line of tech strength level 24, with thrust attribute, quick-witted speed, level 24, thrust strength energy transformation, unlock body force level 2, 010%. Seeing that line, he pondered that in less than a month, survival points had been used up more than twice compared to before. Ma ordered the system to open the expansion. The screen then showed a line of text, "The key owner lacks quota and cannot open the upgrade." Mo H frustratedly said, "What is this? It's really unreliable." The boy secretly thought that normally the survival points should be increasing, but there has been no sign of change. Is it true that Yue To took her away, or that she helped her go somewhere else? Then a sweet voice suddenly rang out, "I am back now. Looking at the window, I see those sitting on the windowsill, and when she sees you looking at her, she says, 'Do you remember me, host?' You're not gone yet," Though chuckled sweetly and snapped his fingers, just confirming a few things. "You're back already." Then a mechanical voice announced, "Survival points have been calculated, totaling 2,333 points." A puzzled voice asked again, 2,333, then a loud shout rang out, "Call the police, someone is jumping off the building." Though looked down, and saw a group of people shouting up, "Little sister, if you have something unclear, just say it, don't jump, you need to cherish your life." Mew suddenly realized that a certain aura was approaching. 2O looked up at the building's rooftop, and saw a girl standing on the edge about to jump. She shouted, "Host, it's A-chan. A-chan is on the rooftop, and I can still sense the aura of the parasite." Muke also surprisedly said, "What?" then quickly headed toward the door, shouting as he went, "Call the police, I'm going up there to save her." Muke quickly heads towards the elevator, glances at the number 17 descending on the control panel, and silently thinks the rooftop is on the 30th floor. The elevator won't make it in time. Then he swiftly changes direction and goes up through the emergency exit. He kept running and wondered why Ajen was in the Fudai building. What on earth was she trying to do? Upstairs, Ajen was holding a knife, surrounded by a dark fog, muttering non-stop, "Kill her. She's destined to die. Everyone deserves to die." At this moment, Mew has reached the rooftop, shouting out, "Achan." Achan turns to look at him, still muttering, "Murderer, all deserve to die." Muat slowly approaches and says, "What exactly happened to Achan? I can help you." In his mind, he thinks that perhaps this distance is enough to save her. Achan turned around, his eyes filled with hostility, as he looked at Mu, still muttering regretfully, wanting Mu to forgive him, and nothing else. Then A-chan suddenly closed his eyes and fell backwards, causing Mu's heart to race as he quickly reached out to her. Luckily, he managed to hold her hand. Seeing that he had caught hers, he felt relief. Inside, he was in time. Then he helped Zhen lean against the wall, still replaying that moment in his mind, so dangerous it was almost a disaster. Then he looked at the knife A-chan was holding with a streak of blood on the blade, and quietly wondered if she had really killed someone. Suddenly A-chan opened her eyes, raised the knife and shouted, "Renmaku, I have to kill you." Mu held her hand back and yelled, "A-chan, wake up, you are Renmaku." At this moment, Tho appeared, and said she was being controlled by someone placing her hand on her forehead and releasing the power of the host god to purify the parasites on her. Hearing that, Muke immediately put 2 fingers on A-chan's forehead, and a stream of blue light emanated from his fingers to push back the black aura surrounding A-chan. Muke loosens his grip and says maybe it's okay now, secretly thinking about Phuongvuok Tuyet or Lu Troc. Then standing at the edge of the rooftop looking down, he says, "It's temporarily okay, now take her to the hospital first, and leave the rest to the police. The police are telling everyone to disperse, quickly stand back, it's very dangerous." Mu clutches Ajian and says, "That's good, let's leave first." "Mr. Nan, the smartphone, you mentioned earlier, we've already designed a basic model." When he sees the desk, Du looks confused and asks, "It's not here." Then he placed the document on the table, along with a USB, and said, "Just leave it here," and he left. A while later, Muke and Thoy returned to the office. Thoy asked, "Have you investigated who is behind the person controlling A-chan?" Mu looked at the document and said, "If you don't go, the fox will eventually reveal its tail." He continued, "You should rest first. I still have work to do." Then looked at the file Du left on the table. You open it to check the contents of the document, secretly marveling to yourself. Du's signature genius in science and engineering is evident, having produced a detailed report in such a short time. Muek notices a note in the document that says the 3D model and its detailed parameters are stored in the USB. Confused, Muek asks USB. You put down the document and overturned the table. Though curiously asked, "What's wrong?" "What are you looking for?" Mu replied. "Did you see a USB anywhere in the office?" Though ng vei li noi. "I always go with someone. Where am I supposed to look for the USB?" Muck immediately called Du. "Have you brought the USB to my place yet?" Du replied on the other side that he brought it, and since he saw you weren't in the room, he left both the report and the USB there. Seeing the serious problem, Muke said firmly that the USB was missing and told him to come here immediately. In the Longdang Building's office, Phi was sitting on the chair complaining. "This girl looked fragile, but turned out not only to be strong but also stabbed me with a knife." Tuyet stood beside, secretly mocking Phi, truly a person without brains. Phi then looked at Tuyet and said, "Do you think girl A there might be able to take down Non Muk Ni?" Tuyet calmly replied, "Yes, the evidence is very solid. If she can't take him down, she'll at least be seriously injured." Phi leaned back in his chair with a contented smile and said, "Well then, that's good. I can't stand the sight of someone showing off their wealth and power just because they have a little money, men. After all, once they have money, they can use it to impress women. There's nothing wrong with that. I think he was just poor and miserable in his previous life." At this moment, Wang Ji entered holding the USB and said, "Miss Fang, this is what you wanted." Tuyet took the USB and said, "Well done, the remaining money will be transferred to your account. You can leave now." Phi asked, "What is that?" Tuyet inserted the USB into the computer and said, "The recent project Nan is working on. If I can't find the key point, how can I hit his sore spot?" Phi also asked curiously, "Is this really useful?" Tuyet replied, "Let me see what he has been doing lately." Chi also stood to the side watching. Then he discovered something, I think. At that moment, Tuyet finally noticed Chi standing by the edge of her desk, asking, "I told you to send him away, so why is he still here? I'll transfer the money to your account later." Chi pushes up his glasses and speaks seriously. Yu Thu works quickly. Of course I trust her. But he then looks at Tuyet, who is deceiving him, and says, "The research and development team of Tinvan Group is my enemy. Besides, science and technology are indeed my specialty." He thought to himself, "This woman feels really dangerous." He quickly said, "Little Tuyet, maybe we should let him stay as long as we develop something first. The Muk family won't be able to do anything." Chi suddenly angrily exclaimed that he used to be a graduate student at Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology, and he used to drink with classmates, but he found out that he had copied his data and even betrayed him, which led to him being expelled, and he couldn't accept it. He continued to say that if I can't find a job later, I was forced to go into illegal trade. "Miss, if you want to deal with Tinvan Group, we can fully cooperate." Tuyet was thinking at this moment that Tinvan Group had already transferred under Fudai's name, which was considered the only source of profit for Fudai. If Tinvan suffered losses, then Mu Group would also suffer. Then Tuyet looked at Tri and extended her hand, saying, "Mr. Vuong, I agree to cooperate. If you have time, we can discuss the collaboration further." Tri shook Tuyet's hand and said, "All right, I will handle the research and development team, but as for the capital funds, Phi Han Ho Tri and I told him to focus on research and not worry about funding. I've made a few billion from stocks recently, especially money." USB then warned him loudly that the USB was handed over to him, and if he took data to sell to another company, he shouldn't blame him for being unkind. Try gently handed over his words. Miss Fwang, rest assured. I also have the original, so our partnership is guaranteed to succeed. She frowned and said, President Nan, I already told Bill to investigate. Diu also pounded the table and said, damn it, such an important thing that I lost. This is the dedication of our research and development team. Muck asked Diu, can these data be copied out? Diu replied, they can be copied, but they've all been mixed up, so what use are they anymore? At this moment, Bill came in and said, President Nan, no president, I found a clue. He continued after General Chuang went out, someone from the team entered the office, but in the end, he exited through the safe passage, and his face couldn't be seen on the camera. Mukoi, Bill, the emergency exit has no cameras. Which way did he take after leaving? Bill replied, this guy seems very familiar with this place. After he went out, he immediately entered a small tunnel, no sign of him anymore. Jack Mock gently said, maybe he's a tough commercial spy, but Tin Van is only a small company. How could it be? Mew casually thought that Truong Bang Du's background is quite simple. Since graduating from university, he has been working as a researcher. There could be no enemies. Previously, Kong Shui was in real estate and had no contact with high technology. Then he mentioned Wang Wuyu and Lu Che, and after saying this, everyone in the room was surprised. Then Mew looked at Shui and said, President Kong, you should investigate all the staff of the company, along with Longdang Ma Dong, and arrange security around the company. Such a situation must never happen again. Mew thought to himself, these two are indeed relentless ghosts. Shui agreed and understood. Mr. Nan and Bill left the office. Du sat inside worried and asked President Nan, what should we do now? This is everyone's dedication, my mistake. Mew and Uinoi, alright, no need to blame yourself. If I was able to come up with this concept of a smartphone, I definitely wouldn't let others surpass me. Then he pushed another set of documents towards Du and said, I've carefully reviewed your report, and the first smartphone in 1992 inspired you. I'm not wrong, am I? Dio, surprised, said yes. The biggest advantage of Simon is its fully touchscreen and internet connection. The exterior design also drew inspiration from Teo and Mobile, so it could fit a fully touchscreen. Muck listened and continued, but Teo and Mobile is outdated now. Look at this, and he pushed a white box toward Dieu. He then said we need to create an entirely new type of phone, and Dieu was surprised when he opened the box. Dieu looked at the device in her hand with surprise. Boss Nan, this is the new phone. Muck replied, this is a model I saw someone I know make, let me show you. Dieu examined it and wondered if this model is too advanced, only keeping 3 buttons. Muck smiled and said no. The calm analysis said that now is the information era, whether it's current technology or computers, the development trend is always towards lighter designs. The faster, the more efficient. Isn't that why routers appeared for convenience? Then he picked up the Nokia again since phone screens are so small now, browsing the internet or playing games isn't convenient, right? Du feels enlightened. That's right, but wanting to build the entire system, I'm afraid current technology hasn't reached that level yet. Mew approaches and pats Du on the shoulder. It's okay, just follow the process, the equipment and funding needed. I will do my best to arrange everything properly. He nodded. Alright, President Nan, I won't let you down. Mo quickened his pace and left, trusting you do a good job on the project. Leave everything else to me. You move from the office to the hospital, your leg still numb on the bed. Though Lai finds it strange, why investigate from A-chan? Muck looked at the person lying on the bed and said that the disappearance of A-chan and the USB was definitely not a coincidence, probably someone intentionally targeting me. His teacher has made the decision, though replied she has been affected by the parasite. You can directly investigate her related memories, but it will cost quite a few survival points. Mew takes out his hand and casts a spell. I know the matter has already been unlocked up to this point. Chandan's memories flashed back vividly, revealing a scene in a hospital room where she sat hunched over sharing her feelings with her father who couldn't respond. The doctor said that in a while her father would be able to get out of bed and walk again. There are still 200 inches treatment fees to pay. What should we do? Suddenly Phi and Tuyet enter the room and help me with something. Your father's treatment fee is no longer an issue. Jian looked surprised. Are you Fwang, Miss Fwang? Why are you here? I can't help you anymore. Tuyet coldly looked at her. Jian, you fought Non-Muck last time. You haven't forgotten about that, right? She clenched her fists. What you're doing is illegal. Phi sneered after hearing that. Non-Muck wouldn't let Miss Fwang back down. If you want to force her, just try. You're truly brainless. She angrily stood up, ready to physically confront that guy, to make him wake up. He's the one who has no brains. Don't get tangled up with this cunning and malicious woman anymore. You should reduce your contact with Miss Fwang. She's no match for Phi. Tuyet has no idea when she ended up next to her father. I don't care what you think of me, but if I pull out this tube now, your father won't survive. Ru is frightened but still keeps his distance. If you dare to do that, I will call the police. I won't help you anymore. But Tuyet is a daredevil, calmly removing the air tube. Alright, this is the one you chose. Without the air tube, her father would have difficulty breathing, and Chan became frantic. Dad, let me go. The knife in her hand is stabbing straight at Phi. The knife slashed through his hand and then fell to the ground, and Phi shouted in pain. He was cursing and holding his arm. How dare this damn woman do that? Joe ignored him and rushed to his father. Dad. Then Fengvu Tuyet exploited a Chan's hatred for her to control a Chan and transferred all her resentment onto me. Though asks, so what do you plan to do? Consider adding the Ma Dong. This is already the second time, right? He answers, I honestly can't understand why she's so obsessed with me and refuses to let go. He said that, then turned and left the hospital room, silently determined that this time I wouldn't hold back anymore. Let's go to a Chan's father's ward and see if there is any concrete evidence. The two looked around the father's room and Mew asked, is there anything unusual? Though also looked confused. Nothing seems unusual, everything is normal. He turned to her and mentioned the residual aura of the parasite or the smell of blood or something similar, but there was nothing. Though looked at him speechlessly. I'm not a dog, how could I smell that? He shook his head in disapproval and said fine. Then I knew Kay and her were useless. Suddenly the doctor stepped in. Are you two family members of the patient? Muok replied, no, his daughter is my friend. She asked me to see how he's doing now. The doctor was taking notes while shaking his head, not very optimistic, still very worried. Moreover, I heard that this morning your daughter had a conflict with someone and already removed the patient's oxygen tube, which is really too dangerous. It was supposed to be just a little more money paid, complete the surgery and continue treatment gradually, but now it's turned into this. Muke immediately asked how much money was still needed for the surgery, and I paid up front for her while inside. I kept kneeling before Tuyet once more. Fwangvu Tuyet really had left. Over there, Phi and Tuyet were eating together. He asked if the person named Vuong Tri was trustworthy, as he felt this guy might be up to something. Tuyet didn't care, and replied that Vuong Tri was very fond of fame and profit. At school, he had exploited experimental data from Trong Bang Dieu to benefit his own research, and was eventually expelled. So he has always felt burdened but unlucky. As long as we offer him benefits and fame, he will definitely not betray us. He nodded and said, just do as you see fit. I'll go rest first lately. I've been feeling exhausted, and my neck hurts a lot, but Phi doesn't know there's actually a snake following him. He stood up and said, let's cooperate happily. Tuyet looked at his pale face silently. Every time this so-called god clings to Hua Fi, he would weaken a little. Nothing would happen to him, right? The phone rang. She picked it up and said, hello mom, what's going on the other end? Her mother asked Tuyet, I want to ask you, what are you planning with Tu Hu? It looks like you're no longer young. Tuyet immediately interrupted, how much money do you need at home? Her mother quickly explained, we don't need money at home anymore. That's enough. I just want to check on you. She didn't bother to listen anymore and directly hung up. How could it be that clearly only money mattered to those people? The black shadow suddenly returned to Tuyet's side with a less satisfied look. This one is no longer valuable to exploit. Girl, it's time to find the next target. She casually replied, no, I won't help you anymore because our deal is already done. Seeing her try to cut ties completely, the shadow suddenly changed face and asked, are you sure you won't continue to help? As soon as I leave you, all the traces I've erased will surface, including this man's death. Tuyet listens in horror. What are you talking about? Phi is dead. Black Shadow said very casually that I need human vitality. He has already drained him completely, and of course he's dead. Tuyet was stunned to hear this. You never told me I never wanted to kill anyone, I just needed the money. But the Black Shadow read her like a book, little girl. I can sense your ambition right now, you own a company. Isn't it to make your family respect you and for your ex-boyfriend to regret leaving you? If I leave, all the evidence will point to you. Are you willing to accept fraud, incitement, or murder? Every word that scoundrel utters makes Tuyet break out in a cold sweat. She collapsed to the floor. I can't accept that. The shadow was pleased to see its parasite obedient. Good, at least for the next 2 days she'll supply me with a healthy grown adult. I'll handle the rest. Late at night at the hospital, the only sound was the silence, when suddenly she slowly opened her eyes. Mu asked, you're awake. Chan recoiled upon seeing the person in front of him, Mr. Nan. Getting straight to the point, how much do you remember about this morning? Jin replied. This morning Miss Fwang came to see me, wanted me to work for her. I refused, and she pulled out my father's breathing tube. Her mind is clear. She remembers her father immediately and calls out dad while the doctor reassures her that her father is fine and that I have paid for his surgery, which can be scheduled tomorrow. Then he places the bill on the bed, and Chun looks at it in surprise. 60,000. Tears stream down her face. Mr. Nan, I almost killed you, and you've still helped me like this. Calmly he said, I know. You were framed by Fwangvu Tuyet. If you have proof you can give it to the police, and I will testify for you. Chan nghe vai chuigam matoi hong cho bang chung toi. Con dam anh ta mot dao chung chi du de goi. La dang nhau hong jup gi duok anh dao. Mot gat dao dung de vai. La tot roi chong ngoi di trong long chao tam ngi bo chon atran deu hong cho man moi truk tiep fan fai tim tu noi hach. Suddenly she seemed to take your shirt, but, Mr. Nan, I owe you so much money. A response, don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. There's no interest, you just need to work for me again, and you can pay back the money gradually. The scene shifts to Muk's office where he is sitting and reviewing documents while listening to the news. Recently, our city uncovered a major drug trafficking ring. and since last year the police have been targeting the Hoak gang, but investigations yielded no results until last month, when an anonymous hero saved the Tan gang and inadvertently provided the police with a crucial lead related to the Hoak drug operation. Thou looked at the radio with a cover. What era are we in, still using the radio to get the news? Mew replied impatiently, raising her head. Just answer yes, you understand this is about saving time. The news continues on the radio. Now I will broadcast an urgent alert. Recently, our city has seen many disappearances, mainly of adults around 30 years old. Information about the missing persons has been released. In addition, please stay cautious and go out with others and report to the police immediately if you notice any strange situations. Suddenly your phone rings. Hello Mom, on the other end, her worried voice says. Xiaonan, have you seen the news about that disappearance case? Alright then, after work, remember to let Mom know you're safe. Why are you telling her to go? I'm not even really your secretary. Do your job, you're the only one free. Hurry up and go. Those stormed off. Min silently thought. A 30-year-old adult disappearing with no money and no looks. How is that possible? After a while, Thui and Bill were present, while Tho stood in a corner, still upset. Non said, I want to ask about how our company's recent work situation has been. Shui scratched his head and said everything is normal at work. 2 people called in sick the other day, but they're back today. Bill added, yeah, and the company's security system has been upgraded, so there shouldn't be any problems. Muke listens to the report and takes a deep breath. Very well, mister. Congo organized this month's timekeeping. Everyone leaves an hour early. Tell everyone not to make noise outside. Bill understands what you're worried about and responds. Miss Nan, is the recent disappearance case I want to talk to you about something. A few days ago I heard some guards say that the current boss of Longdang has been missing for a while. Mew was shocked. Could it be that Hua Fi also has something to do with this? Bill rubbed his shiny head. I'm not sure either. Maybe it's just coincidence. After all, he is the boss of Longdang as well. After Bill left, she bowed her head in thought. I previously sensed the aura of the pathogen on Phuong Vu Tuyet. She said her and Lu Troc, whose ability is greater. Though replied, if you're already suspicious of her, why not go and see for yourself? Mu Thamgi. Could I really be suspecting it now? Is this the moment when, according to the previous life's timeline, after Hua Fi buys the house she experiences wealth, then suddenly dies? Is it finally happening again? Mew and Tho sneak into the Fengding building. Mew speaks with a torch, sighing. How big this building is. No guards tonight, and the power's out. Aren't they worried something might happen? Thong Yen Tuk reminds you to be careful as the entire building is surrounded by the aura of the seed, and it seems the problem here is not small. She points toward the dense black smoke, indicating that the aura on this side is strongest on the lower floor. The two slowly walk down. Muck scanned for security codes. Tho said, this is a warehouse, not sure what's inside. Be careful. The boy felt embarrassed. We don't have the password. How can we get in? Tho looked at him as if he were an idiot and said, what's the point of the password? The power's out, already breaking it open. Isn't the same as a lock. Then she gently opened the door, and a thick fog poured out, causing a commotion. Old man, what does the warehouse smell like? The lock is damaged. I will go in first to check it out. Wait here. Seeing the scene before him, he was terrified. Are these the people who have gone missing recently? He looked at the scattered, dried-out bodies lying in front of him. You touch the nose of one person, it seems they have stopped breathing. Tho calmly responds, he's already dried out, there's no way to save him anymore. Suddenly a faint voice called out, is anyone there? Help me? I quickly rush over, there's still someone alive, how are you? The girl trembles. You're also an employee of Longdang Sao, please help us. She barely managed to speak before the girl fainted. Muklai rushed to her. All of them are employees of Longdang Sao. Hey, wake up. Tho silently recited a spell to analyze. If we want to save them, the best way is to detoxify their spiritual energy. As for ordinary people, this is a toxic aura that can be deadly. Muke handed the task back to her and left. Alright, I'll leave it to you, by the way. Restore the scene to its original state. Tho threw out his hand, and a swirl of purple smoke enveloped the restrained ones. Over there outside, Mew quickly calls the police. Hello, is this the police? I've found 7 people missing from the storage room of the Fongdang building. They may be victims of the disappearance case. Meanwhile, Tuyet returns home, her mother sitting beside her, says, little Tuyet, about what I told you last time. What do you think now? Recently, I haven't seen you bring Xiaohua home for dinner either. Vu nodded and agreed. Sister Mom is right, ever since we met that Hua guy. It's not just him making decisions now, we also have a business. His fate is helping to make our family prosperous. Suddenly the shadow sent a message. What do I do now? Someone has entered the warehouse. Go there right away and check. Tuyet was startled. This can't be happening. Mrs. Phuong didn't understand what's so impossible, this girl. Now that she has money, she no longer listens to what I say, right? She didn't want to talk much, and just replied briefly, Mom, I still have some things to take care of. Let's continue talking next time. Ba Phuong was furious. No way, ever since you found Xiaohua, we haven't had a decent talk once. Today you're not going anywhere. The shadow that was attached to her suddenly appeared again. No, my connection with those people has been cut off. That thing is rushing to strangle her. It roared loudly. What did she hide from me? The shadow pulls Tuyet into the air. She struggles weakly. He releases his hand. I didn't do anything. It nods. Now you have a power to harm me. I granted you endless wealth, and this is how you repay me. Tuyet weakly answers, I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Everyone in the family was shocked to see her suddenly floating. Dust filled the air. What's going on? Since when did she learn magic? Tuyet reached out to Mrs. Fuang. Mother, save me. She was still so frightened she was stiff. Xiao Tuyet, stop joking with your mother. I don't want to get married anymore. I won't force you, just come down quickly, okay? The shadow sneers at the scene, sneering at how humans are all deceitful and self-interested. Looking at your family, you've done so much for them, but no one even wants to help you up. Then it throws her back onto the seat, saying, you betrayed me, so pay with the bloodshed I lost along with your whole family. Vu feels something's wrong, Mom. I feel like there's something eerie in the house, like our home. What's going on? Under the bright moonlight, a scream echoes through the villa. Oh no. Outside Longdang, building police cars are parked densely. I muttered I really didn't expect Fang Wuyue to take this path. If so, Hua Fi might also encounter trouble. Though stands beside the system screen, this parasite is draining blood energy. Mostly he can't save it anymore. Just by driving away a little of the parasite's remaining aura, the score has already dropped so much. This is the power of transformation, quite mysterious. You're not System A, so why are there doubts? Though replied. Then suddenly someone interrupted. May I ask, are you two calling the police? Hello, officer. As soon as we passed by, what happened up front? Why are there so many police officers? The other person responded, the victim of the disappearance case has been found here. You keep pretending not to know, so they haven't caught Hong Hu yet. The policeman scratched his head. Not yet, such a big incident happened. The owner of Longdang hasn't reached out either, and my witnesses are also unavailable. I'm just telling you all this since they haven't caught the villain yet. Go home earlier and stay safe. As they walked away smoothly, one suddenly stopped and looked at the sign on the wall. Oh, now you finally speak. I thought you still wanted to interfere in Fuang Vu Tuyet's affairs. Mu still gazed into the distance and replied, the first time I met her she was like snow turning into spring rain, pure and icy. At that time she was very pure, like a clear stream, and we both had good feelings for each other. I never imagined she would end up like this. You look at the glowing symbol on your hand, the demon in your mind that you once tried to train was meant to make me forget the past, to not remember it anymore. Having said that, I meet your hand again now, I understand. Being able to come back to life now is the greatest salvation for me, and there's no reason not to cherish it. This life I finally understand. Simboy finally spoke a life-changing sentence, so this is what it feels like to live for oneself, to be free. Though looked at him as if receiving light and whispered to think freedom is also what I desire. Over there in the night sky, after wiping out that entire factory, the shadow leaves silently. Damn, humans are selfish and base, and yet they dare to defy my will. I must quickly find someone to latch onto next. In the office of Fu Dai building, on the laptop screen, Rain 14 reports another scandal involving Longdang. The chairman is suspected of being the culprit in the disappearance case. Longdang's chairman indulged excessively, and the whole family perished. Now he looks like a mummified corpse lost in thought as he watches the news. Though sits on the chair and taps the system screen, it seems the system is already two-way connected the last time I left. I wanted to use the commerce system but didn't have access rights. But I've bought elixirs quickly before, so even if the host power disappears, I will still be under control. Let's try again. The screen displays a list of options. The super triplex pill stronger than 10 old pills costs 500 points. The path to wealth 10000 points. The event book 5000 points each. And the tightening belt for 20000 points. Though presses the potion option and says, let's try this. The system sound rings out. Purchasing a super complete rejuvenation pill costs 500 survival points, and once listened to Mew feels totally pissed off. Though holds a pill as big as a marble in his hand. Good girl, this one's way too big on the other side. I'm calming down. Why did she buy items from the system on her own? She looked at you innocently. I was just testing the system's functions. This is the cheapest one. Seeing her approach again, I felt something was off. She doesn't want me to eat it right. Though looked at the AK target like a lab mouse and replied, of course not, once bought it, can't be wasted, and a healthy host is what matters most. I think the plastic teammate is crazy. Move aside, I won't eat it. What a surprise. Thui knocked on the door and entered President Nan. He looked at the scene of the beautiful woman with the switchboard and thought to himself, why am I here? I shouldn't be here. I should be in the car. Thinking quickly, he ran away before being silenced. Sorry, President Nan, I have something to do. I'll come back to see you later before the door is closed. Muck shouted, come in for me. Thui bowed humbly. Sorry for bothering President Nan. Apologize. I saw that 180-minute period of watching old costume dramas that I shouldn't have touched. Don't mess with the West City Hotel anymore. Arrange 20 million in capital, follow the news development, and build schools. Thui instantly understood that the school I know is the latest method of collective real estate education. An analysis. It's already 2009 and there are countless residential and office buildings crowded with people living in them. Real estate isn't just about building a house for someone to live in. As he thought to himself, his past life experience told him that it was impossible to get rich just by renovating entire homes in 2011 of the 21st century. Though Thui clapped and liked the guy, President Nan, you are my idol. Without further ado, he directly handed the employee badge to Thui. I don't need you to see me as an idol, I just need you to make a name for yourself in the real estate career. Wear this badge, all the brothers and sisters of Fudai will follow you. Shui holding the card and thinking she was dreaming, from now on, I am a real estate crocodile. My long-held dream can finally come true. Though chuckled sarcastically, the crocodile is him, he's just the tail. Shui replied, I see, so you are. She is the pink rabbit in the crocodile's mouth, and after saying that he ran away. Hearing that she became a bit scared, I have a bad feeling. She didn't bother to respond, telling everyone to shut up, it's all her fault. As they stepped out of the elevator, they heard voices arguing. Haha, are you singing? You sound better than singing. Thieu and the herdsman turned around at the same time. On the other side, Xiao Tan and Tran were fiery in their fight. As soon as I arrived, I told them I knew President Nan, as if the whole world revolved around her. I'm just speaking the truth. Muke immediately jumped in. Hey Tran, what's going on? Tran saw you and sprayed glue at President Nan. I came for the interview and she insisted on meeting him. The security guard already said he's not here, but she kept insisting she wants to see him. Thieu Tan wouldn't back down, so of course I only met with President Nan because she's my lifesaver. The two cleaning guys whispering to each other, is this considered a brutal battlefield? Only I, though don't understand the scene of palace intrigues. Tran continued, he is also my hidden savior. Why didn't you even read his name? You just want to meet him privately, right? Thieu Tan is furious you. Stop listening to those two arguing lunatics, stop fighting. You're here for the interview, right? I won't show favoritism because of who I know. Fudai doesn't need useless people. Have you both thought this through? And inside Fudai's building, a staff member reviews the files of the two people. The boy nods and assigns the task. Each of them has their own strengths. There is a male IT team in the company that came up with a way to boost their sales, but the sales volume still didn't meet the standards I set. Ah, Tran, this task is assigned to you. Surely you won't make the same mistake as before. Tran nodded. I understand, President Nan. You've pulled me this far and I also hope I can pull you back. Though handed over a USB containing important employee documents of Tin Van. Find a handsome guy to learn about our products first. Tran full of determination. Thank you, I will definitely not let everyone down. Though hesitated before replying, all right. Once again she turned to Xiao Tan and said, Xiao Tan, your talent is irreplaceable. Perhaps there will be a stage of your own in the entertainment industry. I have my own plans. She just lowered her head silently while he continued, but I have to say one thing. All the popular songs right now are really hard to listen to. I want to discuss this in detail with you. Let's go grab some coffee and sit for a bit. At this moment, Xiao Tan finally spoke up. President Nan, actually I came to apply for a different position. I no longer want to be a singer. Then she trembled all over, still remembering the first time she came to Jiang City at a coffee shop. After only 2 minutes of talking, they told me to go upstairs for a rehearsal. Thieu Tan recalls the scene where she was groped by a few jerks, feeling uneasy again. She looks at him and says, I don't need the stage anymore. Singing and dreaming like that are not for me. Tran sighed upon hearing Xiao Tan's painful past, surprised she had such an unhappy memory. The two burst into laughter, and Non-General, a decisive talent scout, joked that maybe they should also become bodyguards for the Dragon and Phoenix, to which they cheerfully replied that their specialty was cleaning up. Miss Nan, I no longer want to be involved in anything related to the entertainment industry. Muck looked worried when she made that decision, but she's standing on an even bigger stage now. Well, now you're running after her. Oh, my President Nan has even learned how to be difficult, just let her do it, Muck murmured, frowning. When did she say she wanted to be difficult? Thieu Tan shyly replied. Yes, I want to be difficult. Just say okay, and have you and Atran try a little competition. As long as you can reach half of Atran's sales, I will accept your decision. Xiao Tan said confidently, I won't admit defeat. The next day, at the Van Tin Company, one asked Xiao Tan if she had any questions about the prices and features of the company's products. She replied, no, I remember everything now. You nodded all right. I also explained the situation from Chang by Ruwu to her. It's mainly about the price, so you're going to support him. This order must be secured. Xiao Tan replied, okay, President Nan. Over there, side A and side B are talking. Ruwu asks, Mr. Loi, do you still have anything unclear? He smiles and replies, Xiao Zhang, your products really have no problem, but it's the price. Mr. Du hesitated. Mr. Loi, our prices are already the lowest on the market, lower than this would be. Suddenly, someone interrupted. General Manager Truong, President Nan asked me to come support you. Du saw someone coming to assist happily. Xiao Tan, you arrived just in time. Quickly explain the price issue to Mr. Loi. Xiao Tan politely replied, hello, Mr. Loi, I am Xiao Tan here, specifically to discuss the pricing with you. You girls don't have much reputation either. I want to sign about 10,000 routers. This costs over 10 billion VND, and I can't afford to lose out. Tutan said seriously. Mr. Loy, this issue you're talking about actually doesn't exist. As long as our products can be sold, there's no need to worry about profit. He looked at the girl with disdain, saying, You're just like a pyramid scheme, girl. You already said it yourself that all we need is to sell. So what if we can't sell it? If it's such a good product, should we just throw it away? As scrap. Xiao Tan wondered anxiously if she was doing the wrong thing. Seeing Ru confused, Tan called out to him President Zhang. He let out a long sigh, disappointment in his expression. Tu Tan, you're rushing too much with this. Quote, it's a serious loss for Tin Van. She hesitated, bowed her head and apologized. I just wanted to get the project to prove I can do it. The alcohol restores Tan's spirits quickly and helps her find a solution. Since the contract isn't signed yet, we still have hope. Let's go and find Tongnan to see if he has a way to turn this around. She nodded in agreement after hearing that. Seeing Anne successfully sign the contract, shaking hands and speaking with the partner happily, she thought to herself that Anne is really suited for this job, unlike herself who still isn't afraid to speak out about wanting to repay. In the employee's office, after hearing the previous report, he clasped his hands together and asked, So you two are just making superficial compromises, right? Du hesitated before replying, Yes, but Mr. Louis said that changing the terms, even if we breach the contract, the penalty fee would be over 10 million. Mu Chi turned to the desk and asked, Zen, can this order still be saved? She confidently replied, as long as it's not signed and stamped yet, there's a way to turn things around. After hearing this, you decide to come up with a plan tomorrow before signing the contract with President Truong. We can't let him take advantage of this 5% loophole. Both of them agree in unison. Yes, President Nan, we will go immediately. Tan turned to leave with everyone, but suddenly Mu spoke up. Little Tan, wait a moment. He quickly turned back and showed her some news. Look at this, he said, and as she glanced at the screen, she was taken aback. So the headline is, Do celebrities still have to become famous through spring festivals? Tan sweatfully asked back, Non-President, what do you mean? Without beating around the bush, what I mean is that singing is your true career. And hearing this, she was suddenly taken aback. Yuong Dung then continued, From now on, the producer will be chosen by you, and the music group will be your own. He secretly thought that in the previous life, because Tanyu's stubborn rejection of secret arrangements, she could only sing on the streets until the month before I left when she finally sang a song. Tan fiercely opposed it. No, President Nan, I truly don't want to step into the entertainment industry, even a little. I prefer to explain everything slowly and patiently. I know you oppose the unspoken rules, like this time you are the one making the decision and forming your own team. She hurriedly replied, President Nan, I work at Tinva simply to repay your life-saving kindness. Take a step to the door and say, with outstretched hand to repay isn't returning to the stage to sing. Once again, the best way to show gratitude. The young man sincerely advised, go build your own stage. This is the best way to repay. Tan hesitated and asked nervously, Nan Tong, are you sure? Crossing his arms, he entrusted the major responsibility to her. She must create a brand new entertainment empire, a music company. The production of traditional albums will be revolutionized by the internet age, and her talent is the first step towards building that empire. Your insight leaves Tan utterly confused. Suddenly, 3 enters Non-President. I'm here, and the door suddenly swings open, hitting him on the head and leaving him dizzy. Tan anxiously calls out Non-President. He reached up and scratched his head where a lump of herbal medicine was swollen. Why did he suddenly burst in like that? He chuckled and explained. Wasn't I rushing to bring the original internet culture documents for you? Shui hands the documents to him, and as he said, all the images and ideas are of Miss Tan. Flipping through and satisfied, she says, yes, very good. Tan overhears the conversation and is surprised, unsure of what to say. Tuan, I've left your documents and office keys for you. I hope you won't run away anymore, and that you can pursue your dreams once more. Don't worry about the boss's orders dragging you down. Someone experienced like a Tran will handle it well. He placed the documents and the office key on the table, then turned to look at her and said with full confidence, so if you've made up your mind, go find Kong Thui to raise funds. She was moved to tears, not thinking she could be so lucky. She quietly wondered whether this was the right path, able to repay President Nan and reclaim her dream career. The streets of Jiang City are bathed in a bright red sky and moon. Those senses, something's different, like a seed has been planted here, and there's a familiar scent. Ming feels she's overthinking, so she comforts her, saying she's probably just imagining things, since she finally has 2 days of rest. Suddenly your phone rang. Muck picked up. Hello, Mongdao. The voice on the other end was full of panic. Save me, Non-Muck. And Yen and I are in a narrow alley. At that moment she suddenly screamed, realizing the situation was turning bad. You stay strong, and Yen, I will come right away. In an alley covered in darkness, Zhao and Nian faced the thugs, trying to calm. Nian telling him not to be afraid because they wouldn't hurt us, and the 2 thugs then provoked each other, chattering away. One of the 2 guys spoke up. Why not dare? Nian raised her hands to defend herself, refusing to back down and retorting. I've been trained in boxing by my father since I was a kid. If you think you're capable, come on. Zhao watched anxiously as she looked at her. Nian, the thug, casually rests his stick on his shoulder, mocking her. Do you think a little kid like her can stand up to us? Hearing that Nian suddenly stepped forward bravely. Who's the kid? I'm grown up now. Meng Zhao, don't be afraid, I will protect you. The troublemaker didn't hesitate and rushed past Nian, leaving her no time to react. He grabbed Zhao's arm, making her scream, ah. Nian saw her best friend being attacked and panicked Meng Zhao. The remaining ones saw Nian let her guard down and try to ambush her. Watch out for yourself. He sharply swung his stick down, but luckily she dodged the fatal blow. He sneered and said, oh girl, you've really trained in martial arts. The two sides are struggling. Release her and focus on me. Meanwhile, a man appears behind holding an electric stick with crackling electricity. He quickly charged forward just as someone's legs were approaching, falling from above like an assassin. Hearing the loud noise, the two thugs snapped to attention and realized someone was coming. Run first. Seeing them ready to go, but still furious, he shouted, don't run. The man caught by Mu struggled and said, who are you? Let go, I'm here to save the person. But seeing this, she instantly got angry and shouted, who are you letting go? My guard is my bodyguard. Let go now, or I will not show mercy. Everyone is misunderstanding each other, so she nervously explained calmly, he is my bodyguard, my childhood neighbor and close friend since childhood. It was him who bought the Lam 3 Lone Villa for my family. She heard and replied, he's a justice seeker. But still, she was angry that he wouldn't let her bodyguard go. Already said he's my bodyguard, so why are you forcing him to stay? The fox on the high ground looked down at the two fleeing thugs and thought to herself, the system reports that the rage of the progenitor is extremely shallow. She secretly realized, and also recognized the person. Muk asked eagerly about Dao, and Meng Dao, are you okay? She burst into tears. I non Muk after dinner with Nian. We intended to talk on the way, but I didn't expect this. Blaming me for being late. Why are you only here now? He hurriedly rubbed his shoulder to explain. Wasn't it you who said not to follow those two? Mew stood nearby overhearing everything and quickly interjected with sarcasm, lady. Such great hospitality. I've also heard that you are Maida's lifelong friend from university. I didn't expect she had martial arts training, but looking at her skills, it's clear she still needs a bodyguard. But hearing that made me furious. What did he just say? She endured and let it go, respecting the deep friendship between him. And Meng Dao, I won't pursue it further, and I also thank you for your help today. But if there's a chance in the future, we can spar a bit. After all, even after I go abroad, I will continue to invite my master for private lessons in boxing. Muk listens to her talk and then folds his hands in a bow. All I can say is, misrespect is not equal to obedience. Dao explained further, so this is the thing. Nian got a scholarship and is about to go abroad for studies. Today is the farewell dinner before departure. Mew looks indifferent, so he turned his head to the back. Mew shot a gaze at him, and seeing that Tho thought to himself, just by this lewd expression of his, I knew right away he wanted me to do some investigating again. The black luxury car sped through the night as the lively inside members shared stories. I used to be special forces, so I keep a low profile, and Nan Tong has the strength of a warlord. Nan Muk responded sitting nearby, so the driver just now was pretending I couldn't tell. He clenched his fists trembling, asking if we could test our strength a bit, and behind them, the excitement grew. As Mao Dao hearing this said, if there's danger, just report to him, and he will come immediately. I also want to see how it goes. So I secretly asked Master Feng to observe rubbing my wrist. You asked why I waited to see. I am the one who called you here, immediately. Dao tilted his head and spoke. Nan Muk, Nian has heard a lot about you, and has wanted to get to know you for a long time. Her arrangement this time, I didn't know about it before. Nan Muk sheepishly stroked his head and resigned himself. Alright, I'm fine. Then he turned to Han and asked again. Is Nian's plan in order? I'll know once I fight with Fong Han. Only by understanding Brother Fong Han's true strength can we know if you and the others are safe without him. Hearing that, he agreed easily, okay. After a while, the car suddenly stopped and Han unexpectedly grabbed Nan Muk's hand. He threw him down, then smiled and asked you, so how about it? Yeah, I hesitated about this. You smiled and praised. Brother Fong Han is truly a Special Forces soldier. Miss An has already tested my abilities when approaching the Special Forces. Soldiers. As Han Mu silently thought inside, I didn't realize it before. Now there's no need to hold back anymore. Just keep hiding your strength. Han continued driving and admitted honestly, just those two punks earlier, I could take them both down easily, you replied. Indeed, you really have that ability, he asked with a hint of doubt. So now going to the black market is also the princess's arrangement, but she nodded in response. Of course. She smiled softly and continued, seeing you save Meng Zhao on time. I believe you are someone worth relying on. International trips can change constantly, but the black market we must definitely seize. Nyan Hoa's voice was as fast as the rushing car, but when Min Min had to leave quickly earlier, he was surprised and asked, Not long after, at the Devil's Market, Nyan began to perform, and by the end of the night, the sun was about to rise with countless demons before Min Min. While leading her group, she said the existence of the Ghost Market is not about distinguishing objects by appearance, but but because of the ghost market's curse, where true treasures only change hands before dawn beneath the city walls. She glanced at some nearby relics, and these genuine treasures are what make this black market an irreplaceable entity. But she stopped, placed her hands on her hips, and looked back to question, Master Nan, isn't it impossible for you to say you're from the black market? I thought just one deal could help your family join the inner circle, but oh how admirable Miss Anyan is truly knowledgeable. Suddenly, a man in a black cloak shouted loudly from behind, wielding an ancient sword that contained no spiritual energy, trying to take my top-quality treasure. The person opposite paused, surprised, and lowered his hood and glasses. It's him, Master Human Moo. He stepped forward and asked excitedly, Brother Non Muk, you also know about the ghost market, he calmly replied. Tuthan, I haven't been here in a long time. It's only my first time coming. But inwardly, he couldn't help but be surprised. The young master of the two family, it seems that Brother Non Muk truly holds a high status in the black market. He then gestured towards his own stall. Hello everyone, if you're friends with President Nan, you're also my friends. Welcome to the demon market, where you can find rare treasures not easy to see. He sadly continued, as for me, I only have a little left, just some treasures at the bottom of a pit. I asked him anxiously, Tuthan, what's going on? Thon sighed and said, it's a long story, President Nan. You go over there and take a look first. My family only has a few worthless but valuable things. If I can exchange them for money, I can leave the black market. Nyan was surprised, and asked confusedly what Tuthan wants to leave. The black market, are you joking? They were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice a suspicious person lurking and observing them from afar. Put his hand on his shoulder, calmly saying, you and your family are the owners of the black market. No matter how difficult things are, you can tell me. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something was wrong, and looked toward the suspicious person hiding secretly, wondering if he was mistaken about the suspicion. Nian also shouted encouragement, Xiao Sha, if you're having difficulties, don't hesitate to tell this young lady. Suddenly the stranger drew a knife, and charged, which Han quickly noticed. At that moment, the guy hurled the knife in his hand toward them. He immediately stepped in front of the person and shouted, Miss, be careful. The knife pierced toward Mr. Han, causing him to cry out in pain, but I knelt beside him and said, Old Master, stay strong. Master Fong and Mu are blocking the way for us. He angrily grits his teeth and yells, Damn it, I've been cautious for a long time. Cheng held the sword thrown by the guy in surprise. Wait, this is my brush cutter. The stranger jumps onto the canopy of another stall, holding a different knife in his hand, and smirking with a dangerous grin. One shouted loudly, I will save him right away, but in his heart he was panicking, wishing to die. She is not here. The system cannot activate. Now he has to save Fong Han urgently. As he rushed toward the stranger, he promised himself to catch the culprit first. That guy threw a knife at you. The blade missed by a hair, cutting across your shoulder and making you wince in pain. Seeing the other guy jump onto a different roof, I was suspicious. Helping this person is. As for her, she hugs Hang in her arms with tears welling up and calls out Uncle Fong Han. He slowly spoke peacefully. He hasn't married or had children for years. He's treated her like his own daughter, a wounded soldier like him. Anza is willing to accept him. This life of his is like repaying her kindness, guarding the lady. He can't continue to protect her anymore. Quickly interrupting him, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, I thought I was clever, and brought everyone to the black market. Han closed his eyes and slowly instructed, Miss Wei Anza, you must protect the black market. Well, this is our ideal. She was desperately hopeless. No, the back city was stunned. Anza, could it be? She is a... Someone with strong will loudly said he still can be saved quick. Looking at the system interface flickering on the screen, his heart was panicked. Why is this happening? This is an urgent moment to save a person. Suddenly, recalling something, Neomuk whispered to himself, is it a clone? Since yesterday Nagyet, though has been talking about it, it has the aura of a clone and it's an acquaintance. At this moment, 3 mysterious figures in black cloaks appeared on the machine above, one of them laughing loudly, causing Cheng and Neomuk below to startle. Trake B confidently chuckled, ha ha ha, nah Muk, I knew you would crawl into this yourself. He then casually continued, as if telling the truth, if it weren't for him, I might have taken Lady Nyan's life tonight. Thon loudly asserted that it was him, Boss Nya Mook, who had led them out intending to swallow the black market, and Mook was stunned. What? He continued to accuse Lu Troc wanted to take over the entire black market first, forcing me into a desperate situation to sell our family heirloom. Then it's about eliminating the true supporter of the black market, Anja. Troc nods in agreement and adds, you're not wrong, Xiao Cheng, you insects, Anjianye and Anian. They are just worth fighting for me now, and now the leader from the House of Muk who causes trouble has come to defend Anian. From behind him, a shadow appeared excitedly and said, this is so fun, so fun. Lutroc confidently declared our showdown. Leader of Muk has only just begun. Muk Niamfan shouted angrily at Lutroc, you have killed someone and will pay the price. He didn't care, and shouted back, the black market or black market, because it is outside the law, and reveals the truest and most brutal human nature. Looking down at Non-Muk's group, Troc happily declared, the world is bustling, everyone comes for profit and everyone goes for profit, no one can save you and no one can stop me. Now Nian slowly stood up silently, declaring with a grim face, "Prophet, haha." Then she sharply looked up and declared, "I'll teach you one more word, loyalty." Drake smiled bitterly, standing behind two people in black hats. Although they couldn't resolve and miss today and felt a bit regretful, this fight is becoming more and more interesting. The three of them jumped off the rooftop, leaving a note behind Non-Mook at ease. "Your suffering days have only just begun." Then silence fell, and both Cheng and Mu looked on with slightly sorrowful expressions, but tears streaming down her face. Anne said to us outside was the Overseas Chinese, a powerful maritime shipping company, but in reality, they only buy lost treasures to bring back to the museum. She just leaned into Zhao's embrace, and Zhao comforted her, saying that the black market was just a place to buy and sell antiques, but the devil's market had no sunlight. In fact, it was truly a museum of high-level treasure trades, even a place that carried divine auras with mysterious powers. But at this moment I stopped crying, but the tears still hovered at the corner of my eyes. I slightly lowered my face and continued speaking. "From the time my grandfather found the treasure in the ghost market my family has invested in, organized the ghost market. It's been 30 years since my family used information from here to recover over 100 lost treasures. That's also why I invited the hunter here to collaborate with someone who loves beasts like you." At the same time, outside the black market, she was covered in sweat as she secretly leaned against the wall, watching the two outside finally catching up, but the toxin from the black market made it hard for her to breathe. Her face grew strained, wondering if her distance from her master was too great, or if the dark seed had already evolved. The two subordinates are chatting cheerfully. Turns out our young master Lu calculated everything perfectly. He even brought all those people to the black market, and in a place like this where there's freedom, you don't need to go online to kill someone. Trock stepped forward, and when the two saw him, they called out in unison, "Young Master Lu." He said to them, "Let's go. You did a great job this time." The one who got praised with the first name smiled back and said, "Young Master Lu, you can rest assured that we'll take care of everything." Zhou glanced back at the gap between the two walls where a yellow light was emanating, and whispered to the dark shadow beside him, "Do you feel it, Divine Harbinger?" The shadow replied, "So that's how it is. So that woman is actually the system of the NPC. They are one and the same." Trock revealed a slightly different left eye with a smile. "The NPC, actually. I have many weaknesses, just wait and see." The white car started to leave the parking spot. Tho watched it go, wondering, "Lu Track, why is it like this? Since when has your strength become so powerful?" Feeling that something is wrong, she turned around with difficulty and left. "I have to tell the owner quickly." Lu Track's current state, I don't know what he might do next. But just a few steps later, Tho had to lean against the wall trying to hold herself up with only two words in her mind, master and servant, when a hand suddenly wrapped around her shoulder. Mu Shuat appeared beside her a little worried and asked, "Are you okay? Sorry you shouldn't have gone alone into danger." Thu had become exhausted, her unfocused eyes slightly closing. "Master, the investigation results show that Lu Track's strength has increased tenfold, and his divine envoy's power seems to have fully ascended somehow." After sharing what she knew, she collapsed and fainted. By the riverbank, the three targets looked on and exchanged glances in the wind as they all gazed in the same direction. The pink rabbit lying on the cliff also gazes in that direction. Looking up, Chu Feng Han arrives from a small town in Jiang City. If we guard for him, it's also like returning him to his roots. They watched the boat carrying the cargo drift away freely, she continued. "I decided not to go abroad anymore. I want to stay in Jiang City, and there is Vong Jiang. I want to avenge the lamp spirit." But clenching her fist with determination, Xiao Cheng was also forced by Lu Zhuo to leave the black market. Now Lu Track's only opponent is Anra, but no matter what, I can't let them take over the black market. Muke thought I never expected that Lu Track isn't just an ordinary spoiled rich kid, he's been swallowed by the dark forces. Still, this is what I wanted. I will do my best to protect her. Bowing my head to look at the paper tightly gripped in my hand, Liu Track relies on counterfeit production, domineering and unruly, and now the method to produce this counterfeit has been taken by me. I say I have a way to make Wang Jiang leak out and completely dismantle him. The scene shifts to the Devil Market area, though walking happily with a playful tone saying, "I still haven't bought you any fruits yet." You responded quite casually, "Fine, as long as you don't mind the dark items," and both of you chuckle and link arms. A stranger witnessing this scene smiles dangerously and rushes at Mu with a knife, startling him. He also couldn't dodge in time and only let out a cry. Tho sat up and shouted loudly, alerting him that it was just a dream. Muck jokingly handed her a scarf and said, "You're shouting so loudly it seems you've recovered." Tho turned around and saw you calmly standing in front of her, calling out, "Master." At this point, she finally said, "I had a nightmare." Mu responded nonchalantly, "Dreamt I was killed by someone at the demon market, right? I heard everything, even in her dream." Though worriesly reminds you that Lu Track's dark powers are exceeding normal levels. Muke strokes his chin, beginning to ponder. The reason behind Lu Track's growing strength must be clarified, but the most urgent task is to retaliate immediately. Give him a shot that he'll never forget. He can't keep acting recklessly, but she doesn't understand that his martial strength and stamina haven't increased at all. So how can he fight Lu Trak? A bottle of water on the bedside table is just an example. Lu Trak's family relies on fake products to gain their power. And I already handed the fake formulation method to Jiang Than Tham. You just smiled as if it was nothing, and Jiang Than Tham, the famous face of Jiang Than's newspapers, I put him on the front page. Next is the Jiangshen News, then the Jiang City Love News. Watching you stare in amazement. I may not understand, but I'm also quite surprised. Let's go excitedly to enjoy Lu Trak's foolish mistake report. She nodded in response and said, alright, let's go to Pudai House. Duongthu's uncle was one of the founders of Jiang Than Tham, and in the first year of elementary school he studied next to the newspaper office. It was 2009 and we needed strong media support. Someone sitting on the chair said that Tham had spread the news throughout the city early in the morning. Everyone knew as long as the news was published. Tonight, Lu Jia could become the most talked about person in Jiang Than, with her reputation also greatly enhanced on Jiang Than's television, as she has helped produce many shows over the past 14 years. Though ran to point at the phone in his hand, and calmly replied that he's watching live. Just tell him what he sees. He then turned to look at the computer, and now we just need Lu Trak to apologize to the whole world as the program there broadcasts the news. Lu's Joyet Gansa revealed issues in their brewing process, dismissed the responsible personnel, and issued a public apology. Tor was stunned. Look at this, the news is still ongoing. Up next, please welcome Chairman Lu Zhaos to personally address the related issues. Muke also looked surprised. What's going on here? The scene where Trak is making a formal announcement begins saying hello to everyone. Today I Lu Trak represent the entire Trak family's distillery and sincerely apologize to everyone. He smiled as if he already knew. Non-muck, you're watching TV, right? So is this what you wanted? Don't accelerate. The group blocks the large truck, the transportation route from Vongjiang to Jiangthan. Do you think you're the winner, or just someone weaker controlled by Nin? One person turns back and orders the two behind him, hurry up, pass down the newspaper. They stack the newspapers onto the truck. Our reports need to be printed, and then distributed everywhere. You can't beat me, non-muck. You raise your glass and take a sip, the sound from the phone ringing out. For years, the Lushi wine factory has been mismanaging, so it's likely Lu Trak has wanted to give up for a long time. That's why he's daring to go public now, revealing all products of the Lushi wine factory, and the information about the related penalties will be announced tonight. Muck was so shocked he almost choked. You think I care, Lu Trak? Very clever. The counterfeit alcohol formula I got from my past life, I've already used it. Now, do I have any other cards left to fight Lu Trak? Do you think of the Divine Envoy and Trak and Gyuet though? Let's peacefully go into Nin's house. The battle has just begun. Nin is currently practicing his skills, striking through the dummy. He turned around and told Mu and Dao that Lu Trak's quick attack was because the Lu Thi Wine Company has long stopped making money for Lu Ra. On the ground, there are several circles with some writing inside. The old man from Lu Ra built his career in production, passing it down to the second generation. They also expanded into garment manufacturing, fast food, real estate, covering the four basic needs: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. He stepped forward and erased one of the circles. Mu said there's now a new industry, a super site profession. Black markets, including the underworld market, has already been targeted. Nin asked the two of them, so what can we use to fight against him now? One replied, I came to see you on the way, and thought it through. I used to have a narrow perspective, but in this internet age, print newspapers and TV will also become outdated. Zhao then spoke up. In the internet age, I don't think so. Our network users number up to 20 million. Nin explained, our elders don't go online. Do people over 40 ever spend money on the internet? At 1 o'clock my phone buzzed, and after thinking about what you two said, I finally got the answer from Zhangbang Diao. You see, 2009 was the year of internet media development. I've researched it and found that it mainly controls traditional media. This is our opportunity. You look back at your phone, and with the advancement of science and technology, web and apps have also developed and cooperated with popular media. All I need to do is create a big news story that everyone knows. We can't do it through newspapers or TV, but we can cause chaos online. The fast food restaurant in Vongthan Street, Tho looked at the plate of food in front of her and sighed. Looks pretty tasty. Her two friends watching secretly thought, she's so beautiful. Suddenly she looked at the food in horror. Oh my god, even the local delicacies of Vongthan have worms, so disgusting. Tho grabbed her phone. I have to post this on social media and everyone around will gather to talk about it. There is a very strong sharing community on social media. It can be said that 1 share leads to 10 shares lead to 100. As long as we start with a keyword, sharing is essential. Without sharing, you're not a true influencer. The social media office's computer is currently showing comments about bugs found in the drink. Tan slowly picks up the food, listening to others speak with a strong focus. Even if he's only recently returned, he still carries the influence of a singer. In this era of traffic, after all, celebrities are more effective than a piece of paper. Track's party room laughed loudly. Full of pride, he said to the man sitting in the middle of the room. Dad, have you seen the news? Track asked today. You're not drinking much. Maybe I should open 2 more bottles. Let's toast. Together. A maid beside her uncorks a bottle of alcohol. Despite that, the man's face remains very dazed, seemingly not paying much attention. Track, feeling a bit angry, asked, what else does Dad want? I've been fighting since I was a kid. Dad told me to think, and this time I did. So do you really want me to go fight someone? The man seeing this also snapped back, annoyed. I've seen the news that damn useless woman, useless fixing fast food is your second uncle's business. It's all exposed now, and it's your fault. The maid just opened the bottle of wine, and now holds a laptop revealing shocking information, while the man continues, you've caused a stir in Jiangcheng and Wangjiang, everyone on the streets is talking about us. Track's face turned pale. How could this be? Wait, they exposed it online, and it spread everywhere so quickly. A beast charged straight at him. Luckily he dodged in time, or he would have been torn apart. The angry man pointed at Track loudly. You useless brat. I told your grandpa about this. Just wait to die. He knelt down looking stunned. Grandpa, no. Does Grandpa already know I'm done for? Track's face grew even more angry. Eyes fierce. It must be eyes. A child is walking on the roof of the house holding a ball in his hand as the wind happily sings. A man asks the boy, Little Jia, are you happy? The boy responds, yes, Grandpa. That's Chow 50. 9 years old, Jia's grandfather. He spreads his arms and smiles, saying, come on, jump down, I'll catch you. The boy is 8 years old and says to his grandfather, Grandpa, this place is very high, can you catch me? The man's expression grew even gentler. Of course he caught the boy. Come into my arms now. The boy happily jumped down upon hearing this. Grandpa, come here. The man suddenly pulled back his hand, surprising him and making him cry out, and since he wasn't caught, the boy tumbled down to the ground. Track's whole body and face are swollen, tears and mucus running down as he wails at the man in front of him. Grandpa, you lied to me, you didn't try to catch me. That man no longer has a gentle face but looks at him seriously. Yes, so I want to tell you, my grandson. Then he just turned around and walked away. Do not trust anyone, even the closest ones. Tra quietly watched the man's figure disappear into the distance. I tremble hearing my grandfather's words, don't trust anyone. Returning to reality, Jacques also feels a bit scared and says to his grandfather, sorry Grandpa, it's my fault that our family is disgraced, but the mistakes I made I will make up for myself. He couldn't see his face clearly as he said to him, why should I trust you? I don't like to apologize, and I definitely don't like to be apologized to. You are the most capable third-generation member of our family. He sipped his water and said, harsh words, your father has been useless for a long time. The heir with the most hope shouldn't just know how to apologize and swear loyalty. The same method of training your father away, yet you could proactively abandon the ticking time bomb of the manufacturing plant at this age. I am very pleased. Thanks to this, the Liu family has no women. Every child has never met their mother since birth. These words sound like harsh accusations, but I can only close my eyes and accept without protest. This is Chow at 74 years old, and now he finally lifts his gaze to look at you. This is everything I have done for you. I will wipe out all the roots of internal chaos for the sake of your future. I hope you won't let me down again. The grandson bowed his head and promised, yes, Grandpa, I won't let you down anymore. I will become the true heir of Lu Ra, the martial arts training ground of Duong Nin. Alright, the factory is closed. The fast food joint has also temporarily halted production, but there are still people there, and what's important is Lu Ra's reputation. He's starting to get a bad name. Previously, Lu Troc bought a media company claiming he was capable, and he voluntarily let himself be exposed, but now the situation has completely turned around. You lift your phone and say, so what we have is a way to deal with Lu Troc. Just grasp this advanced technology skills well. With the most advanced industry, we can attack when he's unprepared. Then Nin realized what was happening and asked himself what was going on. Why was it so hot? He quickly let go of the phone and it dropped to the ground. Seeing the last number pick up the phone, Nin asked if the phone could burn to that extent, but he didn't believe it is this. The trial phone from the Lingwen brothers, it seems the product quality hasn't met the standard yet. He couldn't help but wonder. Zhang Biyu once told him that the quality of the products had already met the standards, and just now he was browsing 10 websites at once. Why? As you try to touch the phone, it suddenly erupts into electric flames. The phone suddenly exploded. Luckily, Trach quickly raised his hand to shield his face. Nin and Zhao saw this, and hurriedly asked, are you okay, Non-Muck? You look at the shattered phone in front of you, and wonder if our new product from Tin Van is that bad. Another side. Chi says to Trach, yes, Tin Van's bin is that bad, because the supplier is my person. He kept laughing over and over again. Fine, Non-Muck, let's wait and see. Diu lowered her head and said, I'm sorry, President Non, it's my fault. Patting him reassuringly, I said, what are you talking about? We have investigated thoroughly. The supplier bin named Cao Min and Vuong Qi have bought out his bankrupt factory by the river. This is not your fault. Cao Min and Vuong Qi are now on Lu Troc's side. Diu raised her head and said, thank you, Tong Nan. I've always wondered why Lu Troc insisted on confronting us. Lu Troc and his group are actually in light industry. Now we're in the smartphone business and you just shrug your shoulders. Who knows, maybe I got involved with him through some black market dealings. Looking down at the city through the window, I didn't understand before, but now I do the difference between rich and poor. Compared to men and women, I am of humble origins and honest nature. Honestly, I couldn't understand Lutrok's inner thoughts. You smiled and said, but I know that karma must be paid. Lutrok killed Yen's godfather and he will pay the price. I cannot submit. I must fight him to the end. Diu listened and advised President Nan, if you want to fight, you need new weapons and methods. Try testing the 2 smartphone, and Do, beside him, clapped, excitedly waiting. Mew took out the new phone and looked a bit surprised. It was indeed much lighter than the previous one. Diu nodded and said, yes, I have confirmed with Miss An Yen that this battery supplier is a multinational company that has provided batteries for many well-known brands, so it's trustworthy. Mew said, give it a name, call it Little Po. Though hearing the name was a bit surprised and asked, huh. Diu also looked quite serious as he held the chin. I feel very assured. Though also doesn't understand why this name has gained such enthusiasm. Mew handed the phone to Diu, you're a technician, just focus on your technical work. As for Vuong Tri and Cao Min, I'll handle those two, so you can focus on the technical side without worry. Du took it and said even if the flesh melts and the bones crumble, she wouldn't forget her mission. After a moment, Mew finished his water and told Do, it's great, just wait for Tan Wai to make another move under the guise of a senator of the screen culture, and then the smartphone launch event can be arranged. She sat beside him doing something, waiting for the day of the announcement. Can he guarantee that Lu Jia will not ruin his plans? The virtual screen shows an illustration of 4 people. At this moment, instead of worrying about Lu Che, it's better to care a bit about how your health is recovering. Do was a bit surprised by the question, shyly scratched his face and replied, huh, haven't I recovered for a long time already? She looked again at the holographic screen in the shopping mall system with advanced technology that can charge a phone for an hour and last a year. A familiar face looked at the screen and said, I don't need to. Even though completing these 2 tasks has increased my money and survival points, I have a feeling. You look at your hand again. Lutrok's dark power hasn't fully unleashed yet. After killing at the demon market, everything he does doesn't seem to rely on divine messenger abilities, right? Though confirms by looking at you. Yes, indeed. When the black assassin under his command appeared, there wasn't a strong aura of origin essence either. There's more. Lutrok proactively revealed his fake work, manipulated Wang Ji, and maintained harmony. How could he know so much? Maybe he has a secret treasure from the demon market. He looked at her closely, surprised that she is so clever today. What's the point of getting so close though? Then Mook turned around and walked away as if nothing happened. Maybe he's just exhausted after these days. Lutrok is much more powerful than Ma Donghua Fi. You know, men always rush forward, and when they're too tired they need gentle comfort. Though clenched his fist behind, furious. She suddenly called out, Master, and Mew listened. Then opened one eye to look at her. Huh? A punch flew past right in front of him. He looked at the punch that left a water stain on the wall with a bit of hesitation. Ah, this one. Now he was smiling, but with no smile in his eyes. Sorry, I am gentle, but I really don't understand what comforting means. Outside, a flycam is watching every move of the 2 in Lutrok's office. Trok observes them through the water in the bronze basin, and surprisingly, it is a high-level technique that allows him to sense the aura of the twin seed. You told the person next to you, Wang Ji, you're truly a genius. You can make something like this flycam too. This thing could earn a lot of money for Lu Ra in the future. Ji replied, still Chief Lu, you're impressive. I never expected this copper basin to be a screen. Track reached into the water and the surface shimmered with rainbow colors, the treasure of the ghost market that cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, why would I take over the ghost market? He then took out a talisman from it, which at first glance looked like just a few items from Lu Ruo's estate. Jai, I earned the demon market myself, not relying on my grandfather now. All the treasures are finally useful. Trok turned to give the pendant to try here, the protective charm. I mentioned earlier. He hesitated slightly. President Lu, I can't accept it. In the end, he put it on and looked at it, saying, thank you, President Lu. Suddenly, he was startled by the shadow emerging from the pendant, and Trok next to him just smiled as if everything had gone according to plan. The Lam Thui Lone residential area doesn't know whose voice is speaking. Quan Am Soap, Jade Tian, Kai's treasure after the Anjia forces leave the devil market. I can acquire these treasures with a little money. The security guard monitoring the camera is dozing off at the table. I trust no one. Vuong Tri is driven by his revenge. Today he might help me, but tomorrow he could be attracted to another woman and betray me, so I need the Kwanam Phak Nagok to completely control Vuong Tri. A delivery person carrying a box of goods cautiously passes by, watching through the surveillance camera, knowing that he has always been just a commercial spy until now. He smiled as the screen flickered and went completely black. He was just a lost soul in darkness, a stray in the shadows of the city. The TV finally went dead, and only then did the security guard wake up in shock. He looked at the now normal screen and started to blame himself. Oh my, I carelessly fell asleep lately. I've been feeling quite mentally unwell. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Jiao heard the doorbell and went to open the door. Come in. She looked at the person outside and said, "Hello, is there something you need?" The man from earlier on the camera said, "Hello, Miss Lam, your package." Jiao replied, "All right, give it to me." He placed the delivery bill down and said, "This is express shipping. I'll open it for you to confirm." She looked at it curiously and asked, "What is it? Who sent it to me?" He just said, "It looks like a nice gift." Inside was a carefully wrapped item. Jiao held it up and looked at it. "This is for my father, right? I'm still too young to play with this stuff." The guy just smiled knowingly. She looked up and said to the delivery person, "Thank you. Oh, by the way, how did you get in here? The police are downstairs." But the person who just stood here vanished without a trace. Trock looked at the cipher device. Honestly, I still don't understand why Non-Muck was so obsessed with creating a smartphone like that, but I know it was to sabotage the launch. It was a fatal blow to him. The light bulb beside him also smiled initially, giving someone hope, then crushing everything in front of them, leaving them in despair. He looked down at his hand, with the plan already laid out, the fresh corpse arranged carefully, destroying his business empire's layout. "To get our drone into the market," the light bulb said, "and our ace in the hole too, the life of Non-Muck's loved ones in the dining room of Hoa Hoa Villa." Non is sitting and listening to the phone, looking a bit annoyed. "Alright, I know, Dad, your daughter is over 20 years old. These things like business, war, and strategy, do I need you to worry?" I don't know what the other person said that made her raise her voice, but we said we don't need Dad to show up. We still haven't lost the demon market. The elder of the demon market has been bought out by our money, all the valuables have been moved away. Dad doesn't need to come to Jiang City, I will prove myself. At this point she quickly hung up the phone and put it down, then folded her arms and said to Muck, "My father still considers me a greenhouse flower. I don't need him to step in." You're holding a piece of paper and looking up at her, sighing, "My father, the businessman, can be called our ace. Right now we don't need him to step in. Miss, take a look at the release plan." But as I examine it, I have to say it's quite good, setting up the venue, handling the media, all very professional. Muke adds that the security arrangements are top-notch, and Nin's elite bodyguards have just arrived. Suddenly she remembers and asks, "Right, have you already arranged Mengjiao's position?" A girl with a slightly evasive look said, "I haven't thought about this yet." The phone rang, but she hesitated before answering, "Hello, Mengjiao." She suddenly jumped up, exclaiming, "What happened? Did your parents have a car accident?" "Mengjiao, wait here, we will go to the hospital right away." Hurriedly standing up to ask what's going on, and immediately the girl in the blue dress brought the news that Mengjiao's parents had a car crash. Hiding her face still full of worry, her voice lowered as she said, "Now that this happened, my first reaction is Lu Troc. Let's go there quickly." Hearing that her hand lightly touched the railing as she thought, "No way. Lin Mengjiao is someone with luck, a supporter, but her tragic fate still cannot be changed." "Alright, you turn to Tuyet, who is looking unwillingly and arguing. Tell her to go to the hospital first to check the situation, huh? Is this also the task of the master?" "Yes." They continue their conversation. "Yes, I already made an appointment with Truong, Bangdu, and Tan Wainong. They will come here soon. You go take care of Mengjiao a bit. I still have to handle these matters. I'm busy and can't go. Our career is very important. There are many things to consider. I don't have time for now." As he was just about to speak, Mu was suddenly shouted at Mu Nan. "What are you saying? Mengjiao's parents have been hospitalized." As soon as the words left, Mu and Tuyet broke out in sweat, while the others shot sideways glances, and said softly, "I will come after my meeting with Truong Bangdu. Just look at how this boss of yours is." Then Mu also sighed and left, leaving behind the last words. 3 hours he must visit the hospital room after finishing these 2 rounds. Tuyet, standing beside him, looked over and softly asked, "So what do you think? Isn't it just me criticizing him?" Both of them calmly and softly continued, "If something happened to Mengjiao, of course I would go there immediately, already looking for reasons for myself." Tuyet squinted her eyes, happily pointing at the blue system screen and saying, "Look, there's a shadow of a doppelganger puppet in the shopping district. Or should I buy you another one?" While one eye tries to stop playing around. I lowered my gaze gently and said, "I'm thinking that if Lu Troc's dark seed power took Mengjiao's luck and caused her parents' accident, then it's complicated. I want you to investigate this." After hearing that, Tuyet agreed immediately and said, "You're right, but I still don't feel happy." When I saw the other person turn slightly confused to look at me, I quickly brushed my hands. "I didn't mean that, think about it, I only know you. Do I know any of your close friends? If I go alone, will I just stand there alone?" Each of them then added a sentence. "That's right, you are connected to my network, but I often forget about this point. At some point, Lu Troc might take advantage of it." Tuyet furrowed her brows in annoyance and shouted, "Lu Troc. Lu Troc, are you scared? Because Lu Troc threatened you. All day long from morning till night, just fighting and arguing, afraid Lu Troc will do something sinister, rushing around. Does it go that far?" As soon as the words leave my mouth, Muck's face turns stiff with sweat all over. Suddenly a voice from someone nearby calls out, "Non-Muck, we're here for the meeting. So it's really alcohol and strong taste." Immediately Ni and Tuyet look surprised and call out Tang Yi Nong. She then calmly shows her face and says, "Do I really need to be that surprised? This is just how I am." Switching the scene to the hospital, it's now 3 o'clock. The two girls, one with long hair and the other with a tall ponytail, are talking. It's already 3 o'clock. If he doesn't show up soon, I'll call and remind him. Non-Muck, he's busy, you don't need to. Right at this moment, Non-Muck, looking displeased, opened the door and stepped in. All done, but he folded his arms coldly and sneered, still thinking you wouldn't come anymore, and the girl beside him appeared with a dark aura surrounding her, gently calling out. Mr. Non-Muck, and you still haven't said anything, he silently thought. Luckily, the Dreamblade's bad luck is gone. Muke stared intently at the dagger, his eyes showing clear displeasure, not knowing what method Lutrak used. Luckily, your fortune has already been lost. And now your parents. Next time the person involved in an accident might be you. After speaking, Non still maintained his pose and added, so, have you investigated it? What did Lutrak do? Then he raised his hand to touch his forehead and sighed. Is it safe there? Can you summon your bodyguards? Everyone around me is surrounded by danger. I'm worried about escaping and everyone's safety. Today I refused my father's support. I only have enough money to hire security from Du Yanjiang. The scene shifts to a tall tree where a female rabbit is standing. It seems something has caught its attention. It turns out to be a flycam flying in the blue sky. At the Grand Hall, Markfest stands facing someone and says, Non, you're here, these aren't my people, don't let them in. They keep arguing for a while, then they go to check the corridor, Non, about the product or something. It hasn't been taken yet, but they have tampered with our belongings. From now on, no outsiders allowed into the hall. Keep pointing in one direction and continue. Any arrangements like early organization or security notices must be reported to me as soon as possible. Hearing this, Ruu quickly looked worried and replied, President Nan, the early organization was definitely scheduled because Lu Chao's launch was on the same day as ours. As soon as he finished, a person nearby looked surprised and asked, What are you joking? Both of them seemed quite tense. We're at a disadvantage, and this news was suddenly leaked that day. Why? At this moment, Ju lowered his gaze and rested his head in his hands because Lu Jia had teamed up with some veteran experts in the field seasoned in our industry, while we for consumers are just a young company. After hearing the other person's question, should you decide on your own, then you immediately speak firmly. General Nan, a military man, cannot always follow orders. As soon as the words leave your mouth, you turn and walk away, leaving only a line behind at this point. It's hard to undo what has been done. For now, arrange the venue, and consider your next move carefully. This is the result of being under Lutrak's complete surveillance, and if this is a game, then it's a serious one. So the card in Min's hand seems to have been seen by Lutrak already, so how can we break this deadlock? He turns his face and looks to the side. A pitch-black shadow, hiding behind the half-open door, whispers the owner has arrived. Come here, and let's do something secretly, come here. As soon as the words end, someone in shock turns their head, and glances quietly, pondering this voice. Done, you shout loudly. Nguyet, though with a fierce expression and furrowed brows, who are you? Get out here for me, but all you see is the door closed somehow earlier. The black smoke and dark parasites are on the ground, and Mew immediately jumps up. Keep shouting and asking Nguyet, though are you here immediately? The warning just now appeared again. I am here. Though with her two big rounded breasts holding her stomach with one arm stepped out, her face covered in sweat, this house has been taken over entirely by the aura of the dark bugs. As soon as those words finished, the black smoke from that village immediately wrapped around her. This scene made Muck startled and shout out, Nuget though, I'm here to save you. The system updates your experience. Points with the enhancement speed increase tenfold, based on your 80 survival points. You have 1,753 survival points remaining immediately upon issuing the command, activate the system, and use 10 times faster speed. After saying that, he instantly disappeared from the air and appeared beside the dark girl with a poisonous look in his hand. The man and woman exchanged words for a while. The master Lu Chaik's dark insect had infiltrated the guards, were still poisoned and electrical work completed. Let's go, we should leave here first. Hearing this, the pot quickly objects with a suspicious look. No, we can't let them leave here. As soon as he finishes speaking, a mocking laugh echoes from the opposite side, and the two shadowy figures keep opening their blood-red mouths to laugh constantly. Seeing that Mew still kept his posture and said, So what is the extent of Lu Chaik's power now? Suddenly, an explosion occurred right in front of them, causing them to grimace and cry out in discomfort. Then Mew quickly regained his composure and looked toward the gray-black smoke to ask who it was. Immediately, a young man in white wearing a tattered collar from some outfit responded, It's me. Ning and Mu Hin. Now the dark power is spreading to some places. Looking at the ruined wall, he continues, You see. So the three of us, 2 men and 1 woman, look over there and ask, How did that shadow come from here, master? And there is a very strong aura of dead creatures. Because of the uneasy aura of these guards, I followed here, and found out that they seem to be under control and unconscious, secretly doing something. Inside there is a man's body with eyes lacking irises. Nina and another nobleman continued speaking, noticing something. It seems like there is something there. Muke looks worried as he gazes at the dark aura-filled object in his hand. Indeed, this indicates that Lutrak's dark power has spread through this. Based on what I've just pulled out, it's all just a dream. Yes, it was him who devoured all my power. But holding a book in another hand at the same level, so this can now be explained, and Lutrok's power might be like this. The object in the opponent's hand made Mew look surprised and ask again, "Isn't this the item I gave you?" Then he immediately received an answer. "The one you gave me. It's not really a martial arts book, brother Mew. I read the words on it. And this is a book that records stories related to the divine messenger." Hearing this, Muk fell into contemplation, bowed his head to hide his eyes full of concern. The war god indeed, it is Lutrok Han. Done, he struck the wall hard and said loudly, "I understand now. If that's the case, then I can understand." Muat maintained his stance with his fists clenched, and explained that initially Lutrok took the aid of the demon because of secret treasures. He spoke in a serious tone, saying these secret treasures could help him absorb and release dark energy, using them as a source of power. They can track, even launch dark attacks on us, and that's why Yuatu was injured, because the dark power is everywhere. My power and Lutrok's also changed from that. If these secret treasures are placed throughout the building, we might die here tonight. In the building's hall, Ruu is stopping several men trying to enter, so we can check the explosion, so for now don't go. You grit your teeth and think Nan Tong said it too. The security team from Miss Anne is here now guarding the main hall. We can't trust anyone. At this moment, a man with green hair stood behind Ruu, touching him lightly. With an extremely enchanting tone, a former classmate whom he hadn't seen in a long time, Ruu was stunned and called out, "Vuong Tri. You can't hold back your emotions and question, what are you doing here? Why are you here?" But all you get in return is the calmness of the other person slowly adjusting their glasses. "What am I doing here? Do you remember what happened before?" His narrow eyes sneered and said, "Now I've come to make sure your release is completely destroyed." Hearing this, a furious anger took over as he grabbed Ying's shirt and yelled, "No Wangji back at school. You are a petty thief, stealing others' ideas. Now you are a criminal, do you understand? You will face retribution." A group of black-clad men approached to block your escape. "Retreat, the building is under lockdown." A shiver ran down his spine, and just as he was about to retreat, the guy he was grabbing suddenly emanated a thick aura of black locks. Startled by this, he was caught off guard when suddenly a strong hand seized the other guy. "A chain bound that guy," he replied coldly. "This one no longer knows how to speak human language. He's being controlled by a secret order from the demon market." I thought to myself, the secret order from the demon market, including the fragments, can not only trigger effects on machines but also control people's minds. Nin patted Ruu on the shoulder and asked if he was okay, to which he stammered a reply. "Fortunately, you guys arrived just in time." With a gentle push, he knocked the guy down, and a Guanyin figure suddenly fell from his body. He stepped fiercely on it, a blast of black smoke pouring out, causing everyone to gasp. "What's going on, enemy?" The black mist surged out, charging straight at the black-clad men, making them scream in pain. Nin also has to sweat. "Is Lutrok that capable?" Muke replied, or rather, Lutrok and his divine messenger together are capable of that much. The guys were absorbed by the energy until only dry shells were left lying on the ground. A small fragment asked Tho Moon, "Tho, how well have you recovered?" Tho responds that he has fully recovered and now has a bold hypothesis about this situation. The fragments of the primordial soul were hidden in a secret treasure in the ghost market, which was originally his mission to find, but now they are in the hands of Lutrok. Muke also silently responded about Lutrok becoming stronger, and I have an even more terrifying idea. Clearly Tho also thinks like you, no need to say more. What we all think is that the deity of Phuong Vu Tuyet has been swallowed, or that the Dark Seed has abandoned Phuong Tuyet Vu to join with his own seed. You turn back to Ro. The venue for the launch event needs to be changed. Let's go there and set everything up again. Hearing this, he scratched his head and said, "President Nan, I need to check something. Has the USB product we brought been tampered with?" He nodded. "All right, let's check again. Maybe a Nian has also arrived." She led a professional security team in Duyan Jiang City. A drone quietly recorded from afar, suddenly exploding with a bang. The sniper reported that the target had exploded. "Miss Anne, this is the last device," but Tuong Tich was furious. "Yes, mister." "Lu, did you really think you could see everything?" Seeing that the matter was done, she immediately turned and left the security team in charge of this building, activated the surveillance system in the RV, and the guard team all responded, issuing orders. Looking into the main hall and seeing a group of traitors choked and tied up, waiting for President Nyan and President Chuang to handle them, suddenly hurried footsteps approached, and Ruo looked at the restrained person in shock. "Why? Why did? You have to do this," the other person stammered. President Chuang. "It's too late to say anything now. All data from the new smartphones has already been transferred." Rusua gently touches the other person's shoulder, "Our years of dedication." At this moment, Trok Cam, holding the spoils of war, laughs loudly. "Ha ha ha, fighting me is truly ridiculous. Losing your humanity, Namak. I hope you can feel everything from this." The shadow next to him also smiled happily, feeling that my strength at this moment is overflowing. "What do you think? The release begins early tomorrow morning," and Trok chuckled mischievously, "Not in a hurry. Let me wait and tease him first." Tan Wai Nong's song that the guy is circling and highlighting was leaked earlier with paid downloads, and there's a copyright issue here. Technically, he could crush Nya Mook with a single hand now. He's smiling almost, and the large real estate holdings of the Kong family, the contaminated water at the construction site has already been consumed by quite a few people. Then he casually crossed out the useless move, so everything here was settled. Track turned back to look at the smartphone on the table, which actually was what Non-Muk valued, because he and that idiot from the Zhao family thought smartphones represented the future of humanity. Track leans back in his chair and orders, "I want to simultaneously release the drone and the smartphone. I am the future of humanity." The shadow guy chuckles at him. "Those things don't matter. What matters is gaining one thing and losing another. If Non-Muk decreases by one, we will have one more." The dark figure begins to laugh triumphantly, meaning that as the target's lifespan decreases, ours will increase a bit more. Track adds, "Sometimes I want to publicly list the target's company on the market and then kick him out. Wouldn't that be more satisfying?" Black Shadow looked pleased and said, "I like your cruelty the most. That's the reason I picked you." He looked puzzled. "Huh, the reason I chose you wasn't because Feng Vutuyet was useless, right?" That black figure happily replied, "It's not me, nor is it what was on Feng Vutuyet. I've taken over Feng's position and swallowed your angel too." Trock looked at him thoughtfully, and the black figure laughed loudly again. "Do you know why I chose you?" Trock said plainly. "Is it because I am too powerful?" The other guy replied, "No, because you lack compassion that makes you someone without compassion." He finished listening and, feeling no desire to continue the conversation, got up and left. "I'm going to rest now and resume arranging other secret guards for the palace tomorrow. Hopefully I can even control Tan Wai Nong and those people like Kong Thui. Black Mask encourages you to persist without love until the end, and you will become the ruler of the future." His face suddenly darkened after hearing this. Somewhere else in the small park, Mu Duanli, leaning on the railing, sighs, "Life is still so difficult." Tho stands next to him and says, "I don't understand life very well. I only know the person who once saved me, and I want to say one thing: thank you." After saying that, her face was a bit red. "You can treat me like a child. Children, learn how to be human. Learn manners first. The ones who save me, protect me. I will be very grateful." Mu Kuai replied, "In you there is me. In me there is you. Our fates are intertwined. Someone like a child is me. I am full of memories from the past in my previous life. I was dutiful and honest, and I lied so much. But from start to finish, I kept my promise like a child, and now this world will no longer forgive me." Though again asked, "Do you still want to be a child in your next life, still keep promises related to love?" And she looked at him in surprise. After a moment, he simply replied, "In the past life, because he loved Fang Wuyu, he ultimately jumped off a building to end his life. In this life, because he loved everyone and built a career together, he was pushed to the brink by Lu Troch. He gazed into the distance and silently promised himself, 'I will protect the one I love, and those who love me, no matter how many lives I live, I will always do so.'" After some heartfelt chatter, someone said, "Let's go, let's set up the hall," and Tho also clapped in agreement. Yes, okay." The two of them moved to Phuc Thien building. "Everyone is busy, put it over, there has everyone remembered. As soon as they see you, report quickly. President Nan, things are going smoothly on this side, and at the moment there's no news about Lu Troch's release meeting." Mu Chut, your phone suddenly rings. Muk answered immediately, "Hello Tan Wai. Nong, don't worry, speak slowly." But in less than 2 seconds he was stunned. What did she say? "Quang Thui and a Tran have been taken away by the police." Tan hesitated to speak and said, "President Nan, sorry, I only just found out after everything was settled. Kong Tong and Atran have already signed the stop work order, and the team has been disbanded." The person on the other end isn't angry. "All right, that's how things are for now. Please come quickly to the product launch event." Report finished, she immediately hung up, then turned to her feet. "A Tran President Nan told us to focus on the product launch. The Fudai matter will be discussed later." Chan smiled to comfort her, seeing her so anxious she's about to press the wrong button on her phone. "Tan knows that Jen hasn't been chosen to eat me. Isn't our product launch supposed to solve this problem? From now on, everything will be on smartphones, and no more issues with pressing the keyboard wrongly." She let out a puff of smoke. Fudai Real Estate paused for a moment. "That Lu Chai guy always targets our President Nan, but one day we will fight back." Over there, as shown in the map model, within a 10 kilometers radius, 2 searches have been conducted without any flycams detected. So I also report that at this moment the aura of our enemies still hasn't invaded us. Lu Trak and Madame Mi Bao are not nearby. Hearing this, he immediately sighed. "But seeing you like that makes me uncomfortable. We haven't lost yet, so why are you so worried now?" Muk awkwardly replied, "It's nothing." But when he saw you still looking so worn out, he reminded you that he wants to avenge Uncle Fong Han and reclaim the devil market of our An family. And you become even more eager to deal with Lu Troch than I am because everything about him is aimed at you. Mu hears this and feels even more troubled. "He targeted me and also harmed everyone, so I feel responsible." She listened and encouraged him, saying that he is responsible, so everyone depends on him. Tho checked his phone for a while and then turned around. Zhang Bianyao had already sent a message asking him to go up there and do one last check. Muck refocused and said, "Yes, let's go. Science and technology are elegant smartphones, the future of humanity." During the product launch, Muck and Tho stood inside the grand hall, monitoring the press conference, though silently thought this feeling. Muck stood watching each group of reporters taking photos in succession, still a bit confused. At this moment, there was really no news about the product launch of Lu Trace, but the data had already been stolen by him. What will he do next? "You saw Du coming, so you patted his shoulder. He's ready, right?" Du smiled and replied, "Yes, everything's prepared." "Happy," he said. "Go ahead, the stage is yours." On stage, the MC begins the ceremony, and the technical science product launch of Tin Van officially starts welcoming Truong Bangdu, our Tin Van genius. Du silently thinks finally this moment has arrived. The MC continues to introduce our representative beautiful Tan Wai Nong Tan Koi as she steps onto the stage. From afar, a silently cheers for both of you, Truong Bangdu, because it's you who can change the future of technology. Tang Yinorng, you're like a singing genius. Whenever you perform at school events as a kid, everyone is amazed. Suddenly her breath quickened in panic, and I didn't know why. The darker her black power became, the weaker I felt. Ever since Lu Troc stole the demon market, it's always been like this. I feel so useless. Mew saw her spirit drop, pat her on the shoulder, and told her to stop talking nonsense. The announcement hall below was truly noisy and lively. Amid the noise, Muok patting her on the shoulder and encouraging her. "I don't want to lose any of everyone." Upstairs, Nin saw him and called out loudly, "Brother Muok." He looked up and answered, "I am here." Nin hurriedly ran down to the two people. "Why didn't you go on stage to announce the product yourself? I was still looking for you." Muck replied quickly. She sensed the spreading darkness, which might be Lu Trac. Nin was stunned and thought, "No, wasn't everything carefully checked, or should we take her outside? Things are a bit urgent, but Muck is still in control." "It's fine, Nin Huan, let's go outside first. I don't need to go on stage for the product launch anymore, just leave it to the few people with the trophy." Nin nodded and agreed. In another corner, someone turned and watched the three people leave the event, as if having observed for a long time. At the mansion, she pressed the phone to call Muck. She held a brick in her hand and smiled. "Non Mook, right now your uncle and aunt are at my house. They are in good spirits. We're all watching the product launch on TV. Why don't you show up?" Muck on the other end said, "This is the stage of Zhang Bangshui," and Tan Yiningdao countered, "Non Muck, you're wrong again. You're the boss of Tin Van and the whole food dye company, and your parents also want to see you on TV. He happily replied, "Your parents can see you anytime. I'll bring a new phone home for you tonight." She looked at the screen showing the product advertisement and said, "All right, next time I'll use your new phones to call you." Looking at Tan advertising the phone, Dao became even more excited. "Yeah, you definitely need to invite big stars, especially handsome celebrities, to be the spokespersons." The scene shifts, and Zhao, looking irritated, says to the person in front of him, "I saw today how exaggerated they were on site." Mr. Cao still looked very relaxed and said, "The more exaggerated the better, just like jumping higher will lead to a worse fall." He pretended to be proud, scheming arrogantly. Everyone knew that for a new product to hit the shelves, it's not just about the boastful words at the product launch, but more importantly, whether there are inventory stocks and whether they can produce enough units. Troc is getting increasingly impatient and probes, "Cao President, you're an industry veteran. Tell me, how can we prevent their products from being put on the shelves?" President Cao pulled out a few stacks of documents with a creepy smile. "Their products are about to be ready for shipment. Our task is not to prevent them from reaching the shelves and hitting the market, but to ensure no one buys them once they are there." He smiled like he had everything figured out. "President Lu, this is the real ace of our hand. We just need to release the figures and accuse them of theft." The old man sat there, narrowing his eyes, framing them as thieves so they would understand who truly rules the electronic product industry. In Muck's office, he takes a sip of coffee and asks, "Though, have you found out the reason so quickly after her recovery the other day?" Though taps on the system screen either the person or the prop. "I'm thinking that since Mew has a frown, Fudai can't close the door and there are many people waiting for food, maybe we should invest with Tongnin in Duyanjiang Market." Suddenly, a breaking news report airs on TV claiming that the new product from Tin Van Science and Technology has been accused of copying. Both were drawn in by the news and turned around together. The well-known businessman Cao Manhwa admitted that he, along with Lu Troc, co-managed a tech company and had tested the latest new product from Tin Van Science and Technology half a year ago, using real data, including project parameters. "I knew it wouldn't be easy, I just knew it inside." Tin Van Vuongtree had already bribed, threatened, even tortured some people mentally. Though looked at the person on TV, see too that Cao Manhwa guy, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Wait a moment, the system is reminding me about the fragments of the original divine soul. Let's check our mission progress. Our task is to find the fragments of the primordial soul. How many fragments have we found so far? At the same time, on the screen, a data line appeared, showing that 4 out of 10 shards of the primordial soul were collected. Her point was that the shards are actually treasures of the Chu market. though looked at the system response and said no to be precise. Some of the treasures in the Kwai market contain fragments of the primordial spirit. After listening, he concluded that this could explain everything. Then he deduced from the mansion analysis that it was indeed about seizing the market for treasures, and then searching for the fragments of the primal shard. The more fragments he obtained, the less power I and she would have, and his divine envoy would become stronger, all because of this reason. After thinking for a while, he wondered if Anian knew about the power of the Kwai market held by her family. Though instantly guessed perhaps Anian was unaware, maybe only her father knew about it. She relies on her memory to continue speaking. I remember Anien's father is a wealthy businessman from abroad. I think it's a certain island nation, or maybe ask Lam Mong Rao. Seeing her scrutinize her water glass and wonder, Anian has always refused her father's help. But in the end, she still borrowed Diane Jiangthan's security team to protect our product launch, so perhaps she will help me arrange a meeting with her father. Though Bin calmly replied, I don't know about that, maybe Miss Anian just wants to prove herself and not be seen as relying on her family. If you see it that way, I would praise her for being mature enough to say that. Though Lian excitedly asked, isn't this just a normal matter for your human society? She suddenly set down her cup and proposed, let's break that norm a bit and ask a young lady from a wealthy family to help using her family's influence. Then he lifted the photo on his phone and revealed it, saying, look, do you still remember this name? He also attended the product unveiling last time. Cutting to the old city market area, Muck narrated amidst the bustling crowd. After leaving the ghost market, he opened a small shop in the old city market, and now he's doing quite well. You just finished speaking when Chung waved his hand and called out to President Nan. Mew raised his hand in greeting. It's been a while. Cheng quickly approached and said, President Nan, congratulations on the scientific and technical achievements of your team. A passerby heard him say that and turned to ask, is Tinvan, the place where people steal phone cables? Cheng jumped up and shouted, steal cables, what you understand? Nothing. But luckily, Mu stopped him and advised, come on, let me tell you. Mr. Thon turned around somewhat bashfully and said, President Nanai Mu immediately interrupted anxiously, you need to know what's most important right now. It's not about the rumor of cable snatching actually. I don't fear that, and I highly support Director Zhang's ability. Then he draped his arm over Cheng's shoulder and proposed, I want to invite you and your ancestors to come with me to find Anian and meet her real guardian, the person truly in charge of the escort. Cheng immediately thought of someone suitable and replied, fine, leave this matter to me. The construction site is a bit chaotic now with loud noises echoing, and Anan, the mysterious clan, really exists. The so-called elders are actually An Nian's father, the Major General, also known as General An by the martial world, and Fudai Pay Up. Chan, sitting in the car reviewing documents, looked a bit distressed. I had thought helping Tinvan with the deal was fine, but who knew Fudai had no one who understood the sales business. The woman sitting next to him crossed her arms and asked, what's wrong? Are you regretting it? As the crowd outside still surrounded their car and questioned them. Where's the medicine money drinking poisoned water and not paying the fees? What does that have to do with us? The woman sitting in the car sighed and said, I thought I would be the boss of real estate from now on, but it turns out, it's still just the same old scene. The scene sitting next to her kept explaining that all of this was caused by that Lutroc guy harming our President Nan, so if Antoine Jun doesn't step in, that Lutroc will really do something. But then he suddenly glanced at her, with a question, what would happen? I mean, the black market needs someone with authority to step up and uphold justice. Suddenly, Thui shouted from the other end, asking anxiously what was going on. Kong Thui, what's happening? And he quickly reported that Nan Tot had someone hit him with a brick on the head. And in my heart, I silently recognized this scene from before. Then Thui's deafening scream made someone quickly move the phone away from him. Looking at the dark screen, he helplessly asked, hello, and just then the battery died. Though calmly observes her nearby, indicating the quality still isn't up to standard. A tall man looks at her with curiosity. Now is the time, everyone's watching. Then his brother turns to announce everything's fine, she needs to go to the construction site. But now In Guillaume Tuk speaks seriously, are you not talking anymore? Actually, I have a plan to retake the devil market. But one of them immediately voiced their opinion. Actually, as long as the elder of the An family also her, and Kian Neep steps out, then basically no plan is needed. But losing patience, I will point out the important part, fine. I'll also make it clear to you, if needed, he will step in. So it definitely isn't Lutroc's matter, but Lu Chu's. Lu Chu is the real root of everything. He suddenly realized and thought, yes, it was Lu Chu who nurtured Lutroc, creating those distorted ways of Han. But if An Kin Geep doesn't step forward, what plan do we have left to fight Lutroc now? After a moment of contemplation, Mu spoke decisively. Let's discuss the plan later. No matter what, I can't lose the friends I have. I want to go to Kang Jian and a Chan first. Seeing you leave, I immediately asked if you needed a bodyguard. Mu quickly replied that the security team was left for Sojao and Tuthan. She didn't ask further after hearing this, only reminding me to travel safely. The car starts to slide, and inside the car Muke asks, though, if there's a way for all of us to communicate anytime. She opens the system report panel, which has a real-time notification clock, but host your score. Though frowning worriedly said, the score is dropping rapidly, along with the live survival point display showing 1, 0, 0, 0. A moment of confusion when I revived my task was to earn 1 billion, and I've already done that, always exceeding the mission goal by a lot. You think about your assets and continue unexpectedly. This estate is so fragile, every property is being stolen from me. My survival score drops rapidly, making money is quick, but losing money drips away like sand in an hourglass. Transitioning to Shuei's side, his anxious legs help support the injured man, while encouraging him, saying it won't be long before President Nan arrives. Shuei stands up trying to soothe everyone, telling them not to be agitated and to talk things over patiently, but they refuse to calm down and curse loudly. Boss, someone as dark-hearted as you, who eats without remorse, even grabbed her collar and shouted, "We worked many years at the company, and now after drinking poisoned water at the construction site, not only did the company not help us, they even fired us, showing they don't care about our lives or deaths. Do you think that's fair?" Although he was injured, he still argued back, "Elder Vuong, the third, you spit blood and scold people, everyone is poisoned." The company immediately arranged for everyone to go to the hospital, and it also never said it wanted to dismiss you. Yet that guy still couldn't persuade everyone, "Don't trust this evil scoundrel, he talks even better than sings." The next day, when they went to the hospital, they were already sent home, not only trying to fire us, but also deducting the hospital checkup costs from our salaries. The story about wanting to fire us is something I personally heard from Lu Dong's HR department. It's not made up, so let's not be fooled by this treacherous fox again. Then don't even think about leaving here. At this moment, Thi, overwhelmed with panic, explained that everyone shouldn't misunderstand that the poisoned employees had indeed gone to the hospital, and all the medical bills and treatment costs have already been arranged and taken care of. On Monday, everyone was then forced out of the hospital, and I just found out now. Then he turned to ask Tran, saying that the dismissal was heard from Lu Dong, and these 2 hospitalization cases were also under Lu Dong's responsibility. "Tran, please help me call Lu Dong out here. My phone is broken. Call Lu Dong over and clarify this issue." When he heard this, he smiled and tried to persuade him. "Lao Vuong, you have to believe me. I can't contact Lu Dong now, this matter can't be clarified, or maybe you can tell someone else. For now, everyone disperse temporarily tonight, and tomorrow morning I will find Lu Dong to resolve this thoroughly. I will give you a proper answer. What do you think?" Lao Vuong ong ai noi thi tram tu hong len tieng. Anh xem trong trong chua toi to the nay deo o de cha hong che duok, di dao ang chon so toi tron di dao nua. But no ong ta amat koi lan yu dangs emot tro. He the roi tiang chat on and giet satan commandem. Thui, stop clutching his face. As he heard Lord Lao speak, the cunning Kong, Xian Yer Liao Fox, always full of mockery, asked aloud, "Lord Kong, are you truly busy or forgetful? Isn't this how I looked just 2 days ago? Have you forgotten?" After only a few days, he then turned to the workers and spoke. 2 days ago, Mr. Kong told me there was no need to pay for everyone's treatment anymore, saying that the wealthy landlord had limited resources and that poisoning and other causes caused a lot of financial waste. "Did you spew blood and slander others, Landong? Do you have evidence for what you're saying?" Landong shouted loudly. "Evidence? My brothers, my limbs are already like this, and that is proof. I was begging Mr. Kong not to abandon everyone at the time. My brothers and I have fought together for more than 10 years, can you guess? Yet he called the security to beat me like this, and today he still shamelessly asks me why it's like this." The workers shouted in unison, "Kill him, that's too cruel. Beat him first, then kick him away." Thui looked at the person in front of him, trembling and speechless. "Lu Dong, you?" he thought to himself. Today's situation, the other party came prepared already, biting himself. No matter how he argued, he couldn't fight back. Now the opponent has the upper hand. Even if we include the new driver, there are only 3 of us. And Atran is a woman, so it's really hard to explain to Director Nan. He tries to reason. The elders say, "It's definitely right, and the firewood doesn't lack insurance. The urgent matter now is to leave this place." Thinking this, he quickly showed some questioning expressions. Lu Dong, you tell me now, what should we do?" Dong calmly replied, "Mr. Kong is indeed Mr. Kong understands others, so I will share everyone's solution. I told everyone before coming here. This case, Zhang Ding was discharged from the hospital, his condition worsened, and he won't be able to work for years. His entire family of 5 depends on him for income. So this includes medical expenses, labor costs, mental strain. Lu Lui is the same, and I've been injured by your beating, along with Mr. Wang, totaling 46.38 million. He hearing that, he shivered all over and said, "What? 46.38 million?" But before he could finish, the person next to him raised his fist, threatening him. "What are you, damn it? You think you live a good life and don't need us to make a living?" "Mr. Kong, listen to me, I haven't finished my words. Look at this, 46.38 million. We will give you a discounted price. Just give us 46 million, but if you want to go home tonight, there are ways. We've already arranged a place for you to stay, experience some rural life, and when we receive the money, we'll take you back." The man, frightened, was already sweating on his face. Hearing this, he felt a bit awkward about the matter. Before he finished speaking, suddenly 4 white cars appeared from somewhere, and everyone looked at the cars at the same time. The car doors opened and a few men appeared behind them. They didn't hesitate and rushed forward to fight the workers. One of them cried out in pain from being struck. The workers quickly responded, shouting loudly, "Everyone bite them back, don't let them take Mr. Kong away." A person in a black hat stepped closer and said to him, "Big Boss Kong, let's go quickly." Vuong standing next to him grabbed his shirt and shouted, "Don't even think about leaving." This person was quickly held back by his people, but he still clutched tightly to my collar. Another worker with a stick rushed from behind. "Stop it, don't let them take him." He swung his stick forcefully at the person earlier, who hurriedly dodged, and she screamed in fright. "Hey," the man in the black hat crouched down and whispered into her ear, "My boss, Nan Tong, will come soon to protect you. Here, take this knife and hold it for self-defense." The master had someone rush towards him, the person in the black hat pointing a dagger forward while he shut his eyes in fear. When Vuong was stabbed in the stomach, he cried out in pain, and the blade was swiftly pulled out, causing blood to flow from the wound. She looked at the bloody dagger in her hand, and stepped back in fear. The worker then dropped the stick he was holding, and rushed to Vuong's side, shouting loudly, "Elder Vuong! Elder Vuong!" The sound of the knife falling heavily to the ground and her entire body trembling in fear, he stammered, I killed someone." The one who shouted loudly earlier that he had killed someone, the others immediately froze and turned to look where the scream came from. The man in the black hat saw this and quickly urged her to run, muttering to himself, "I've already killed someone." Seeing that the man in the black hat quickly dragged the old man into the car while others promptly dropped their weapons and ran onto the vehicle, and the white armored trucks left the scene. After a while, Mu's car arrived at Deng Dong's location. A vehicle steps out with a tense expression. Gao Mai looks towards Dam Dong. He approaches Chan's location and calls her, "Ah Chan, you're being interrogated by the police. When you see me, then call me Nan Tong." She suddenly threw herself into his arms and clung to him as if they hadn't seen each other for years. She said with a squeamish voice, "President Nan, someone is dead, and Mr. Kong too." Seeing her hold him like that, Mu also gently held her and said, "It's okay, now it's okay, rest assured I will handle it." Though quietly looked at Muke, who was sobbing in front of her. "Ah Chan, don't cry anymore, let's find somewhere to rest for a bit. Tell me what happened then." When we got back to the company, Tho sat close to Chan and gently asked her, "Sister Chan, did Boss Vuong Lao Tam really get killed by Mr. Kong? Did you see it with your own eyes?" Tho's face also looked a bit sad. "That's right, when the police arrived, Ludong wasn't seen anymore." "Right," Chan calmed down and recounted. "I didn't see the exact process, but when Vuong Lao Tam fell, I did see that the boss Kong was holding a knife in his hand. At that moment he was very panicked after throwing away the knife. A group of guards took him into a car and drove off Director Nan. What should we do now?" Mu saw that everything was becoming more and more tense. It seems that this time the opponent came prepared every step, and every moment was carefully planned. Their connection is indeed very tight. It seems their goal is to sabotage Fu Dai's real estate. Both Zhen and To were very surprised by his decision to sabotage Fu Dai. Muok furrows his brow with determination, believing that one of the main reasons is that someone wants to delay the project. To gain benefits, they put in so much effort, which shows that this project has great value. You analyze each of your moves to make them understand now we need to disrupt their rhythm. We can't just follow their arrangement. I will use Dong's identity from Fu Dai to convene Dong's meeting and appoint a Tran as the interim general director of Fu Dai. Comfort the workers resume construction immediately, and at the same time our investment target will add another 10 million into Fu Dai. But sitting in the chair, I also suggest that if you're not careful, I could find a way to invest 10 million into Fu Dai to make it even bigger. I'm also glad that you have invested so generously. Thank you for your support, miss. That would be wonderful. Tran hurriedly refused and stopped him. "Commander Nan, no I can't. An ordinary employee like me, how could I do the things of the general director? I believe in you, Chan and sister, a Tran sister, Yen Tam." If Director Nan said, "You can do it," then surely you can. Don't worry now, since you're most familiar with Fu Dai, we will also help you. Muke places his hand on her shoulder, trusting her now besides her. I have no one else I trust at Fu Dai anymore. Tran looks up and meets Muke's trusting gaze in front of her. He raised his hand to his chin and pondered for a moment. There are still 2 crucial points. First, who is guiding Mr. Kong if not his own people? Then the boss might be in danger, or perhaps Lu Dong is the key to all this. If we can find him quickly, we might uncover the truth behind all of this. An nin va fia yen va goi ko. Andai tu thunang chong timban bi giup unge yong tin tu kua ong chu. Kong va ludong chonao kan tu atien. Kunoi toi kung sedapung viek ne lot nua hoingi ket. Thuk toi se dilam. He looked at Tong Nin and handed over the plan and also asked Duong Tu to keep an eye on the latest police news. He accepted this without hesitation. Okay, now at the abandoned construction site far away, Lu Dong with unsteady limbs was threatened by a man with a gun. The money has also been delivered. Now what does he mean? That's Lu Dong's voice. He is sweating all over, somewhat afraid of the gun barrel. I've already done what I should, so why? The man with the gun remains calm, unconcerned about his terrified prey. It's just that President Liu is worried that after he gets the money he might disappear completely, so he specifically asked me to help him. Goodbye, Liu Dong, shivering in fear, waiting for his death. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and the man was hit directly in the head. It was morning at a deserted construction site that looked extremely empty. In a corner atop the building, Feng is hiding behind a concrete wall, aiming his gun down at someone below. Underneath, Liu Dong is angrily kicking someone in front of him, shouting abusively, "Do you think I am an idiot? Do you think I keep insisting on coming to this abandoned construction site for no reason? Let me tell you, Liu Dong, I've survived all this time thanks to my guts. I don't need to imagine what happens to someone after Liu Troc finishes with them. Wasn't it rough enough before when I was forced to obey? Damn it." Suddenly, a voice rang out from the earpiece in Dong's ear. That was Feng's voice, reminding him to coordinate a bit. "Don't move around randomly, or else your life will be over." Hearing this, he was momentarily startled and asked what. From above through the sniper's scope, aiming at the black-clad figures with some annoyance, it would be great if one bullet could kill 2 people. After hearing the warning from the other end, Dong quickly crouched down to find a hiding spot. He is hiding behind a cabinet, clutching a box tightly in his hand, and urgently tells Feng to finish them off quickly, to which he quickly responds, "It's not that easy." Feng continues with a slightly irritable tone, "Long Dong, your luck is also quite good, just like my previous case. We already surrounded 20 people, 18 of the gunmen's weapons were all ready, then I took out my gun and killed them all." At that moment, Dong's face was covered in sweat from the fear he just swore one sentence, then ordered everyone to focus. "Damn it, I hired you not to listen to your nonsense." Suddenly, bang, a loud gunshot rang out, and the person who was scolded by Dong earlier was now lying face down on the ground. Dong anxiously looked back over his shoulder, but the voice on the other side still continued. "So you can still survive?" He quickly asked, "So what should I do now?" Feng kept scratching his head, "I don't know, or maybe talk to me." Dong was a little bewildered, and let out a sigh as bullets continued to be fired at the cabinet where Dong was hiding outside. He could only fearfully hold his head and curse loudly. Feng aimed his gun at another guy below, and asked Dong somewhat puzzled, "Isn't that Kong Thi guy? Someone who owes you a favor, a farmer and a snake? You wouldn't harbor hatred in your heart, right?" Dong on the other side, hearing this, snapped back, annoyed, still in the mood for idle talk. "And moreover, how does it concern you? This time, are you here not to ask about the customer's private matters?" Feng, still smiling, replied, "I'm not like that. I just listen in." Then another gunshot rang out, and the man in black outside fearfully crouched down, trying to escape among the grass. Dong heard that and clenched his teeth in anger. His rage was so intense that all notions of gratitude vanished. Li is the true nature of this world. The strong eat the weak, and if you're not for yourself, the heavens and earth will destroy you. Feng chuckled, slightly satisfied with Dong's answer, and praised him, saying, "Well done, I just want what I need, I'll talk to Liu Troc later." Another call comes in and Feng touches the receiver to answer, as the person asks, "Hello Miss Andai, a new task again. What is it?" "I am Dong Nin, the young master of Jiang City." The person on the other end asks Feng, "Are you busy?" The man in black below is panicked and running away. Bang, a shot was fired directly into the black-clad man's head, and Feng quickly replied to the other person, "Not busy, very free." The other side then started to state their request, "We need you to help us find someone. Liu Dong, the HR director of Fudai Real Estate Group." "Young Master Duong, it's been a while. Do you remember that year you kicked my master away with one stroke? I hadn't even thanked him back then." "Shang Xiao, do you need him that badly? Then I should tell you about my relationship with him now. Don't be surprised and choke on your tea." Feng, holding a cigarette in his mouth, asked back, "What's wrong? Are you afraid that knowing will change your view of Non-Muk and affect how you feel about him?" The other side replied, "You just said that to me, and I find it funny. Telling Lady Anne would really mean breaking up our group." Feng, hearing that from the other end of the line, stopped joking and quickly made a request, saying joking is not allowed. "Your car is really in a hurry right now, so I'll be direct. Take down the bodyguard next to Kong Thui, named Lai Bu." At the same time, in a coffee shop, Li Bu lifted the phone, and on the other end, Dong cheerfully said, "Li Bu, you're done for. Behind Non-Muk, An Nien and Duong Nin are much stronger than you imagined. Do you think you can just mess with Kong Thui and a Zhen like that? Li Bu, you were still joking around with Liu Troc. Then just wait and see. When Non Tong doesn't kill Liu Dong, I won't, but he will kill you." Li Bu frowned, staring intently at his phone, when suddenly someone called his name, Li Bu. He turned around quickly, startled to see someone standing behind him at this hour, and the other person asked, "What's wrong with your face? Whose phone is that?" He hurriedly hid his phone nervously and asked Mr. Nan, "Did President Nan come to find me personally? If there's anything you want to say, just call me directly on my phone." Before he could finish speaking, the other person's face looked sad and somewhat mournful. "Something has happened to Kong Yan. You probably already know since you've been working at Fudai for a long time and have a rather close relationship with Kong Yan. I want to know why on days when things happen you are not by his side as a bodyguard and hence cannot be reached." Li Bu scratched his head awkwardly, unsure how to explain himself to the other person. "That matter, that incident with President Kong, I only found out from the news Earlier, I had some personal issues to deal with. There's a coldness mixed with some caution. You don't need to deliberately look at me like that when talking. After all, I am a businessman. You can usually tell by looking at a person that you're much smarter than you let on. Li Biu gradually became more cautious, a slight hint of anger on his face. The atmosphere gradually grew tense. Li Biu quickly spoke up decisively. Mr. Nan, it's normal for you to suspect me. I also don't want to explain anything. He then turned his face towards the children's store, looking at a young girl standing there, choosing clothes. His voice filled with a pleading tone, but holding on to the hope of your kindness, saying that we shouldn't talk about this. Today, because the girl has a bright smile, as pure as a white rose, I don't want to discuss this in front of my daughter. The atmosphere between the two men grows tenser. Mew speaks up. If I suspected you, I wouldn't leave others to meet you alone. Just now you suddenly spoke. Master, are you finished talking? Though holding his phone, walking towards Mew, don't call and say you found Lu Dong. Tell them we are safely at the company together. Mew is turned to leave with Thoi, but still remembers to remind Li Biu that he's going back to the company first and asks him to come later. You don't need to force yourself to explain to me. Maybe you really have something you can't say. Although I have been used many times and was betrayed by others before. But I hope I won't lose the sense of trust. Consider this, as if I was betting the future of Fu Dai on you. Muk finished speaking. Li Biu was startled and silently wondered. President Nan, you have arrived at the company and are still thinking about Fu Dai. The most important thing is still inside that frozen container. I don't know if the guy called Fong, a Nyen, who introduced himself, can be trusted. On a deserted road, a transport vehicle is moving at a normal speed. Dongjang, wounded, is hiding in a corner inside the truck, silently pondering whether he can trust Fong, a professional who claims to have superior skills but whom he doesn't know well. He recalls his conversation with that guy. Fong, don't worry, I have professional principles. I won't do things like murder, kidnapping, or theft. I have an interest to ensure you can leave here safely and start a new life. I wonder if you're interested. The price is quite reasonable. He hesitated about what Fong just said. Fine, I don't have any other choice now. I'll take it step by step. That guy is starting to panic with a worried look, the driver said. At most 3 hours, and they can leave the province. Then I can take the money and restart somewhere else. Old Kong, don't blame me. The door of the truck swung open. He thought he had reached his destination and was about to get out, but suddenly he saw a shadow outside the door. How did they arrive so quickly? Surely it's not Lu Tra come to catch me. As the door widened, he could see the people outside clearly and instantly panicked. Nyan Nyan Mook Fong also peeked their heads in and smiled, saying, "Oh, so you're inside." Fong turned to Nyen and said, "Lady, Anne doesn't need to pay back the money. After all, didn't she say the two of you are one heart?" And appeared nonchalant and replied, "If you hadn't known me for a long time, I would have been too lazy to give you the deposit." Dong was fidgeting nervously, his face pale. "You stand behind me." Fong remained emotionless and calmly replied, "Using others' love to eliminate others. But besides killing, I can't control. If I wanted to control, I would use my gun to deal with the traitor like you. Moreover, Miss Anne spent a large sum of money to have me bring you in front of her. Do you think I don't care about money?" Dong's face darkened even more. "For someone who would betray friends for profit like you, isn't that obvious?" He gritted his teeth in anger at you. Fong turned to the presenter and said, "Miss Nan, coincidentally, Dong Nin is grateful to me, so I didn't hesitate to help you all." Hearing this, everyone was immediately moved and opened their mouths. "It's obvious that I am the one who hired you." Fong happily joked about a feat, then formally introduced himself, saying, "My name is Fong and I am not from here. I travel alone around the world to make a living as a wandering swordsman. I also trained martial arts with young Master Duong when I was young, but I am not someone from a noble background like him. I can only use my skills and what I have to repay him." The two behind them suddenly thought in amazement, could it be that Duong Nin still has fellow martial brothers like this? Brother Fong happily recounted the story of defending himself and Duong Nin, how Duong Thio once helped me defeat my master, or my tormentor. I still haven't repaid this debt of gratitude. Helping each other through thick and thin is not enough. Let's do our best to support one another and meet again when chance permits. Lu Trek, Nhung Ngoi Nu, Lu Dong Vali Bio, Deu Chung Ming Rang Han Hong, the Chiem Duok Long Ngoi. Everyone is gathered around the dining table. Mu speaks up. Lu Dong, besides exploiting workers and monarchs of wealth, what else are you doing? He replied, "What else could I do? Aren't the two things you mentioned things he told me to do?" Your brow furrows with displeasure, just waiting for this one question. Bu, as a bodyguard of the boss, it's not appropriate for you to intervene directly, so I told Lu Dong. Bu said you all know anyone involved in the underworld will eventually want to clear their name. I've been in the industry for 20 years and no one doesn't want to return to a normal life. He slightly bowed his head, thinking of his little daughter at home ever since Lu Troc used my family to threaten me. Then unexpectedly, my resolve to protect my family caused Lu Troc to turn on me. At that time, he loudly showed Troc the wallet with pictures of himself and my daughter inside Tong Lu. You must also have family members, though I don't know the details, but you surely understand the feeling of making sacrifices for your loved ones. Trock silently stared at the photo without saying anything, causing Bu to keep calling Tonglu Tonglu. In the end, he still said that your family's safety depended on your choice, and before I fully control the wealth, I will protect your family very safely. Bu recalled, and continued at that time a strange woman appeared, threatening my family's life, so I had no choice but to obey them, and everything regarding the wealth was caused by me. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but notice the strange woman, but I suspect there might still be someone else responsible for sabotaging Fudai. My cousin looked grim at Bu. Why didn't you tell me about this from the start? I could have helped him. But he just closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, saying honestly, I truly had no choice at that moment. I was impulsive, and did those things. And I patted Dong's shoulder. Having been involved in the underworld, I never thought I would die completely, and then both of them succeeded. I've already done these things. There's no way back now. If you want to fight or kill, it's up to you. One person stood up and said, let's go. You two now take me to see Kong Don. You must apologize to him and explain everything clearly. Your teacher is about to leave but asks, what about us? You order the girls to do other things. For now, let me handle it. Nin also told her to wait for Mr. Nan to handle it. We can continue searching for Lu Trock, and also need to protect Lam Mongdao and Chuang Bangdu. Everyone reached the door, and I suggested I go get the car. They sat in the car talking among themselves. Slow down, don't rush. It's okay, let's resolve this quickly. Bill asked Muktong Nan, why are you so dismissive of Kong Don? He's just someone obsessed with real estate. You look out the window and reply, I'm not like that, you know. Truong Phi and Lai Kwai Kong Don is exactly like that. He is very innocent. If you treat him well, he will return the kindness. He has done wrong before, but he is not fake. He has many flaws, but he is not a malicious person. These words surprised Bill a little. He closed his eyes and said, President Nan, I was underestimating you. I used to think you were a young, wealthy man who was naive after a night out. Let me tell you the most important news I've just told you, like Lu Jai's biggest point. Living within his family, elder Lu Trao of the Lu family created a clan without women. Tong stood nearby, also paying attention to these words. For each child, born girls are discarded, boys are raised, then the mother is driven away or killed. Outside, a truck speeds toward them. The two cars collided, causing a huge explosion. Both vehicles billowed smoke, and the situation looks grim. Liu Jia's shadow said as long as we continue weakening the power within the target, we can seize that rabbit very soon, and then no one will be able to bite us. Trock looked at it worriedly. This power is growing stronger. It's best that it doesn't sabotage our plans. Lu President, there's a call outside. Someone rushes in happily to report that Lu Dong and Bill Li have been eliminated. He waved his hand and said, Fudai's affairs are Lok Chi-Chi's responsibility. Just do your part. That person also understood and responded accordingly. Then I'll take my leave. The shadow suddenly wrapped around him, and before he could realize what was happening, he cried out in agony. Zack watched the black shadows in action, and only thought it's getting increasingly out of control. He stood beside the wardrobe and unlocked a box on it. Your childhood friend Nan Muk. He looks a bit dazed. It's truly hard to believe. A woman with short light purple hair unexpectedly appears and cheerfully says, President Lu, good afternoon. The little brother I have to deal with is really ruthless. Nan Muk might already be dead. Your sharp eyes see everything. Once I finish everything, I will become the general manager of Fudai. Trock shouted loudly when he heard this. What, Nan Muk is dead? Does your mother have a problem with her head? Who told you to kill Nan Muk? Chi crossed her arms in annoyance and replied, Lu Trock, what do you want to do with me? Where is my little brother? Didn't he come to see you just now? I realized that not using magic tools to control others is its weakness, Lok Chi-Chi. Her family and my Lu family have been partners for 30 years. I don't want to hurt her, but she's giving me this information, and that shadow beside her keeps focusing on trivial matters. This woman is very delicate. Track seems very furious. I handed Fudai to you, and you told me to spend money to bribe Li Bill. I did that, but I only told you to take over Fudai. Who told you to kill Nan? Mukchi also wouldn't accept losing out and burst into anger. Lutrosh, An, stop messing around and come out. Where is my little brother? Call him out here. Tell him to explain the situation in detail to me. I'm not the enforcer. I only handle Li Bill and the Lu case once they're gone. The black shadow suddenly lunged at her, and Trock only had time to shout, stop, she can't eat. Chi shouted. He hurriedly ordered, let her go. She has been familiar with me since we were little. Our families have had overlapping stakes for over 10 years. The black shadow sneered at this, saying, you're afraid she'll die. Didn't you say before that you might even kill your own father or grandfather? Trauma is considering how to solve the problem in fear. Damn it, how should I kill this person, or perhaps lure Nan Mook's rabbit over to bite and swallow him together? Seeing that the situation doesn't seem to change, he quickly agrees. You get her out of here. I will call Nguyet though, and Nan Muk here. I'll help you seize Nguyet though. The dark shadow smirks evilly. It pulled back, causing Chi to fall flat, and the dark figure approached. Trach Lu Trach. Today is the day I love you the most, he pondered. As long as it doesn't hinder me, he can do whatever he wants, and at the right moment, I can ask Nan Mook directly about the dream barrier. As for Trock, he became furious because Lok Chi-Chi was handling the wealthy, so he bribed Lai Bu simply because he bribed Lai Bu. In the process, he accidentally obtained the most desired information, his family. A tiny insect like Li Bu risking everything for his family. If I truly had a family, what would I do? Non-Muk, I've waited long enough to play with you and I thank you because of you. I have discovered something new in my life. Your face is full of wounds, and after confirming, you request, yes, okay, open the system, I want to save a Tran no matter how many life points are left. Though was surprised when she heard it, owner saving a Tran, your life points will only be 200 points. Even knowing all that, I stubbornly refuse to give up on saving a Tran's life. Along this entire journey, a Tran still has so many pages left in her story, full of hope and new beginnings. Everyone has suffered enough with me. The system asks if I want to heal a Tran's wounds. I press confirm yes. Tran wakes up and seeing this I quickly call out, a Tran, you're awake. Her dreamy face lifts her hand to support her head and asks what just happened. Tell me what occurred earlier. The traitor Li Bil and Lu Dong are all dead and it was an unmanned vehicle that crashed into us. Lu Jia. I didn't know he had gone this crazy. Then suddenly the phone rings. I look at the screen and can't believe it. Lu Jia. You hurriedly answer the phone and say, hello, what's going on? Meeting at the Dai Trung Temple. The voice from the other side says the target still alive is good. You and Ngiet To, come quickly. Actually, I've achieved my goal already. Starting from the black market auction, I was driven by rivalry and resentment, which led me to confront you to satisfy my own thrill. Now, because of something Lai Bil revealed, I have a new thought. Hearing this, Muk was startled. It seems what Lai Bil said is true. Dream Dao dream. Dao, are you really Lu Trock's sister? Trock left a final message saying he thinks we should stop fighting. I'm not interested in money. I want something else. Something that might even require your help. Later, when we meet at Dai Trung Temple, seeing your phone is off, I ask what's wrong. Is that Lu Trock? Knowing I have to do this. I remind you, by the way, you've been kept locked up outside the temple before. Always stay in touch with Duong, Nin and Anyen and pay attention to safety. I have something more important to deal with. I never expected that a character like Li Bil would reveal such a pivotal secret. And as for the order, I understand. The image of a knife appears in your mind, a dream of a knife like going back to the beginning, so it turns out you are the key character, the Dai Trung Temple. Getting straight to the point, Lu Jia, I'm not interested in money either. I've been cursed by fate again and again. In this life, what I need most are my family, friends, and the one I love to live peacefully. I just want to live a happy life with everyone. The shadow lunged at the cauldron, startling her into a scream. Seeing this, he hurriedly stepped forward, releasing her before I could finish speaking. Chach also helplessly said, I can't control it anymore now. You don't believe me. Throw a punch at him. Chach raised both hands to block that attack. Muk frowned in anger, like you, Meng Dao, even if she is your sister. Would you treat her well? Chach paused at the sound of his sister's voice, then suddenly went silent. Over there, the dark figure is laughing maniacally, swallowing people. Then I will become the strongest. Mew clenched his fists and shouted toward that direction. The smile of the black shadow is a triumphant smile. She has run out of options to save herself. Non-Muk, look at her survival point. Muk, thinking he's being tricked, grit his teeth and say each word carefully. Chach, you don't need to kill her if someone else kills her. Non-Muk will also come back to life. When Mew heard this, he looked at him in disbelief. What coming back to life? He started to think in that moment of training, the sound told him that a lifetime dying in regret, coming back to life, endless cycles, so that's the way it was. Now he finally speaks to Non-Muk, saying, I don't want you to die. I even have to thank you. Listen silently. If I hadn't fought with you, I wouldn't have understood myself, and I wouldn't have known that I still have a family. Even so, I have to thank you, second brother, for taking care of Lam Meng Dao all these years. Muk, listening to these words, had a faint look as if he was glancing at him. The words that followed also caught those attention on the other side. I know you and Lam Meng Dao are childhood sweethearts. Since you've cared for the girl from the neighboring house since you were young, I won't let you die. Maybe in the future, we can give Lam Meng Dao a better life. Zachary then turned his gaze to him, intending to say, let the one who releases Ngieto feed her better. Of course, the black shadow loudly disbelieved this. It's already this late, and now you want to stop me from becoming the strongest god. I will never trust you humans. Her neck is even tighter. A streak of light rushes toward her, followed by a kick towards the black shadow. Let her go. The black shadow also wildly threw a punch at you. Target, there's little life left in your destiny. Get out of here. Seeing this, Target frowned and realized it's over a foot, lunged forward. Trock charged to strike the monster and shield Muk with a blow. The black shadow immediately knocked him away and crashed into the Buddha statue behind. His face is filled with disbelief and confusion. Lu Trock, in the end, did you really betray them all? Mu's body shakes as blood drips from the corner of his mouth, but he still forces himself to stand up. Yue, though we are one, I can't be without you. Her expression slightly darkened as she called out host. You also silently watched her. System alert, survival points. You're starting to move again, rushing toward the dark silhouette and shouting. Nu yet though, I will keep punching the monster even if I have to sacrifice my life to save her. System alert survival points. No, it seems she has almost given up. Owner, no, don't do this. Maybe I should let myself end everything. The angry darkness wraps tightly around her radiating golden beams. What do you want to do? Tears fall down her chin as she still hears his call in her ear. No, master. The yellow beam of light spreads out as if about to explode. The shadow man shouts, damn it. The beam of light pushes the target far away. Looking at this scene, do you think the outcome will still be like this? A dreamy expression filled with despair. Are you alive again? System notification. Survival point 1. Life is full of dualities carrying regrets. Died out of reckless love and came back to life. Your brows furrow as you fall into an endless void, failing once again. In another universe. System notification. Survival point. A floating object surrounded by a yellow flame-shaped form. Behind is a Buddha statue. System notification. Survival point 5. He gradually wakes up, looking at his hand as the wound heals. Then he looked back at the girl over there who was also floating, her eyes closed in silence. The behemoth. When he tried to reach out to her, the statue started emitting a sound. Look again carefully, he said, turning back. What, who are you? But when he turned back to look at the person in front of him, it startled him. Her outfit and hairstyle had both changed. Feng Yushu. His emotions are starting to get a bit out of control. Why is this happening? No. The girl in front of me dressed in white with a ponytail. How can that be? That person is still asleep. But the target is desperately shouting, oh huh. Feng Vutuyet is already dead. Her eyes suddenly open dark red like blood with violet-colored irises. A terrifying smile appears. The system notification. Survival point. The statue asks. Casual glance, I told you you're alive again. Once again, I have to face Feng Vutuyet. Face Feng again in another life. Do you believe it? Mudai definitely won't accept it. I don't believe it. My survival points are increasing. I'm not dead. I'm still in this life. You suddenly jerked your eyes full of blood vessels. You looked at that person. That's who I used to be. Then I lost myself again. You can't deceive me. No way. The statue speaks again. Your intuition is very accurate. It seems you are still alive in this life. You haven't died yet. But everything is thanks to the jar's wish for you, or perhaps it's the system that gave them to you. Once the system acquires human nature, it's really hard to say why the system would have it. Wrapped in golden light, she returned to her original form as To. Mok, looking at that scene, responded. Because she has love. He turned around. Because of love. To have feelings. Having just become a person, he still keeps his gentle smile, seemingly very accepting of this life. You seem quite satisfied with this life of yours. Mew also doesn't deny it. That's right. I love the people. I love my parents, my family. I love everyone. The images of all the people you've known appear one by one. The pure innocence of Lam Mengdao and the honesty and generosity of An Yan. The gentle elegance of Duong Nin. The scientific dreams of Trong Bang Dieu. Kong Don's sincere kindness is praised, and a Tran benefits from his noble character. The talent of Tan Yi Nong and the serious dedication of Xiao Cheng. I love everyone, the statue says. It's a shame. They are about to leave you. You are still living this life feeling love within yourself. It makes this life satisfying for you, but you will lose them. Muke shouted. Then what is the point of me living this life anymore? The statue responds. As expected, you're a stubborn person. No wonder even the system has been personified by you in such a way. The so-called gentle salvation. That's all there is to it. Everything will start over from the beginning. Next, you have to look at yourself. Remember this, it was the sacrifice of Yue Tho. I have saved you. Lutrok's messenger has died. But Lu Zhan is not dead yet, and these words cause a shock. A purple circle appears. Instinctively, you raise your hand to cover your face. He is also alone. Humanity is a complicated thing. You won't know what he'll do next time. The immense force of the vortex shreds your clothes and spirit apart. In the end, it pulled him completely inside. The whirlpool gradually disappeared, touching the scent. The room below ground. A dog sniffs its way toward the garbage dump, looking for food. Then suddenly, something rushes out, terrifying it into retreat and making it bark several times. That person, face covered in dirt, sighed and gave up, but it seemed too tough to eat and passed it aside before demanding more. System. Moon Cauldron. How many survival points do I have left now? It seems that due to the injury from the fight, you're still in pain. The body trembled violently. You look down at your hands in horror. Then I reach up to touch my left eye. This is... Inside that eye, I see the image of 4 explosions. What is going on? Your eye blood is both green and red. Here. Whose eyes are these? They let me see the scenery of another place. Are you Yue Zhao? Then she tilted her head back and looked up at the sky. Yue Z. Where are you now? I knew you weren't dead. Where am I right now? You started walking out of that alley. I am not dead. I am still alive in this life. All my memories are still intact. It's just this place. It doesn't seem to be Jiang City. This isn't the place I used to live before. The kitchen behind. A chef said it's shocking. I used to be some kind of big rat too. Muke also feels surprised. You see how miserable I look, aren't you surprised? The chef looks disdainful. The surprise here is that this is heaven and earth. The losers only have cheap shorts like yours left, and seeing that he decided to make a suggestion. Then could you guys give me a suit? The other chef asked. Here you go. I've already told you this is the biggest underground casino in the city. This is a deadly place. Right here. There is only winning, never charity. Pretending to be pitiful, is that it? So you're not even chefs. Are you people who sell themselves to pay off debts after losing money? The two chefs both sighed. That's right. How suddenly he raised his hand to his eye in suspicion. An underground casino, I could see the scene I just saw. Among them is yet another picture of 3 other women. What a mess. He turned back and looked behind him. He didn't even bother to run away. The two of them just keep talking, driving Q crazy. That guy's the same. Be quiet now. A hand reaches out to lift the curtain. Inside is a noisy casino. What happiness are you talking about? Focus on placing the bet first. Have you never seen a woman before? Mu looked at the woman tied up somewhere. Moon Pearl. Your face softened as you pressed it closer. So that's how it is, Nguyetto. Are you and I the ones who shared this eye together? Your head tilted slightly downward. It seems that the two of us have ended up here, Nguyetto. Don't worry. I won't let you suffer even a little. Does the man with the curled corner of his mouth want to have her? If you want her, then start quickly. The surrounding crowd is excited. Let's get started. Start the game, Mew thinks. Underground casino. High stakes. What are the rules? The guy just mentioned a 6-card hand. Today's rules are very simple. It's just high or low. A deck has 54 cards. I've finished shuffling. Deal 10 cards to each person. A is the smallest. The biggest fish. The largest card is king. The smallest card is azo. Both players hold 10 cards. Flip 1 card each round. The larger one wins. It ends when someone wins 5 times. The winner. The main prize is this bunny girl. Who wants to play? Raise your hand. Someone is discussing it. It's so simple that I feel I will lose. This is purely a matter of luck. I'm not sure I can beat her. Suddenly I raised my hand. That guy just looked at you and didn't even ask about your clothes. Sir, today, with this appearance of yours, what are you so determined about? Your face remains expressionless and unconcerned. Your gaze and mine meet. Within it is a look of determination. I'll stake my very life. After hearing what the demon took out to gamble, Trong eagerly patted your shoulder. Just afraid the world isn't chaotic enough yet to shout about. This guy. Very brave. That's the kind of person we like here. Is there anyone else who wants to take the exam immediately? That invitation was accepted by a bespectacled guy from the crowd. Then the fairy takes off her glasses. The scarred face reveals a leering, lewd smile. I want a hero to save the damsel. Then he licked his lips. I can't let the little bunny down. Fallen into the hands of the cunning rascal, as he predicted according to his confident words. The host also shouted loudly. So the match begins. Despite being on the brink of defeat, the scarred man still seemed to enjoy the game, his voice full of teasing. Ticket to the small heart. In just 5 cards he will turn around with grace. He cradled her in his arms in an instant. Her face twisted in disgust, probably because she found it overwhelming. At the same time, over at the far end of the table, I thought you wanted to stare at her for a long time and then perhaps do something. I didn't expect that. You're already in the right position that quickly when you saw both sides had taken their places. Trongte also joins in making a move. He concludes with a final remark. So then at that very moment, the crowd in the room started to mock and cheer Brother King. Go ahead and wipe him out. Make him lose 5 consecutive times in a row. No matter how noisy the surroundings are, the two players still focus on the game and carefully draw their assigned cards after the deal. The match begins now. On the other side, the scarred guy looked at his cards and was sure in his mind it's all about luck. Of course not. The one who wins 5 rounds first wins. Then the game will be over. So the biggest piece in your hand. Of course I have to make the first move. I don't care how many big cards you have. Anyway, I'll play my big card first, starting with the biggest. Let's see who's winning, and how much before we continue. And over here, as he reveals the card, a look of clear worry appears on his face. After both sides reveal their cards, Chong Tang immediately speaks. Alright, I will flip both cards at the same time. Before this extremely lucky round, the crowd eagerly watching also grew tense. And then the card is revealed. Result. Round 1. Red side wins. The soldiers immediately cheered and flattered him. Boss Vuong is amazing. Big brother Wang lost. In that situation, Guardian Mew remained calm as he asked his opponent, Brother Wang. "Why do you like being so straightforward?" the boy responded. He just smiled mischievously. "Such a rough and adorable thing. Who doesn't like someone straightforward, right?" he added. "I like the bunny ears the most." This guy never expected that the girl behind him had timed her move perfectly and was focusing her gaze on her hand holding the cards. The cheerful housekeeper thinks his skills are impressive, raising his card high. Moon Fox. Her vision for me. It's just the right size. You can see the cards in his hand. So you had that plan all along. The first round. Losing to build up the atmosphere. Slight victory in round 2. You might lose several times in the third round. Just play along. It's best to settle the outcome by round 8. That way, it's not really cheating. Besides, I also think that if this is already the biggest casino in the city, then it must be deeply complex and unpredictable. The referee and the boss behind them have to be highly experienced. They've seen too many cheaters already. Moreover, whoever is opposite us must not be cheating. After careful consideration, he decisively places the next card on the table, thinking that ultimately pretending not to cheat and winning this game to save Uetuo first is the way to go. After both sides reveal their cards, the dealer continues to call out for the second round. While the results are still pending, the guy with squinty eyes watching nervously mutters, "What if this guy in shorts wins?" But the remaining guy is still very cautious. Unless Lord Vuong's luck runs out, he doesn't know anything and can't lose. The rabbit behind is just as nervous as they are. "Master, our eyes are connected. We rely solely on this new system of ours to survive here." Even with one eye able to see through the opponent's cards, Move On couldn't be certain of anything, only waiting for the referee's verdict. And then the cards were revealed. The results are in round 2. 8 of hearts wins. Even the crowd that doubted you at first has to admit it, this guy in shorts is pretty tricky. But that arrogant face still keeps laughing and saying with high pride, "So you also have the Black Queen in your hand." Suddenly a whistle rang out from a place no one expected, coming from a dashing, elegant man. Unexpectedly, a coat was thrown over Muke's shoulders, and he placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Bro, don't play these unfair tricks anymore. Put it on first, or you'll be so embarrassed." Startled by the suddenness, you asked back, "Who's that?" The tall man, who isn't stinky, introduced himself as Fernando Fernandez Fernandino, but you can just call me Little Fee. He looked at you like he's known you for a long time and spoke kindly and gently, saying that, rather than calling this a bet, it's better to say it's a blind game. After saying that, he turned to walk into the crowd and left a light remark that, if you want to live you can't win forever. Watching his back you can't help but marvel. The mushroom indeed in this fight. Everyone around here keeps walking back and forth, chatting freely. There are no rules at all. The events just now were only a brief interlude. Immediately after, the fat guy hurriedly placed a 7 on the table and declared, "Here, I'll stand with this card." And seeing his incredibly smug face, I suddenly thought, I have my own eye, and perhaps this big boss over here also has his own insight. If I can't participate in this fight, I have no right to be proud of myself for the past 2 matches. Then I closed my eyes and seriously speculated among these people, who is this guy's eye? In that brief moment, he also tolerated it. He decided to choose another 7 to put on the table to see if he could win the third round, even if it meant losing another game. At the same time, he cast a sharp gaze toward the person hidden among the crowd behind him. Next, Muck again observes the card turner Zhang Tai, who isn't safe either. In short, he must reveal his hand first, and with the cards he currently has, he can win this game. Not wanting to keep everyone waiting, the 2 referees simultaneously flipped their cards, the Ace of Spades and the 2 of Clubs. He announced that the red team won the third round. Hearing that, he clutched his shirt tightly on his shoulder, thinking he might be overthinking things. He focused on examining the cards in his hand again. If this guy knew what cards he also had eyes, so why did he always play from biggest to smallest? Seeing the current situation, Thao sitting on the other side grew more tense. In the next round, both sides confidently placed their cards on the table. But when they looked up, neither could believe what they saw. The man who was just behind you is now boldly standing behind that fat guy. So how did he run over there? His face shows no expression, but inside he's judging. "Newbie, you must be cheating, haha," as expected from a newcomer. Only a newcomer would cheat in this game. Surely you didn't notice that the outcome was predetermined after the cards were dealt. Based on that, he continued analyzing, assuming both sides played from high to low, making the game take more time to build the atmosphere. Are you excited and interested? Unless the result was fixed from the beginning, this is just a game of luck, nothing to do with skill. The coat they gave you is nothing special, but you keep holding it tight. What are you hiding? What are you concealing? At this moment, a fake card and a 2 of Clubs continue to be turned over. Seeing this, a thoughtful frown appears, and then I realize I might be able to win, but does that look like cheating? But that still isn't enough, he thought, or maybe cheating here had become so normal that there was no need to hide it, and then the scene he desired began to unfold. As each card was laid down, his opponent grew increasingly nervous, and he muttered in disbelief, "How could this be possible?" Ignoring the guy's attitude, the referee excitedly announced the result. The blue side wins. Muke ran to the bowl to free her, removing the ribbon from his wrist and sighing with relief. "It's great. Finally I saved her. When she regained her freedom, she immediately threw herself into Mu's arms, calling his name, and Mu happily responded, "Yue Tho, you're calling my name." Suddenly, the fat guy, overwhelmed by his loss, yelled in anger, "You bastard, he's cheating, just playing with simple luck." He deliberately didn't play in order from big to small, so he must have known the cards I had. I noticed there's something wrong with his jacket. But Muck, you're not afraid. Just throw that jacket away and challenge him straightforwardly. Go ahead and check it. This is not even my jacket. Not finished. You even add an extra line teasing the guy, thinking only simple-minded people with developed limbs get cheated when others use their brains. Sure enough, the fat guy got angry and retorted, "And so what if I'm just a clueless chicken running here pretending to do something? I've saved the system, so there's nothing to fear anymore. I'll challenge you openly and pretend. I won't wear any clothes to fight you." Then he gently embraced her waist, pressed his lips to her, and planted a bold, provocative kiss. The common folk suddenly forced to eat dog rice blushes with shame while Duong Fai just looks surprised and says, "Oh, in our place, the winner makes the rules." Fai looked at the other person and said, "Why not reward this brother with a suit this way? Doesn't look good, just ignore him and nod all right." Big brother Vuong looked at the lovers with more bitterness than eating chili. "Damn it, she's your girl. Your girl, if I were her, I would bite off his tongue." Thol, laughing and scratching his head, he said with a smile, "I'm really his person, Fai. Just realized that the old guy in shorts is the boss." Brother Vuong is determined to go all the way. "Kid, if I find proof you cheated, I'll play her in front of you. Do you believe it?" The dealer, seeing him cursing non-stop, snapped his fingers and called someone over, and the other guy shouted, "Damn it, let me go, he's the cheater." The dealer sneered, "After all, you've been a regular here for over a year. Who told you you can't cheat in this place?" That guy was dragged away and kept shouting that the kid was cheating. Mew nodded indifferently. "I also don't intend to investigate whether I've cheated or not." The dealer looked at the interesting young man and said, "Compared to the evidence, we're more interested in this unique way of cheating." Muck had the feeling that he was being seen through. On the second floor of the casino, a group of people gather around and whisper, but they couldn't find any information about that man. The girl only said she, Yue Tho, has a closer relationship with him than a married couple. So it's a question more than a married relationship. What kind of relationship is it if not husband and wife? Even the chubby guy sitting next to him is laughing happily. "Ha ha ha, that's really interesting. We haven't seen this kind of thing here for a long time." The boss took out a cigar and said their cheating methods are very simple. Just now, the black-eyed man's gaze was aimed at him. It's the direction that the female fortune teller is signaling. She winks and mouths signals to that man. A black-haired guy strokes his chin, but we've analyzed in Giet those images and didn't find any signals or anything unusual about her. The image of that man in shorts is nothing special, and his expression even seems like it's his first time here with us. Below, Dillo starts shuffling the cards again. He smiled and said, "I don't care about your background or origins. This is a brutal world, so admit defeat. If you resist, you'll be thrown out. That's normal. I'm not interested in whether you cheated earlier or not. I just want to play a few rounds of rock, paper, scissors with you." Muck asks how to play, and he looks at the crowd gathered there and responds, "According to the rules here, rock, paper, scissors, whoever wins 3 rounds in a row can take 1,000,000 gold coins. But sometimes it's a draw. If we continue and tie 5 games, each person takes 5,000,000, though immediately knew that was not possible. According to the probability, drawing 5 times in a row is almost impossible." The dealer nodded exactly. "Because it is extremely rare, this is the way the game is played now. I invite Mr. Nan to play a round." Muke directly asked if this is a matter of probability, since continuing to draw 4 ties means the 5th game's outcome will determine victory or defeat. "So then we can still rely on the rule of winning 3 rounds to continue, so why should we trust you?" The dealer confidently bets the money first, "Because I rely on this winning 1 million from them, with 5,000,000 belonging to me." The dealer glanced at my chips and looked at me silently. "I don't have a single cent on me right now, no coins at all, and the only door here is one that doesn't require coins to play, just a rock, paper, scissors game." Then he looked at the pot, "But if this guy was setting a trap for me, I could only wear shorts and Yue Pot would get another debt." After a moment of thought, I shrugged, and TH smiled, wistfully looking at the treacherous person beside me. "So with a sly smile, you said let's play 5 rounds in a row. I only need 2,000,000 or 3,000,000 to belong to you." Faye looked at you casually and asked, "Sir, why would there be so many benefits for me? My abilities can't just be judged with 3,000,000. He laughed and replied, "I used to be a businessman. I understand the importance of generating profit while accepting losses." Hearing that Fee knew he had indeed met an interesting guy, interesting indeed. If you are a businessman, then I am a wandering hero. A tie is a tie. Fairness and skill matter more to me than anything else, so let's play. I murmured, instead of calling this a gambling den, it's more like a game of humanity. Here, the true measure of each player's character is not the billion-dollar jade coin, but the little sense of shame. With that said, you stepped to the table. Faye asked nervously if everyone was ready. Muke replied, "Let's play." Only the staff come out with 2 pieces of cloth in hand. This red cloth will cover the hands of both people. I will reveal it myself to prevent them from peeking too quickly and cheating in the blink of an eye. She folds her hands black and white on either side. Reward of 1,000,000. Win 3 consecutive rounds. Let's begin. Muck recalled what he said earlier, hiding among the crowd, searching for a moment where he could clearly see his hand quietly calculating and cooperating with the dealer. He's become more and more proficient, using most of his coins to show off his abilities, but I still have to make sure we stay alert just in case. At this point, Faye also considered that if Tong Niet Lang just stepped behind, I would already know how Nyan's trick works. It's just a simple gesture, nothing complicated. The key is to watch his 5th game. Let's see if I can see through, but now he has nothing left. At least he's acting for the money. A voice suddenly interrupted their thoughts. "Non, sir, in this order, the bag, the boulder, the bag." Muklian quickly replied, "Got it." He slipped his hand inside the cloth and thought carefully. Whether Xiaofi will pay more attention to his own abilities or focus on the current 10 cards, let's see how this round goes. Though looked slightly troubled, considering that from this angle he could just barely see Xiaofi's hand, although the light was very dim. Miss Tramchu looked at Fi's hand, and that silver coin was very frightening, as if she intentionally created space for someone behind her. Though was a bit worried, wondering if she deliberately let others use fake signals to make space. Maybe someone nearby is signaling to Xiao Fei, hoping his ability is real. A seductive girl, who seems to be the referee, speaks, and the match begins. Both Mew and Fi reveal their hands. The referee's voice continues. "Hoa, keep going." Though Tramchu watches the match now following the bet, both of them simultaneously make their move continue. A hint of a smile flashes in Mu's eyes. This is also following the promise. The referee's whistle keeps ringing. Game 3, Game 4, both are a draw. Continue. The 2 players hide their hands, waiting for the referee's signal. Is the final game ready? Faye stared intently at Mew. Mew thought to himself, the final round is the most important. The female referee stayed silent with her eyes closed, and Tho had been watching Pai the entire time, seeming to realize something. Tho looked at Pai's hand to inform Muke that the owner him was not acting according to regulations. Fies furrows his brow and clenches his teeth as he looks at those in front of him. He silently curses the group before him. "Damn it, bringing debt collectors all the way here, Lord Non. Sorry, if I tie this game with you, I won't have enough to pay their debt." Mew quickly frowns as he receives the information from Tho, then nods. "Got it. Thanks, Niet Tho." Both players simultaneously pull, and the referee announces loudly, 5th round a tie. Fi is stunned and shouts, "What?" The female referee glances at Fi and says, "According to the rules in the rock-paper-scissors game, if a tie occurs 5 times in a row, it's considered a draw, and each side will receive 50,000. Congratulations to both of you." Musiel quickly agreed. "All right, we'll split the money." Musiel smiled broadly, embracing Tho affectionately, generously. "Little Fi, we 2 are born winners. According to the rules, I'll give you 3,000,000 coins." Fi stepped back and said, "Mr. Non, certainly the 2 of you." Before he could finish, someone behind him placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "It's time to settle the bill." He stammered and replied, I don't have enough money right now." Muck looked at what was happening and asked, "Is this classic debt collection? How much does he owe you?" Another person replied, "We just blocked his chances of winning behind his back. We want him to beat you, but he still loses 5 rounds to you, so he can't pay us back." Muke approached Fi, handed him 2 coins and said, "All right, I'll give you the full 50,000. Fi, seeing this hurriedly, said, "Mr. Non, I dare to lose if I must." Muok calmly said, "Take it." Fi didn't have time to refuse before the coin was snatched away by the thug. The 2 thugs turned and walked away. One warning, consider yourself lucky, this time next month will come again. Fi felt he was saying to Mr. Non, "Sorry, if they hadn't suddenly shown up, I wouldn't have done this." Mew with a smile replied, "All right, little Fi, your debt for this month has just been paid off." Fei flinched, slightly puzzled, and asked Mr. Non, "Why are you doing this?" Though into Moon In, Fei he smiled and said, "I told you I am a businessman. The coin I just used was the most important thing to you, now the code. As soon as you step into the arena, you find yourself in a large room, crowded with around 100 people, a tightly enclosed and suffocating space, essentially a beast-fighting arena, where fighters are thrown into the river to fight and kill each other. The betting ring hears a player's curse. Fate is over. The dealer happily says, "Next player," and throws the losing player out. The guard nearby reached out and put a hand on his shoulder, telling him to leave, but the blonde guy struggled. "I don't want to go, I don't accept this." He tried to break free from the guard's hold. "I can still win, I can still come out on top." But in the end, the blonde-haired guy was dragged toward the window. The guard didn't say much and threw him out, watching this scene, adjusting his clothes and secretly marveling at the beast arena fighter. It's just that the outcomes are all like that, but usually the harsher the punishment, the greater the reward, and people's hearts will risk everything for huge profits. The dealer cheerfully approaches and invites you, "New player, let me explain the rules to you. Listen carefully." The dealer kindly explains that here the outcome of using gems as stakes was just as described earlier. He continues to explain the rules, stating that in high-stakes rounds, each person's initial assets will include 10 gem chips, with everyone aware that each gem chip is worth 1 billion. At the same time, each person has 10 billion in cash. Can seek other players buy tokens with cash, and when leaving must exchange tokens for cash with us. That is, entry is 10 tokens and 10 billion cash, and when leaving either no formal sale, or at least 30 billion. The dealer hands out the chips. Yes, that's right. The condition for leaving here is to have 30 chips in hand when leaving, and there is no limit to the number of chips held while departing. But once all chips are gone, you will be thrown out, so normally, when only one chip remains, people will choose to buy chips with 10 billion in cash. The biggest difference between coins and cash is that in any game you can only be obsessed with coins, not with cash. That's why some people here hold a vast amount of cash but can't leave, while others hold a large number of coins waiting to sell a few more before exiting. The dealer turns to look at a group of people fighting among themselves. After years of observation, we've found that the optimal state here is always maintaining exactly 100 people. In fact, that's the most interesting and fair situation. The person who was expelled just now, and the 2 young men have now entered, so there are still 100 people here. A response understood. You secretly ponder. This is a game of preserving numbers in plain terms. 100 people always maintain a fragile balance of about 2,000 coins in theory. In that it's not that if you die, I live. It's impossible to have a situation where a dozen or so or dozens of winners can walk out. Come on, one more round, big treasure. The other guy hesitates. I only have 2 coins left, no more cash. Another person points finger and scolds. It's just that you've exploited the non-coercive rule to chase away the winners here. Let me tell you, if I were the boss here, damn it, I would have kicked you out long ago. You always win, which destroys the fairness and fun of this place. Donbass calmly asks back, oh, so you're the boss? The other person shuddered, sweat dripping down secretly. I didn't mean to, what should I do? Donbass slammed the gun down on the table. He pushes you, follow the rules of the jungle, and listen to life. He survived 3 of these where he could have died, and only then can he sit here all this time. Imagining the extreme scene of a gun pointed at his head, he's surprised. What? There's still this kind of game. Donbass pressed the gun to his head and said confidently, I can win because I can win. I still have over 300 coins in my hand because I am sure of these 300 coins. If I say I'm ruining fairness, do you believe there is such a thing as fairness here? Muck seeing this sighed in relief. Truly, because of this guy's existence, there is no more fairness here with over 300 coins in his grip. There are only 100 people here, so most of the others can't act impulsively. It's truly terrifying indeed. This place and the outside world are on completely different levels. You look at the coins in your hand and wonder how someone could always win. Based on probability, it's almost impossible, so this guy must definitely be cheating. Muok observations of the other players, but inside and outside are different. Everywhere is filled with cameras, and it's a closed space, as if people don't understand how to interact. He looked at the game table, analyzing in his mind, and importantly, these traditional ways of gambling don't seem to leave room for cheating. At another table, someone shouts 36, and Muck wonders in his mind, this is the simplest game here, the classic 0, 6, 7. Now Donbass laughs again, you guys. He looked a bit uncomfortable, not even enlightened, so it's impossible to make much money. Mott listened and hesitated, secretly, second-guessing himself. He's not wrong right now. I have 10 coins. Maybe I should try playing with 5 first. At this moment, Donbass also noticed him, nodded, and suggested, come on, brother, let's play a game the most classic, 0, 6, 7 style. Donbass smiled and agreed, alright, you're brave for a newcomer. The other players were surprised to see Mew at the table. Fate, someone challenged Donbass, and we need someone to break the balance. Some hesitated, thinking how could they win since Donbass always wins, creating a psychological dominance. Honestly, even if he doesn't win, just thinking about him winning makes it feel inevitable. Then he would lose, but others countered. You're wrong, of course. I see that this brother is very brave and won't be disturbed by those bad guys. Looking at the other person's eyes, being brave is my most basic trait. If I weren't brave, I wouldn't have come here. You hold the dice tightly in your hand, analyzing in detail the classic 0-6-7 game method, which is not purely about luck, but also involves psychology, intelligence, and more importantly, skillful tactics. Each person has 5 dice, and after shaking, they take turns calling out the quantity and face value. The maximum quantity called cannot exceed the total number of relevant dice. The last call must be for a quantity or score higher than the previous one. For example, if A says 3 2s, B can only call 3 3s or 4 2s. If the last person feels that the combined total of previous counts and points is still not enough, they can call open. If they open and the counts and points match what was called, then the opponent's call is invalid and they lose. Otherwise, they win. For example, A calls 4 3s, B calls open. After opening, if there are more than 4 3s in total, B loses. Otherwise, A wins. Additionally, a single point can represent any number, but if one point is called out, it can only be considered as 1 point. For example, if a single die with 1 point is rolled and there are 4 dice with 2 points, you can confidently call 5 dice with 2 points, because that corresponds to 5 dice showing 2 points. Additionally, if 5 consecutive numbers are rolled, it counts as 0 points, for example, a roll of 12.345. This is equivalent to none, so at this point, if the opponent calls 3 twos, they can confidently open, because at that moment you have no twos in your hand, and if the opponent only has 2 twos, they lose. Everyone around listened to Vu Muk's words. For this younger brother, don't be afraid of Donbass's aura. You can start by betting small coins, don't risk losing everything all at once. Muk also shares the same idea. That's right, that's exactly what I mean. I will use each coin one by one. Mentally, I pondered that each decision only yields a single coin, so victory might be slow, but it avoids losing everything instantly, yet this way makes a newcomer like me grow stronger in this casino. Mao turned his head back, and the next words he spoke stunned everyone. According to the heavens balance, the deficiencies. According to human morality, that's not right. My muck house here is acting in accordance with heaven's will. Muke said frankly, Donbass, you are the biggest imbalance here. Your struggles here have become less enjoyable for everyone, and today I come to put an end to it all. Everyone around was bewildered, too passionate what's going on. At this moment, Mew also stood up, pointing at Donbass, saying I want him to return the reward money and the coins that rightfully belong to those people. Comrades, today we will take all of Donbass's coins. Everyone shout out, take everything back. Return all the coins to us. I support this plan. Donbass is confused. What's going on? Is there something wrong with your brain? He placed the dice cup down, daring to play, and accept the consequences, the strongest rules, everything, come on. Donbass smirked confidently. I will show you the cruelty of this world. I will make you understand what it means to live worse than dying. Muck did not respond, only gently eased a smile. The dealer spoke up, beginning the match following the classic 067 game rules. Please shake the skull ball first. He is the dealer, and can place bets freely. Both the newcomer and Donbass bet 1 coin each. After Muck and Donbass shake the dice, the dealer orders to stop, which is okay, all according to the rules of 067, the loser reads first. Last round Donbass was the winner, so this round, the newcomer will read first. Mew didn't open his eyes, thinking that in this game of 067, most people start by calling the smallest possible hands like 3 twos, then gradually probe under the condition of 5 community cards before deciding to reveal, which reflects the betting psychology of this game. Mew closes his eyes, thinking that in this game 067 normal players would start reading from the smallest like 3 twos, then gradually probe under the situation of 5 X's before starting to open, which reflects the betting psychology of this game. If you think about it, in game 067, normal players usually start reading from the smallest, like 3 twos, then gradually probe under the situation of 5 X's before opening. That's the betting psychology of this game. Thinking quickly, he shouted loudly, 10 sixes. The spectators were stunned. Fate is impossible. Crazy, how could there be 10 sixes? Donbass said, hey, if you read like that, I'll open now. Mungang calmly replied, go ahead, up to you, just follow the rules of the game. Donbass loudly said open, and both of them simultaneously revealed their dice cups. The dealer concluded that according to the rules, there is no 10 or 6 inches this game, and Donbass wins. What the hell is going on here? Is this guy crazy? Doesn't he understand the rules of this game? It's not about winning or losing, it's about the fun of the match. You place down your meager stack of chips, and this kind of game really pleasures me. Donbass looks down on you. Winning or losing doesn't matter, right? Then I will keep winning, winning forever, until you are completely defeated, just like the one earlier, who had nothing left and was thrown out of here. He calmly thought, drew 5 ones, and claimed he wasn't cheating. Who would believe that? He can keep winning not because he's strong, but because no one can uncover his cheating evidence. In this cheating heaven, what is he really? That's the issue I need to probe. You suddenly spoke up, come on. In the second round, everyone watching is stunned, what he still wants to play. He doesn't know the rules of the game, right? Donbass sneered and said, you little brat, you lost just now and the first to read will be you later. Then he confidently put the cup down and declared, second game I read first again, you think about that. The coin is the price I pay. For me, 10 coins are enough to find out what's really wrong with you. Slowly, I remove my cup to reveal the dice inside. Come on, let me see what kind of medicine you're selling in your jar. The young followers were stunned, their minds racing, reading all 10 cases instantly, either losing or already lost. They yelled in panic, ref, stop this game, now this kid clearly doesn't understand the rules. There are a total of 10 dice on the table, and as soon as he spoke, he read all 10, which he couldn't win against. Donbass smiled maliciously. Has someone finally come to pay him today? The results of the card reveal are out. Part of him still kept a serious expression, secretly thinking that this didn't look like a deliberately rigged score. He could just shake out those 5 cards earlier. That was really skillful acting, wasn't it? The score for the second round is the real deal. Everyone behind is whispering and gossiping, asking what you're doing, but I still believe you can win. The result is read aloud. This round Donbass slightly wins. Ji still advised him, hey, you only have 8 coins left, maybe just stop. Then he turned around and said to him, thanks for your concern, but I still have to try in the next game. Ji said, this guy is crazy. You're crazy if you think Donbass is laughing and winning. He's ruined now. I advise you to listen to your brother and give up, it'll be better for you. Suddenly he looked serious, and warned, if it comes to that, what I want isn't your coins but your life. He said nothing, just silently contemplating. He must have an ace up his sleeve. There's definitely something going on here. The tiger in another room thought to himself, Master, they are also betting on you. I think this is precisely the key to what they call the high-stakes area. The high ground is also where the uncles place their bets. Out of 100 people there, each one is a horse they bet on you guys. V and Han are sitting in the room with her. V said, although Donbass has the lowest chance of losing it doesn't mean he won't. I bet on Donbass. Sir Vuong Tinvi, our favorite horse has always been the black, only you have remained loyal to the white horse. V sipped his drink. The young boy is quite skilled, his moves are unexpected, but he will also win once, and in the final rounds what I need to do is push him to the limit that time. Though listen to everything they said, pondering why she trusted Vuong Tinvei so much, believing he was certain the owner would win, while Han, hearing Vei say that, chuckled, and said, today the boss Vuong is overly confident. V finishes his drink with Han, no, the most important points are not victory or defeat, but happiness. Suddenly Tho notices a detail, and wonders why he keeps glancing back. At the card table, Donbass smugly said, beginner, you've lost again. Are you still planning to keep playing? Thinking to himself, I only have 4 coins left, but I've noticed a problem. Donbass keeps turning his hand and touching his waist and shoulder repeatedly. Do these small gestures mean anything special? I start to feel suspicious. What information is he trying to pass to me? You start to think, realizing that the uncles are playing so hard. Yes, I know I am their warhorse, but what can I do? This guy is really giving his all. Donbass calls you out of your thoughts. Hey kid, if you keep playing like this, I won't hold back anymore, or you'll really lose your life. He pointed toward Chi in the back and asked them, am I playing around right now? Suddenly, a gunshot rang out and Chi was the one hit. The onlookers all shouted when they saw the murder. Behind you, you thought to yourself, so it was actually from convenience that he pulled out the gun and shot someone. Donbass sat there holding the smoking gun and said, do you see, kid? I told you this is just a game, but this time it's him. Next time it'll be you. You shout, he's killed someone. Isn't that justifiable? He used a prop for a game to kill someone. Now it's time to kick him out of the game. Mr. Chongtai calmly explained, you know, the gun is just a prop for the game, so how come it's in his hand and not someone else's? Because he's always winning and couldn't normally touch this gun. Sweat broke out as he thought to himself, can a winner decide someone's life just because he's in control? You watch your brother, your one true friend, being taken away. He always won everything. Here was unfair. His pride was thrown down the stairs without a second thought. So you're asking Mr. Trongtai, if he's always killing people, then he can stay in this position, no matter win or lose, right? He replied that in theory, yes, but you have to consider that this is just a gun, and even if it has more bullets, there are only 6 rounds. Just push all the coins and money onto the ground, and you can do it. Kill me, and take the coins and money. Isn't that better? After all, you already have no problem killing people, so why bother playing this game? Hearing Muck speak like that, Donbass started to get angry. Damn it, I won't let him finish. The money and coins are on the ground. Whoever wants to take them, just take them. I'm almost out of it anyway. Why do you keep insisting on playing this game? You've already won. You could have just killed him easily. Where is your fun in this? Donbass frowns and touches his ear. Do you think you can manage me? I find this very amusing. His actions were caught again, touching his ear once more. Muok begins to talk with the beast in his mind. Hey Moonbeast, do you have something important to tell me? Right, you've been watching this person all along, right, master? You understand now they definitely have a problem. Muke thought, I get it, the ear indeed, they are cheating Donbass. I understand now the reason you always have to win. Muck gave a slight smile. The reason he keeps playing and winning is not for himself, but because he sees Donbass smile and then gets angry. Hey, what the hell are you smiling at? Muke turned to the referee and asked, old sir, as long as I become the winner here, I can do anything, even kill people, right? He replied softly. Yes, everything depends on the decision of the player. As long as you can win, you can do whatever you want. The viewers are all discussing what does he mean by asking that. He then asks the referee, but what should we do if the opponent cheats? Moreover, they are collaborating with some big boss behind the scenes, which made the referee break out in a cold sweat in fear. Donbass, feeling uncomfortable, raised his voice and said, what are you talking about? I can't take this anymore. I told you if you keep messing around, I'll kill you. The viewers there are also discussing it. Is this real? Is Donbass cheating? Mu Sirius said, with cheating like this, what more can we desperately do? The game wasn't fair from the start. Now we want to see proof of cheating from the leader in Donbass. Over here, listening to everything through the eavesdrop device, he started to panic. Donbass shouted at you and everyone turned to look at them. Kill him, I'll share the prize with you. What do you mean you still don't understand? Donbass's voice sounded full of frustration as he said, I have to kill you. Muck quickly grabs the skull cup from the table, throws it forcefully at him, hitting him directly in the head, causing him to cry out in pain. In that moment, everything seems to freeze, and a quick reflex kicks in, kicking the gun that Donbass is holding. You grab the gun and point it at him. He can't believe the surprised look on his face. Muck chuckles now. Besides killing me, what else can you say? You decisively declare that if he can kill everyone, he can also kill all of us now. This place has never been just, it's destroyed humanity, so let's turn it around. Hearing those words, Donbass immediately became terrified, and weakly cried out. Everyone present began shouting in unison, "Kill Donbass," and overturn the arena. The surrounding scene started to turn chaotic, when a guard appeared shouting, "Protect, protect." But before he could get far, he was grabbed by people inside the room and pushed to the ground. "Damn old man trying to stop us." Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Donbass became even more frightened, his face breaking out in sweat as he clutched the coins, pleading for them not to kill him. Mu Wang's fierce voice rang out, revealing to everyone that he had colluded with Lord Wang Tinvi to cheat in the entire arena. Donbass's face became even more frightened and surprised. "You? How did you find out then?" Muck was still pointing his gun at him inside the room. He fearfully said, "That bastard told me to cheat. If he keeps winning, he will be able to push me to the second floor. He can keep winning, and sometimes we even intentionally lose on the second floor. So he will always win." V looked inside through the window with a furious expression, and just one more word, "This bastard dares to sell me out." The door to the room opens and the person walks in with two others behind him. The old man asks, "Oh, little Fee, why are you here? You should have paid for this win already." Seeing that, he immediately bowed his head and knelt down, causing those behind him to also look terrified. "Mr." Renf looked at the woman briefly, then thought, "Your master is really impressive just by the motion of touching his ear." Renf strongly kicks his head to the ground, with a lit cigarette in hand, and says, "You're brave enough to cheat right on your own betting ground." His head was slammed forcefully to the ground, trembling and trembling, while the old man's foot still pressed down on his head. Then, after a moment of useless struggle, he hurriedly responded, "Sorry, boss Renf." Everyone inside the room is chaotic, fighting and pushing each other, the crowd growing larger. Mew observes the scene and falls into contemplation, his humanity turned wild. "I will restore justice for everyone, but no one asks about my situation right now." A voice rang out telling our brothers to storm upstairs and overthrow those bosses, but upon hearing that, Muck raised his eyebrows warningly. "Wait a moment." Cut to the scene inside the second floor room, still chaos there, don't follow him. They are holding money and rushing outside when suddenly some strangers appear in front of them. What is this? The two then start brandishing their firearms to ambush the people, catching everyone off guard. Elsewhere, a young man rushes up to the second floor, but as he arrives, his body suddenly stiffens. His face filled with fury, he grits his teeth and silently curses them for killing so many people and not valuing human life at all. Muke looks at the two men outside the door and a figure inside that room, along with the lifeless bodies lying scattered below. He gazes at the astonished people in front of him. Who is he? Renf, still smoking, tells Muck that they did well, and that these trash should have been dead long ago. Holding the cigarette, he happily thanks Muck for helping him uncover Vuong Tinvei's disgrace. Hearing that, the guest replied bluntly, "Don't mention it, I'm just a slave here. I should thank you for saving my life." He looked at you sharply, lighting his cigarette as he asked, "So you call yourself a slave?" "I haven't said anything yet, so now I ask you, how did you discover Vuong Tinvei and Donbass's cheating?" Directly confronting them, suddenly a gunshot rang out behind him, and he then sinisterly smiled and said, "You're trying to deceive me, aren't you? Can't you see the corpse on the ground?" One of the guards, maintaining his composure, asked calmly, "Then I want to ask you, why didn't you ask them directly? Despite Donbass being dead now, Vuong Tinvei is still alive." Renf didn't even bother to answer your question, and changed the subject. "I've never asked twice. What I want to know is how you found out. It's not about their cheating methods. I have no interest in how they cheat. I'm only interested in you, because you're the first person who managed to overturn my casino entirely." Suddenly he drew a gun, which slightly surprised him. Then Renf casually looked at him and said, "What's wrong trying to threaten me? Did you think I wouldn't know anything after you died? You don't hesitate to confront me because I'm not afraid of death." You calmly explained, along with some sarcasm, that I had already died once before, thinking I might die again this time, but I somehow arrived here in a strange way. I have a strong desire to survive better than everyone else here. They only care about money, but I am different. I am aiming my gun at the girl, the person I love. My parents, loved ones, friends who fought alongside me in this life, and even my enemies. I will survive in this ruthless place where your silver destroys everything. Taking a huge risk, I sneer and point my gun directly at his head, so I am willing to try one more time. I am determined because Donbass must be the one cheating. There's also someone sitting inside the gambling den on the second floor. I've told you it's a trap, and it's truly a trap. You don't believe me? Fine then. He chuckled loudly, very confidently. Kid, I started my career in the gambling den, and now I will be deadly with your gun, which originally has no bullets. Renf slowly stepped forward. Go on, take the shot yourself. After all, there are no bullets inside. A drop of sweat. You also bet on the extreme with him, so I am also extreme in your gun, which has no bullets. Come on, let's shoot together. He chuckled happily, and said, indeed, a person who won't admit defeat. You're no longer calm, quickly squeezing the trigger, promising to do so, and immediately pressing the trigger. Suddenly a nervous guard stepped forward to stop them. This kind of thing hasn't happened in 20 years. No one has ever been like this before. Please stop playing and don't get too excited. He was satisfied with the intense scene just now, and happily declared, "Kid, you've won the tense battle." Ignoring the outcome, she hurriedly asked, "Isn't it the same for you now? Can you let her go now?" He turned to look at the girl, smiling softly. Renf laughed loudly in admiration. "Your man has real guts and courage." He waved his hand and said, "All right, you're both free." The other guard smiled brightly and eagerly asked him, "Hey boss, Renfa, can I also be free now?" as he puffed on his cigarette. He calmly replied, "You have to stay and work for me until your debt is paid off. As for Muck, you hold your girl tightly like a reassurance, whispering softly, 'You et though,' and she, exhausted, rests her head on your shoulder and responds, 'Non-Muck.'" He smiles and congratulates them, wishing them well, acknowledging that they've succeeded in winning our most difficult game. "My respect." Renf faintly smiled as he shared a bit of information. "I am just a minor player here. The real power behind the Darkport is the 4 great clans who operate where you can't find them and possess wealth beyond your imagination." The black-clad bodyguard, upon hearing this, paused for a moment, and he then made a very bold decision. "You two take this little bit of money and leave the Black Port, but I don't regret it yet." Then Tho steps outside and gazes at the clear blue sky with no clouds, as the bright sunlight illuminates everything. You and she stood there immersed in the warm sunlight, and you said, "The sun. I haven't seen it in a long time." Her eyes looked toward the sunlight, her gaze filled with happiness. "That's right. How long has it been since we last saw the sun? After so long, apart from loved ones, you and Tho have been longing to reunite with everyone. Finally, we can return to Jiang City. I don't know if my parents and the others from the Mengdao clan are doing well. I want to see Zhang Biandai, Kangjian Tanwai, Nongachan, and Athan. I just want to tell you that I also miss everyone." Surviving outside the underground casino was not easy, but returning to Jiang City means everything will start over. "Just look at what he handed over, a little money," as Lord Renf said. "You hold it tightly in your hand, lift your head high, and confidently say it's enough for us to return to Jiang City." Chi crosses his arms and gives the order, "Ease up a little." She frowned and shouted, "Hurry up and take all of Lujak's belongings away." Suddenly a stranger approached and asked softly, "President Locke, are these all of Lujak's possessions? Can we really take it away for such a low price? She doesn't think much." Lian responded angrily, "Yeah, that Lujak guy can't do it himself. I guess I have to risk my life to save him." Then he turned away, took off his fake beard, and said, "Fine," and she kept urging the workers without paying attention to who she just met. "Hurry up, no more delays." Feng slowly takes off his disguise with an expression of helplessness and says, "TSKSK, still so arrogant at this hour." At a cafe, he sighs about Chi's cruelty, that Chi-Chi is truly rotten to the core. She embezzled over 10 billion from Lujak, and now she's doing this. It's terrifying. "Di hihi hok sing totruong bang diu chua chung ta, di dau de chow ai hong traloy machi foi lai ramot bogiai, tu dua choong ai roi noi cham lay. De chin la ton botailu kithwat kwa hoa hok kithwat tinvan matruok de. Lujak datron lanchan engoi kan eng do kiningak din din hoa." He happily held the stack of documents in his hand, praising you, "Truong bang dieu, you're impressive, you must quickly show them to Tan Wai Nong." Suddenly she remembered something, and asked you, "That's right, have you contacted Duong Tu Duong Nin yet?" And you sighed, and replied, "Don't mention it anymore, I haven't been able to reach him." Du spoke to reassure the 2 others, steadying himself to handle a more urgent matter, since Lady Yin was completely out of contact for now. "For the moment, we should finish the affairs of Tin Van and Fudai, first relying only on ourselves. I believe that during the time Lujak is entirely lost, we can build our own career, a few of us, by making this small shop into a base to fight back and regain our territory." Suddenly, a bold idea came to mind. Only a few leftovers of Lujak's men remain. Tomorrow, using the money we've saved, we'll buy Fudai back, and then block the Shiha of Fudai. The next morning, gentle sunlight softly shone through the house's roots. The space was peaceful, and she was calm. In one of those small rooms, he looked at the knife, and happily said, "Sister, I've followed your idea. And now this room has been renovated to be cleaner and simpler than before. 90% of your businesses have already gone bankrupt. From now on, we will live a normal life here." Hearing that, she immediately showed a very unhappy attitude, and he thought, what does normal mean? Just fixing up a room like this in a housing complex. The more she spoke, the more clear her discomfort and dissatisfaction with the house's conditions became. Upgrade. The furniture and kitchenware seemed basic. The noise from the neighboring couple arguing at night. Wanting to take a shower, but there's no water. Wanting to watch TV, but there's no electricity. Craving good food, but unable to buy it outside, right? He kept thinking he was hearing things, confused, asking again, "Isn't that right? What is my sister talking about? I don't understand." Zhao laughed loudly and said, "Lu Troc, the normal life you talk about is my life, the life of millions of people, but where you are has become something degraded. I ask you, are you willing to give up all your assets to live this normal life? Without hesitation, he immediately agreed. I am willing, sister. I just want a warm family. I am willing to give up all my assets for you. She is cunning, pushing a paper in front of him to back him into a corner. Come on, sign it. Give up all your assets. Donate to the public welfare. Soon after, Trak becomes embarrassed, waving his hands awkwardly, then just laughs it off and says, Sis, you must be talking enough now. Zhao directly exposes his fake facade, and Lu Trak's true face should also be revealed. You can't give up all your assets, power, status, or reputation. Then she delivers a final blow that leaves him stunned, saying you've been lying all along, claiming to love me, wanting a warm family, wanting to live with me. It's all a lie. I've known for a long time. Poor you pretending for so long. She looked at him firmly, and he hadn't yet fully regained his composure. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? He smiled awkwardly, reaching out to gently pat her, trying to soothe her anger. All right, stop joking. Sister, I'll take you out to eat later. She strongly swept his hand away and said frostily, I am indeed your biological sister. After years of wandering, destiny has truly played a trick on you. You found me only to use me as a means to escape your inner darkness. I reached for my phone and threatened him the money he gave me. I've bought back all his subordinates. I never thought he would be so ruthless as to kill his grandfather and father. I will hand over these evidences to the police. You're finished, Lu Trak. He started to stammer, hesitating, and said, Sister, I never expected you to treat me like this, so I agree with you. Suddenly, Lu Chao burst into crazy laughter and grabbed her hand tightly, saying, I will give up all my assets and we will die together. I will kill you myself. His eyes were bloodshot and full of fury. He shouted loudly, I will follow you right now so we can be together forever. The grip on her hand is so tight, her face shows pain. Let me go and stop dreaming. For my whole life, even if I die, I will never accept a brother like you. My only brother is Nyan Muk. Talking Dao mentioned another man's name. He became even more furious and strangled her. Nyan Muk has been missing for months. He died long ago. You still don't believe me. Dao's voice choked with tears. It can't be. My brother must still be alive. I will continue to believe. Suddenly there was a loud call from someone. Lu Trak raised his bloodshot eyes to look toward that voice, startled and thinking to himself, why Yu Trak was utterly shocked to see Tho and Muk as if they were ghosts still alive. And you're angry, Nian Dang says sharply. What are you doing? Isn't she your biological sister? Gao sees your figure, tears streaming down her face from fear. Anan Muk. You didn't say a word before rushing in, kicking him away. After giving him a strike, expressing your disappointment, I still believed you would treat her well, but I guess I was wrong to trust that you would ever turn around. Next to her, the jar gently holding a knife, Yue Tao frowned and said to him, I've called the police, they'll be here soon. With a serious look, you straightened your tone coldly and sarcastically, live out your last days in prison from now on. Time passed quickly, and before long it was a few days later. Outside the building, everyone enthusiastically welcomed your return. President Nan is back, our leader missed you so much. Everyone surrounded him. Thui happily spoke first. That's right, when you were missing we all patiently waited for your return. All right everyone. Our current goal is to regain the lost assets. I look at all of you with hope for a bright future ahead and say, although these times are tough, we will keep striving and never give up. His eyes are filled with determination as he clenches his fist to illustrate his words, using our hands to create a bright future that belongs to us. Finally, he shouts loudly, encouraging everyone to keep going.